I think both the location is absolutely great to talk about books and literature. It's a pleasant Sunday morning. I enjoyed my day here.
I had a wonderful time at Literati. Thank you so much for having me over. A beautiful venue and a wonderful audience. It was great interacting with you all. Thank you, Chandigarh, for having me over.
This is one of the nicest, most pleasant lit fests I have been attending this season. It's well organized. It has a large variety of the kind of authors, and of course it's done in this very, very beautiful venue of the Lake Club.
Absolutely fascinating. I loved being on the stage. You have a beautiful, wonderful, interactive audience, very alive, very aware, and I'm very grateful to have been called here.
As Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalisation of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
So ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ.
Namaskar and a very, very good afternoon. You know, I was just reading on the internet some time ago, actually a long, long time ago, French playwright and novelist Henri Balzac once remarked that reading brings us unknown friends. And Fernando Pessoa, another novelist, remarks that literature is the most agreeable way of ignoring life. And that is when I thought that no matter how many quotes I pull out on reading, I think we would all agree with all of them, because that's the idea of literature, to forget the world for a while and just enjoy life. And thank you for joining us in this pursuit on a cozy Sunday afternoon, where it is my pleasure, my absolute pleasure, to welcome you to day 3 of Literati, powered by Embassy of Ireland, our country partner, our happiness partner, Radio Mirchi 98.3 FM, in association with HSAMBC, HSIIDC, and HREDA. And we have lots and lots to look forward to, so stick with us till the very end, and we do not allow you to go anywhere. Now, let me quickly take you to the first conversation of this afternoon. You know, music and literature have a strong connection with each other. Now, without a little talk of music and musical maestros, our literary endeavors would have been a little incomplete. This is where I bring to you the first panel of this afternoon, which is The Indian Sun. Our guest this afternoon, is going to be Mr. Oliver Clarke, who is a writer and editor from London and author of Indian Sun, The Life and Music of Pandit Ravi Shankar. And his first full biography of the maestro, which was published by Faber and Faber. Now, during a 25-year-long career in publishing, most recently as editorial director at Scala, he has edited and published non-fiction books on music, art, photography, sport, and heritage subjects. And he is going to be in conversation with our moderator this afternoon, Ms. Swati Bhadoria. Her day job includes managing client portfolios of a global company, and she's also a mother. However, apart from being a professional and having traveled extensively, it is her hobby to observe human behavior, to observe people. Now, Swati is an eloquent speaker and is also always delighted to work with different people and to have different kinds of conversations with them. So who better than her to open this afternoon? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on our virtual dais Mr. Oliver Clarke in conversation with Swati Bhadoria. Over to you, Swati.
Thanks, Niharika, for that introduction. And welcome everyone on the digital edition of the Chandigarh Literati 2020 on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. I have with me today Oliver Clarke, who is joining us all the way from London. Thank you, Oliver, for making the time to speak with us today.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Swati. It's morning here in London, so I'll say good morning as well.
Yes, absolutely. Good morning to you. And it's my absolute privilege to be speaking with Oliver today about his latest book, The Indian Sun, which talks about the life and music of Pandit Ravi Shankar ji. Oliver, I'm sure after listening to the introduction and after listening to the fact that you've written a biography on Pandit Ravi Shankar ji, the maestro who does not need any further introduction from my end, as George Harrison had rightly labeled him the godfather of world music, and India Today once called him part sadhu, part playboy. My first question to you to direct us into this discussion would be, how did your tryst with Indian classical music start? And how was your association with Pandit Ravi Shankar ji? How did that all begin?
Well, I first met Panditji in 1994. As your colleague was saying, I was working in publishing. I was a young editor, basically, and I had just a great moment of fortune. I was working for a very interesting publishing company called Genesis, and my boss was a wonderful man, Brian Rowlands, who was a great friend of George Harrison and had also published him. So he had the introduction to Raviji, and they had agreed to publish Raviji's book Ragamala, which was his final autobiography. And I for some reason, had this wonderful opportunity to go and work with him on it and to actually help him compile the text. And I'm not quite sure what I'd done to deserve this. I mean, I was very interested in Indian music, but I can't say I was an expert of any sort. So by some wonderful opportunity of fate, I managed to land this dream job. And the thing was that he was a completely fascinating person. I met him first of all at home in California, and he sort of brought you into his world. I mean, we obviously we clicked. We got on very well.
Absolutely.
I would say he was very easy to get on with because he had a great warmth and charisma, and he was so much fun as well, and also I sensed the real depth to his knowledge and his life experience, and just the list of extraordinary things he had done and achieved and seen in his life made him completely fascinating to me. And as I said again, it was fun. So really, I had a very privileged introduction to his world, and to be able to see Indian music through his eyes as well. So to cut a long story short, we produced that book that was published back in 1997. But I always stayed in touch with him. I felt a very strong bond and a very great interest in his life and in India as well. It probably helped that I had a Bengali girlfriend who's now my wife.
Eases things a little, doesn't it?
Yeah, who's now my wife.
You've also mentioned.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry. You've also mentioned in your book that Panditji, in fact, encouraged you in the role to be his future biographer. So how did those tips and tricks come about?
It was a sort of subtle role. I think probably because we made a good connection, but he kept updating me on his life, and he would tell me things sometimes and say, for example, when we were working on Ragmala, there was a sense of certain things that could come out after he died, that he felt it was difficult to say while he was alive. But I would say that he encouraged me in that role. Yes, I slightly resisted it for some years. Having done that book, I didn't feel that it was time to suddenly embark on another one. But I always sort of had it in mind, something to do. But obviously, he died in 2012, so this is something that I only really embarked on after he died, formally. Right. And it was only then commissioned by Faber later. But he definitely had sort of put me in that role. And also his family were being tremendously helpful and cooperative on this book. He had a wonderful archive, which I was able to go through all the sort of letters and papers and documents. And I also interviewed about 130 different people who were close to him, family members, some of whom hadn't been interviewed before, disciples, and then many friends from musical worlds and other worlds. So there's a great sort of process of re-examining his life, and I found it's a different thing to do, to write a biography about somebody else as opposed to helping somebody to write their own biography. Obviously, it gave me a great head start, but you have a different position. You have everyone else's perspective, and you're looking for objectivity.
And this almost leads me to the next question that I'm sure many of us would have on our mind. Depicting the grandeur of somebody like Panditji in his biography, and kind of stringing in the many associations that he had globally. What kind of mental frame of mind would a writer have to be in to ensure that there is no bias and everything is projected with the objectivity and with the confidence that perhaps the interviewees had put into you?
Well, the kind of qualities you need would certainly need some courage to take on such incredible large life. But I think that one has to be conscious that there are always biases in the way that one looks at any subject, and I had to be conscious of the fact that I found him a wonderful, fascinating person, and so I have a natural bias towards him. So I felt, for example, when I was interviewing other people, or in particular people who couldn't be interviewed, perhaps because they were no longer around,
right.
That one had to try and think of how they might have seen an episode, and to try and get some distance. And I think that he himself, actually, he understood that. There's a lovely quote. He said, actually, when Anushka, his daughter, did a lovely little memoir about 20 years ago. He said, how can you tell the whole truth about me while I'm still alive? You should wait till I'm dead and gone, and then then you can tell the full story. So I think he was very intelligent like that. He understood that so much about how people's life stories are told and so on. And I think one has to be aware of those kind of natural biases that one might have in order to try to resist them and get some kind of perspective. Because I think also it's really important not to be writing hagiography, especially about somebody who's really an important historical figure. And I think that by writing as honestly as we can, then we do justice to the subject much more. And that's something that I know that he understood. So that kind of gave me the confidence in some ways to take on what's a very difficult task, to tell such a big story. I mean, it's such a long, busy, incredibly action-packed life, right from his childhood. He was a child star of a dancer back in the 1930s and a young musician, and the whole story of learning from his guru, Alauddin Khan. All of that from way back in the 30s and the 40s, and it parallels the whole history of India in the 20th century as well. It was something I was very struck by. He keeps cropping up at these extraordinary moments in national and indeed in global history. He was a witness to so much. It made it a wonderful story to tell, but it also meant that there was, so much to get in there, and you wanted to try and
absolutely.
Make sure there was
it's like trying to capture an ocean in the palm of your hand. I'm sure it must have been a daunting task for you. And speaking about all of his experiences globally, internationally, there's this one particularly that I'd like to speak to you of, and especially because this occasion has its 50th year anniversary next year in August. I'm sure most of us would be aware about the Bangladeshi liberation struggle of the 1970-71, where Panditji collaborated with George Harrison. Could you tell us a little more about where the whole compassion for that struggle came about for Panditji? Was it from his memories as a child seeing the India partition? Where did that?
I do think that was part of it. I mean, he was a Bengali, of course, and his father was from East Bengal. And of course, his guru was also, Alauddin Khan was also from East Bengal. He felt, although he was born in Varanasi, so he was a Pravasi Bengali, he always felt that was a very important identity for him. He seems to have kind of balanced being a Bengali and being an Indian. After all, he changed his name to Ravi. He was Robi or Robu, Robindra childhood. And when he first started playing on All India Radio, he changed his name to Ravi because he wanted to be a sort of all-Indian figure. That was very much his ambition. Yet the Bengali part of him was very important. He had, many Bengali friends. His first wife was Bengali, and he always, stayed in contact with what was going on in Calcutta and West Bengal. And so I think that when this flared up in 1970, there was the terrible cyclone and all the humanitarian disaster, which was almost exactly 50 years ago now, and then followed by all the oppression in 1971. He was at the time he was in California when he was reading about the stories for the most part. At that time he had a home there. But he was, reading the reports, and he was becoming very, very worried about it. Partly he had personal connections. He had distant relatives who were refugees from what was going on there. But partly this humanitarian feeling and fellow feeling for Bengalis. And many people were, obviously incredibly moved by it, but he did something about it. Because he started thinking, what can I do as an artist? He was thinking about, I'd like to put on a fundraising concert or something like that to bring attention. But he knew that he could only do so much. By this time, he was a world famous figure, but he wouldn't. There'd be a limit to what he could do. But he, I think in June of 1971, he played a recital at his home in Los Angeles, and George Harrison was present. And he told him on that occasion about what was going on and the suffering and his idea that he might put on a concert. And George Harrison, to his enormous credit, he understood just how much this meant to Raviji, and he volunteered to take on, to help him, and he sort of took on the big organizational role of arranging what became the concert for Bangladesh, which took place in August in August 71 in Madison Square Garden in New York. And so this became a very famous concert. It was, there was a #1 album and a movie of the album, but immediately, even before those came out, it brought a lot of attention to what had happened. It was this was a year after the Beatles had split up, and so anything that George Harrison did was going to be high profile, and he understood that he could use that profile to benefit a really important cause, and that was what he did. So overnight, the world was hearing all about the suffering of the refugees and what was going on, and just brought world attention to it. So there was, I think, a fantastic thing that they did together, and a great humanitarian response.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree less. And speaking of his collaboration with global stars and putting things on the world map, so to speak, as far as Indian classical music is concerned, I read a very interesting reference in your book about foreigners thinking of Indian classical music as a maze of noises. This was mentioned somewhere in a passage to India. And also there was a time when Panditji was called the Indian sun rising in the West. While interrogating his life and work, how fair do you think this caption would suit him, the Indian sun rising in the West?
I rather resist that. I feel that that was actually a headline in the Times of India in 1997 on the 50th anniversary of independence, and I feel, and I say this as a British person, as an outsider, but one who spent plenty of time in India and has really immersed myself in Ravi Shankar's life. I feel that he had this tremendously stratospheric fame as a result of his overseas success. And of course he's best known for that friendship with George Harrison and for playing at the Monterey, Woodstock festivals, and of course Bangladesh, and that kind of influence he had on popular culture and making people around the world aware of Indian classical music, and also its other cultural aspects, its dance, its spirituality, its clothing, its incense sticks, whatever. I mean, he really sort of gave it an enormous boost. But I think that, I can say this, I felt from my research that India has slightly forgotten what a big star he was in India and what an impact he had in India before that. Because it wasn't an accident that he was the person who was there becoming this, this global figure. But he first started touring abroad seriously in 1956. So that's a whole decade before he met George Harrison. And the reason was that he was a big star in India, and he'd done so much to raise the profile of Indian classical music within India. I focused particularly on his role at All India Radio, where he was director of music from 1949. So shortly after independence, and at a time when radio was actually only just starting to boom in India. It was booming quite late. It was the first big wave of radio spreading around the country, and it took independence to do that. the British didn't really invest in it, but India, as soon as independence came, they started spreading radio around the country. And as director of music, he was in an important role to promote music, and he did so not only his own performance. I mean, he became a star really, principally through that. I feel in India through radio, although he was already known for, he was already an acclaimed performer and composer as well. But radio gave him such a big boost, and then he also, what he did was he as director of music, he was a kind of gatekeeper who could showcase all these different types of music from all around the country. He was very connected with Carnatic music as well as Hindustani, and also folk music from various parts of the country. And he liked to showcase this on the radio. He liked to, and I think it was showing Indians that, this is, immediately after independence and the end of the colonial era, that, India has all these incredible art forms, and we should be proud of them. And I think that was a really important message to put across at that time, and really just revealing the incredible riches from all around the country. And radio being new, this was a new thing to most of the listeners, because you didn't have mass media of that kind beforehand. You would typically, if you were interested in classical music, you might know your more local musicians from your particular Harana or so I think he had a really important role there, and I noticed, I could see that in for example, the newspaper cuttings and so on, and interviews that I collected on that period. So I feel that yes, I feel that India had slightly forgotten that he was an Indian star first, or an sun first. So I do think the sun rose in the east first, before it rose in the west, even if it rose higher in the west, maybe later on. But I think it's very important. I don't think you can really understand him properly without understanding how deep those, his
roots and connections.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. No, I'm sure all of us as Indians are extremely proud of Panditji and what he has done for our music, not only locally, but globally as well. I'm sure a lot of research and many years of work and interrogation must have gone into this biography. Oliver, you must have met a lot of people, seen a lot of things that perhaps will never reach the public eye. Just out of curiosity and for our wider audience to know, while we know Panditji in the shape and form of dance and music, was there any other thing that he was passionate about or had an inkling or liking to, other than this form of creativity? Any other subject close to his heart, perhaps?
Yes, I think. He was a tremendously curious person about everything. On a completely sort of mundane level, I can remember, for example, once meeting him in the UK, and I suppose we were working together on something, and then what he would do that he said we'd finish the session. He said, "Well, now I need to go for my daily exercise or something." So we went for a walk down to the local mall, and I went with him, and we continued talking, and he would be constantly sort of pointing out what was in the windows or wanting to pop into certain shops, and there's this sort of endless curiosity about all this sort of our creativity as a species, and what was the latest thing, or I don't think it could take all kinds of forms. He was a great film nut, for example.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he absolutely adored it. From right back in his childhood, and he used to love all these old Hollywood films from the 1930s, and that was a lifelong passion.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and I remember in his home in California when I first met him. This is the 1994. There was a great big flat screen television, and he would have sort of movie evenings and watching all kinds of things. Indian movies certainly, but also the latest Hollywood films. I can remember him watching Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber, and being absolutely I find it hilarious. There's a lovely human side to him like that. There's so much fun. He loved food. I mean, what some of the nicest moments I can remember would be, we would work together in the morning, and then we would stop for lunch, and I would be, invited to come and join them for lunch, and all this wonderful home cooked food that Sukanya, his wife, his second wife, was a wonderful cook. So just to be able to sit at the table or at the kind of counter with him and sharing lunch together, it's lovely to see somebody from those sides as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It gets such a humane aspect to what otherwise to us will always be a mystery. And it was lovely speaking to you, Oliver. And I'm sure this discussion, conversation, chat will intrigue people, encourage people to go out there and get the copy of The Indian Sun to know more about the life of Panditji. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. And thank you, Oliver, for speaking with us today.
Thank you so much, Lottie.
Thanks.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
So ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਵਿੱਚ
As Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalisation of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.
So after that invigorating and enlightening first conversation of the evening, of the afternoon, I must thank Oliver for joining us all the way from another part of the globe, and for Swati for bringing out such newer aspects of a person that we all revere and respect and love. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me keep the next conversation a little under wraps because it's truly a world apart in terms of its importance and relevance, and it would be best if we hear it from our speakers and moderators themselves. Up on the panel next, we have Nandita Puri ma'am, who's a major in English literature and before working as a writer, journalist with several newspapers, such as The Telegraph, The Statesman, The Times of India, and The Reader's Digest, among others. She has lived and studied in both Kolkata and Mumbai. And she was a member of the script committee for the National Film Development Corporation and Children's Film Society of India, as well as a well-known TEDx speaker. In 2017, she launched the Om Puri Foundation at the 70th Cannes Film Festival in memory of her husband to carry forward his legacy and philosophy. And today, she is going to be talking about her critically acclaimed book, Jennifer, one woman, two continents, and a truth called child trafficking. And she is going to be in conversation with our moderator, Sudhiti Jindal, who's the founder and CEO of Philyra Training and Consultancy, which you may earlier know by the name of the Learning Curve Academy, Chandigarh. She has recently completed her master's in creative writing from the University of Durham, UK, and she has published two works of fiction called Grow Up Moon and The Adulteress. And she was awarded by the Hindi Academy, Delhi, for her writing skills while still in school. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our speaker, Nandita Puri ma'am, in conversation with Sudhiti Jindal. Over to you, Sudhiti.
To be part of this very invigorating and exciting session. Hello, Nandita. It's great to have you here with us. I'm sure, like me. Go ahead, please. I'm sure, like me, there are many audience who are tuned in and who are, really eager to hear more from you about your book and your experience of having written it. Without further ado, Nandita, yeah, great. Please hold up the book for all of us to see. Great, great, great. I like the cover so much. The red ink spilling over the clean white sheets. It's very metaphorical. Would you like to say a bit about the cover and the book as well, please, Nandita? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, hi. It's the first time I think I'm having a virtual online lit session with Literati. Otherwise, this is a month I look forward to being in Chandigarh, being with Literati, and the beautiful backdrop of the Sukna Lake. So anyway, with the changing times, this is it. Hopefully next year we are there. So to talk about Jennifer, this was published this year in March. And the cover, yes, was basically designed by my editors, Shashwati Bora, and the designer. And we went through a lot of things. And then finally, this is a book called Jennifer. It's about child trafficking. It's about intercountry adoption. And it's based on a true story of a girl called Jennifer Haynes. And I have been working on this story since 2014, very, very closely with Jennifer Haynes. And shall I briefly tell you a little about the book?
Please do. So, and read out a few excerpts also for us.
I will. So Jennifer she is from Ambernath, a place near Thane, near Bombay, few hundred kilometers. She was born in a lower middle class Malabar Christian family. And as an 8-year-old, she was trafficked out of India into the US under the garb of adoption. Now, when we say adoption, out of the 100, just roughly to give you an insight, out of the 100 children we send out for adoption abroad, only 10 reach proper adoptive homes. 90 of them are sent out to be sexually abused, for organ transplant, for jihad, for pedophilia, for a whole lot of other things but adoption. Unfortunately, Jennifer's case was one of those, It falls in the 90%. So when, as an 8-year-old, she was trafficked to the US, went through 2 white American adoptive homes where she was sexually abused by the white American, fathers. And then she was taken out of the adoptive home and put into the American foster care system, which again is very, very notorious. And she changed till the age of 18. From the age of 10 to 18, 50 foster care homes, in the US. It was a mess. And by that time, she had got into she was a kleptomaniac. She was hustling in dope and stuff like that. So by the time she was 18 and she came out of the foster care system, she started hustling. She met her husband, who was a 4th generation drug dealer in Chicago. And they married, and both husband and wife were hustling crack cocaine. It was around 4 or 5 years after they got married that they were busted undercover and both put in different jails. She in Michigan and he elsewhere, Newberry, because one for men and one for women. And she, at that time, they had two kids, a 4-year-old son and a 3-year-old daughter, who her mother-in-law was looking after. And what happened was, while in jail, they found out that she had lived in the US for 20 years. She was now 28 years, she was living like an illegal citizen because none of her papers were processed. Because she kept on changing houses, so nothing could be processed. And so very unceremoniously, she was put on a Delta flight, hands and feet shackled, and sent back to India, which, apart from being a birthland, she had no idea what it was. She spoke American, she thought American, she was American. So therein, when she was deported to India, therein started the big fight. Her husband was in jail, a 4 and a 3-year-old, two kids. How could a person who, at the age of 8, who was sent out for adoption, how can the adoptive country send her back? Because it was their duty to process her papers. Even if she was a felon, she should have served her term, say 4 years, 5 years, whatever. But after she came out, it was the duty of the US to process her papers and give her citizenship, not just deport her. But then, these were the little goof ups which happened, thanks mainly to our, very, what should I say, very silly ambassador, some Meera Shankar, who didn't even bother to check the child immigration laws, the adoptive laws. And without doing that, just deported Jennifer and just finished not just one life in the process, several lives which were dependent. So that was basically, the gist of Jennifer. Of course, her trouble began as she landed in India. It wasn't easy for her. She couldn't adopt to the culture. She didn't speak the local language. She had no money and she knew nobody. So she was put in a, shelter, women's shelter. She had no papers. She couldn't get a job. Finally, and she was on drugs also. She was on weed. So slowly she had to, an organization called ACT Against Child Trafficking, based out of India and Brussels. So Pradeep Havnur and Anjali Pawar and Sangeeta Punekar, these are the social workers who got together. They helped her get a passport, get some papers, and get her a job in a call center, which worked to her benefit with her accent. But of course, life was very difficult because she was missing out on her home, her friends, her children, most important, and they were very small. And her husband was serving life term. So it was a very, very difficult, and she slowly got into the wrong company here. Like birds of a feather. She started again hustling in drugs. She again, got busted here. And again, she was put in jail. She served for 6-8 months in Baikala. So that was again a different experience, serving in Indian prison, in Indian jail, where she had her cellmate was like Indrani Mukherjee and other, very, what should I say, such criminals. And then, of course, she's back, but life is not easy. So that's the gist about Jennifer.
Yeah, very poignant. Why don't you please read out a few excerpts?
I will. After a 2.5-hour journey to Detroit, this is after Jennifer was put on a flight from the US and sent to India. With a dozen other prisoners and a few guards in a van, Jennifer reached the Detroit holding cell, this is when she was first going to be deported, which was a holding place for lawbreakers and illegal immigrants. Little did Jennifer know what was in store for her in Detroit. The next day, she was made to sit with a number of illegal immigrants, mainly Mexicans, and Jennifer wondered why. After all, she was an American citizen. "Where are you from?" she remembers Judge Hackett asking her over the television monitor. "Battle Creek, Michigan," Jennifer replied. "I'm asking you, where are you from?" "Which country?" Judge Hackett repeated rather firmly through the monitor. "The United States of America," Jennifer replied with confidence and defiance. "Please don't waste my time, Miss Haynes. I'm asking you for the final time. Which is your country of birth?" "India," Jennifer whispered limply. "But, Your Honor, I am—" Judge Hackett cut Jennifer mid-sentence and said, "All right, Miss Jennifer Edgell Haynes is to be deported to India as her papers are not in order. She continues to be a native, an Indian citizen, and a resident of the United States, and thereby has overstayed her visit in this country without relevant legal documents, thereby making her stay illegal in the past 20 years. This is when, she was caught in for drugs, but was deported without even given a hearing, without even letting her lawyer speak.
Yeah.
Then this is when she lands in Bombay. With her hands and feet completely shackled, she was in a Delta aircraft, and then she lands in Bombay. On a rain-washed day in July, Jennifer Haynes landed in the City of Dreams. As the last of the passengers from the business class had left the aircraft, Jennifer was led out by Sylvie, the air hostess, who had a yellow envelope containing all the relevant documents for her to enter India. Sylvie handed the papers to a Mumbai police officer, who then made a few calls and told her that Jennifer was to be returned to the US. On hearing this, Jennifer's eyes lit up with happiness for a brief moment, but it did not last long, as a senior police officer came in and said that the papers were in order and he had received instructions to let her go. "You can go now," he told her. "Go where?" she asked, still dazed. Her feet were shackled and people stared at her. One of the local security guards unlocked the chains from her feet. "You are free to go wherever you want, madam. You are free now," the officer said. For the first time in 48 hours, Jennifer was free of her shackles. But she still could not revel in her freedom, trapped as she was in a world she had no idea of. So this is when she is deported. With this book, with Jennifer's story, I also weave in about the whole history of child trafficking and intercountry adoption. So I'll just read a bit of this. See, when we are against intercountry adoption, the reason for this is because we do not, according to the UN, and I'll read the Hague Convention, that if you are a Kashmiri child, you should be given to adoptive parents within the geographical. You can't send a Kashmiri child to, say, Kerala or Tamil Nadu. And if you're from South India, then you better be within Kerala, so that the geographical and the ethnic and the facial, everything matches. It's suddenly like a white American picks up a, black African child. So you're bound to ask questions. The child cannot settle in easily. So this is where, thousands of children are adopted each year across geographical boundaries. Children, mostly from developing and third world countries, are adopted into first world homes. The US adopts the largest number of children from other countries. Inter-country adoptions are governed by laws of both countries, the one to which the child belongs, as well as the one in which the adoptive parents live. There are two distinct inter-country adoption processes: the Hague Convention and the Non-Hague Convention. The United Nations ratified children for adoption should be kept within their geographical and economic milieu till they can move on, and there should be certain uniform standards for children worldwide. Now, India adopted this convention in 1992. And as per this, I think very few children, not just India, inter-country adoptions should actually be kept to the minimal or banned. We should, we have enough adoptive parents, parents waiting to adopt in India itself. And if you can't put it, say, within the geographical milieu, then send them within the other parts of India. But definitely don't totally dislocate them by sending them to a foreign country. So, we have the Central Adoption Resource Authority, CARA. If one goes by the requirements of CARA for inter-country adoptions, it can be quite daunting. It has laid out foolproof conditions so that children are not trafficked for illegal trade and activities in the name of adoption. Despite this, there are still a large number of children who end up in abusive homes. Instead of growing up in a family environment in an atmosphere of happiness, love, understanding, as the Hague Convention specifies, they end up being abused and abandoned by the very family they are entrusted to. So, despite there being CARA, there are also people there are lots of, organizations who are a cover for, child trafficking under the garb of being adoption agencies. Like we had Clarice D'Souza's agency, who trafficked Jennifer and 5,000 children. Clarice D'Souza is dead now. She died at the ripe old age of 96, but she was one of the hoodlums or thugs, who in the 80s and 90s, kept sending children, more than 5,000 children, under the garb of adoption. She trafficked them out to, she sold them rather. And she lived a very comfortable life. She snatched the children from poor parents, told them that we are educating your kids, and just sold them off abroad. So that was,
Yeah, it's quite a goose flesh inflicting moment for me to. Of course, I've read the book, but to hear you talk about it so passionately, and then you add your own commentary to the excerpts, it brings to light that, how as a society we failed these young children and how they and then we start looking at them as, nuances, a nuisance to society.
Absolutely.
Yes. Talking about
in
that.
Case also, I mean, it's so sad.
Yes.
Like I was discussing with you, Jennifer's case is also very sad. I mean, when she's come here, people have helped her. NGOs and organizations and social workers and activists have helped her to get a passport, but she just could not settle in, because imagine as an 8-year-old, you're sexually violated. As a, 7.5-year-old, you're put in a basket and, trafficked out of the country, snatched from your parents. All that has left a very sad, a lot of very sad repercussions on her mind, and she can't just get out of it. And though we've tried, she keeps going back to, because she feels her life is like completely, and now her children are grown up also. They're about 17 and 16, and they are kind of, resenting her for not being with them, little realizing it's not her fault. So, and it's still her fault. So it's, a catch-22 situation created by society, and the person is suffering.
Would you like to share a little bit of insight about Jennifer, the person who's the subject of the book? Because you have interacted with her closely, researched her, and like I can gauge from whatever you've shared, she must have developed trust issues, and there must be so many other issues with her, and so much of marring of her personality. So please do share with us, because we need to know, we are on the other side of the fence. I like to call, if I'm not being opinionated, that we are the privileged lot, but we should be sensitive enough to the plight of the others who are not as fortunate as we are. Please go ahead and talk a little bit about Jennifer, the person.
So yes, I met Jennifer in 2014 and by Pradeep Havnur, an activist lawyer who fought Jennifer's case in the US, in India, in the Bombay High Court to, to try and help her go back to the US. Of course, the immigration laws were tough. And as I said, our dear ambassador out there, Miss Meera Shankar, had goofed it up so badly that, though the judges in the Bombay High Court, I think Justice Chandrachud, YV Chandrachud was there. And I think though they were very sympathetic, their hands were tied too. And there was another judge at the Supreme Court, and she was very, very supportive and sympathetic, but immigration laws are immigration laws. So Pradeep, when he just said, okay, we've lost all our cards, we've burnt our cards, we've lost the case in both the High Court and the Supreme Court. So Nandita, will you write about it? And we all know about child trafficking. We all know inter-country adoption. We know how children are trafficked out. So I thought, I said, why do you want me to write? Because I don't, I'm not a social activist. I don't, run an NGO dealing with children. So how can I really? He's saying, but you're a writer, you can research. I said, okay. So I studied Jennifer's case papers. It was very disturbing for me. Then I met Jennifer, the person who was even more disturbing. First you read some horrific stories and you realize there's this one person who's gone through so much in life. And then you meet her and she's not just gone through much, she's actually quite a monster in real life, because she dopes and she calls you, bitch and motherfucker and all those, that language. And everyone, even the people who've helped her get her passport, who've helped her out, are all bitches and motherfuckers and what have you. She doesn't have a kind word for anyone apart from Pradeep, thankfully. So every time, I would wonder, and she needed rum, and then today she'd tell a story, tomorrow it'll be a different story. Then if I was trying to, corroborate it with her mother-in-law or with her husband or with other people, it was all going haywire. So I said, at this rate, I'll never be able to, do anything. But then I realized her story was so powerful, so poignant, that it is through the story of one woman, one troubled soul like Jennifer, completely manhandled, mistreated, completely messed up. I could reach out. Jennifer is only a representative, of the millions who suffer like her. So I thought, okay, this is a story, however much difficult, I'm going to do it, And she would be dealing with little bit of drugs here and there. And I had to tell her, please, you can't do that. Then every time, she'd go back on her words, her story or whatever, and said, and then I had to tell Pradeep, I said, please help me, because look at, and he would be the arbitrator. And that's how we managed. And then finally, she would say, fuck the book, sorry to use the language, but that was her language. And she would say, F it, I don't want the book. And then I'd realize, while I am, as you rightly said, we are privileged, as we are sitting on the other side of the fence, as I'm sitting and researching and writing and feeling bad and sympathetic and helping her in small ways, in whatever ways we could, she is the one who's actually suffering. She's already suffered and she's still suffering. She said, how the hell do I keep my body and soul together? So, every time she's working, she gets a job. And then they Google her and they see what is her background. Immediately, they throw her out. So it was a very difficult situation, a catch-22 situation. And I feel that, of course, it was the fault of the American government, first thing. But it's also, our government who could have helped her, who could have helped more people like her. If they want to be rehabilitated in the country of the birth, they're forced upon. They have no choice. They can't go back. At least the government should help her, and help to rehabilitate her, where at least she can do a job without the fear of being thrown out any moment. Though she has her papers in order, she has a passport, everything. It's all been. She's been here for 10, 12 years. But that fear of when she's going to be thrown out is always there. And of course, I blame the American government. America is, they love to have citizens from all over as long as they can contribute to their Silicon Valley. They don't want warts in their system. So Jennifer was with you for 20 years. You should have let her serve in your prison or jail, and you should have processed the papers. Because today, according to the adoptive laws, suppose you are an American planning to adopt me, and you sign the papers there. So the day you sign the papers, though I'm still staying in Bombay, and you would send me the plane ticket 3 months later, I continue to be an American citizen. I cease to be an Indian citizen. So I'm living as on a, US, on a tourist visa in India till I reach. So this is a simple law which unfortunately was not followed. And when we have authorities sitting there, like Meera Shankar, Indian ambassador, now she's on the board of several corporate companies, ITC included. Here you are an IFS person, supposedly knowledgeable. Didn't you know the simple law? Now, who do we go after? Do we go after Meera Shankar? Do we go after, the US system, legal system for overlooking the law or camouflaging it conveniently? Or do we go after Meera Shankar for not knowing the law and sitting there on a position where you're supposed to know these little things? Or do we go after Clarice D'Souza, who's of course dead and gone, and she died a couple of years back. But while she was alive, she was living in a fabulous seafront, apartment in Worli, having sold, I don't say trafficked, I say sold, 5,000 children out of India, snatching them from their parents, some of them beggars, some of them working as maids, putting in false, papers in the court as, that she was the legal guardian and their parents have abandoned them, which was completely true, at least in Jennifer's case and in many other cases. Because after Jennifer, lots of people got in touch with me and said, we also had the same problem with Clarice. So how do we go about it? Do we catch her, children who are enjoying the fruits, the economical fruits which these children have paid for? The 5,000 children who were sold, Clarice lived off them, and her children are living off that. So who do we catch? It's very sad.
Since you bring this point up, that whom do we hold responsible, you've also pointed a finger, or you've also brought to light certain very high profile international organizations in the book that you say are a front for very nefarious and illegal activities. Would you like to talk a little bit about that? And how did it take so much of guts to write? I mean, what did you have to undergo to? When I was researching,
and Pradeep gave me this much dossier of legal documents. So I said, these are the people, these are the organizations responsible, but I cannot put all their names together. I will be jacked, my publishers will be running to court. So Pradeep is a lawyer, let's not forget. So Arun Dhole of ACT, Pradeep Havnur, they are all lawyers. Anjali Pawar, they are all lawyers. They said, listen, we are here to give you that much information which you can happily write without getting into any legal wrangles. So luckily, whatever I could, whatever were court papers, whoever I could blame openly in court, I took it out. Because once these people are already being blamed in court, or cases against them were filed, I could. But even then, I think my publishers had, and like all publishers, they wanted to protect themselves and they wanted to protect the author. So I think it took about 3-4 months of the whole thing getting delayed, because I did, like they had about 5-6 people. They said, if you could kindly, do away with them. So one of them was, of course, the Illuminati. We all
Yes,
think
I
it's
was
only, it's only a organization read in Da Vinci Code, Dan Brown's. No, it is a very live organization. One was, of course, to appoint the United Nations, the UNICEF, and then, of course, there was a bit of Mother Teresa's missionary of charity, the European royalty, Prince Andrew, the Belgian royalty, the Vatican. Vatican is, of course, a very strong, powerful organization, and they're all hand in glove with child trafficking. Vatican, the European royalty. We heard of Prince Andrew was caught in that, what's his name? The Jewish American millionaire who just died in prison. I'm Epstein, or what's his name? I just forget. Anyway, he was caught in, in his this thing with an underage child, where the child was trafficked for pedophilia. So you had all these, the Vatican, the Illuminati, comprising of the rich and the powerful, royalty, all scholars, scientists, hedge fund owners, running shadow governments in the first world countries. Why did Hillary Clinton lose to Donald Trump? Because Trump was being backed by the Illuminati. And the Illuminati always catches hold of any person who not only has money, but who has certain frailties, whom they can blackmail and get their stuff done. So thank God Trump is not there. Trump is also mentioned in my book as, part of the Illuminati. Then we had a lot, like Henry Kissinger, who was at one time while he was the Secretary of the US, he was also the director of the Illuminati. So all these people, there are a lot of Hollywood stars who are part of the Illuminati, whom I have mentioned some or had to take away some names. There are a number of our very own Bollywood stars who are part of the Illuminati, the top ones, who come from royal lineage and who have lots of money. So it's not that they are all child traffickers, but they're supporting an organization like the Illuminati, they have various sources of income: arms, drugs, human trafficking, and more important, child trafficking. I am dealing with child trafficking and intercountry adoption. So there's a huge, huge thing. So Illuminati is part, because today human trafficking is considered far more, far more worthwhile and than drugs or arms to a point. So they're all, part of it. So
Yes, Nandita, thank you so much. And just one last question with a quick answer. The book is definitely a very poignant tale, but it has all the masala of a thriller, and it does point a finger. It is, it is made up of material through which, we can probably work towards a better society. So is there a movie coming up?
Yes.
I had something of that sort in the initial review of initial pages of your book. Please tell us,
you know what?
quickly.
When I read Jennifer's story, every turn in her life, there was a twist. There was a twist. There was a twist. And I said, this can't happen. This is like a film script, And Jennifer herself said, yes, my life is like a film. So after I read it, I said, oh my God. So during the lockdown, when we were, all sitting at home, I said, well, all my, promotions and everything got cancelled. So I said, let me sit and do the screenplay. So we finished the screenplay and we're just doing the final bits and hope through the film it can reach a wider audience, or through whatever, the OTT
yes,
platform.
It can become it can become a part of that public discourse, and it creates mass awareness, reaches a wider audience.
It has to. Jennifer's only one. Like she says, if life, we say, it's very easy for us to say, when life throws lemons at you, make lemonade. So Jennifer said, when life throws all rotten lemons at you, how do I make lemon? So that, I think, kind of sums up her life.
Thank you so much, Nandita. I would love to have continued this discussion and get to know more of your book and Jennifer and more like her. but time is of not on our side, and we'll
Lovely
catch up
talking to
later.
you.
All Yes, lovely talking to you. All the best for your book. I'm sure, like me, there are many others looking forward to the movie. All the best to you, and thank you so much for sparing your time today for all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, so that was another invigorating conversation. So, as I was saying, that was another invigorating conversation. And before I move on to the next, let me just take a while to acknowledge the comments that have been flowing in the comment box. So, Sukhjeet Gilji says, quite an eye opener session. And Anil Sharma ji also lauds the author's efforts. He says, well done, Nandita ji. Really appreciate the efforts on your part. And I must thank the audience for tuning in and for supporting us in this entire digital literati endeavor. And sometimes truth is indeed stranger than and more thrilling than fiction. Let us now move on to the next session, which is titled Club You to Death. But don't worry, it isn't as dangerous as it sounds. In fact, as per my knowledge, it may just be quite the opposite. Let us find out from the author herself. We have Anuja Chauhan, who's an Indian author, advertiser, and screenwriter. Over the years, she's worked with brands like Pepsi, Kurkure, Mountain Dew, and Nokia. And the famous taglines, Ye Dil Mange More and Oye Bubbly, are her creation. In the literary world, she is well known for The Zoya Factor, Battle of Bitora, Bars, and many, many more books. And her latest book, In Line, Club You to Death, see, that's one clue that I'm giving you about the session that is about to come. This will be published by HarperCollins in the summer of 2021. And she's going to be in conversation with our moderator, Ms. Mandeep Kaur, who's a writer and poet, and has been a corporate professional for almost 20 years. She's the vice president for one of the leading multinational telecom service providers in India, and has also won many accolades for her work on the professional front. And for those of you who are already familiar with her, her book, Living to Winning, is an adeptly compiled repository of many experiences condensed into great poetry, which involve catering to the important stakeholders in life and in turn attaining bliss. So without further ado, over to you, Mandeep ma'am, to take the session forward.
Hey, thanks Niharika for a wonderful introduction. And hello viewers, welcome to the digital edition of Literati 2020. To make a befitting beginning of a session about a love and a romance writer, I think I should begin with a few lines from the finest of all, Rumi. So here I go. The minute I heard my first love story, I started looking for you, not knowing how blind that was. Lovers don't finally meet somewhere. They are in each other all along. Isn't it amazing? So quoting those love-soaked powerful lines from Rumi, I believe from Adam and Eve to centuries down, we human beings have always been bewitched and mesmerized with this emotion called love. And everyone has craved and traveled outwards or inwards to find it. We all have experienced it in some or the other way, fractionally or eternally. And sometimes when we don't find it, we seek refuge and respite in the verses, the poetry, and also in the prose. In the earthy fragrance of Avarak, the pages of the soil enchanting the written love stories. So thanks to these love stories and romance writers for bringing the motley of colors in our lives. So in this session, let's talk about love and romance and the twists and the turns in which it is woven by an immensely talented, accomplished, and amazingly youthful, gorgeous guest and author we have today, Anuja Chauhan today. Hey Anuja, a warm welcome to you to Literati. Really wonderful to have you on the platform. I'm personally overjoyed to be in conversation with you.
Hi Mandeep, it's really nice to meet you. I'm very happy to be here.
Oh, great. So, Anuja, when I was preparing for your interview, I wanted to know you as a person. So I dig a little deeper. And I'm sorry to say, I actually snooped into your FB wall in your online profile, and I kind of eavesdropped into the interviews you've been giving. So what I have gathered, you truly epitomize the romance with all that is part of your life, and you come across as a personified love story, exuding energy and happily ever after every bit. So owing to your long advertisement and media career, if I may ask, is this love or love, the love in your life that seeps into the stories that you write?
Thank you. That's really nice. I'm not at all sure my children or my husband will agree with the definition of me being all sunniness and light, because I don't think that happens very often at home, especially in the lockdown. But yeah, I mean, I generally have a sort of an upbeat, cheerful way of looking at the world. That's kind of how I. So I think what you read in my books is sort of pretty much my persona when I'm being my best self. Of course, not when I'm cranky and miserable and things like that, because everybody gets like that sometimes. But I think that dark patches come in our life just so that the light that follows can then seem brighter. So I'm quite happy with that balance of, sometimes things are good and sometimes things are not so good, and you just sort of coast along with it and try and have fun as you go. And learn. Wow. Learning is very important. I mean, I think any tragedy is worth it if you can learn something out of it. So,
yes. Wonderfully put, Anuja. So you've been writing for almost a decade now. And how do you think the love or romance has changed over the years from the conventional times, or I can say my time or our times, with very little access to each other, and now the overly accessible online medium-led world? So how do you capture this romance, and how do you keep up with this Gen X romance?
I think what has happened is that the obstacles have changed and the medium of communication has changed, and things can move at a much faster pace than they used to when we were young. I mean, those days it used to take you 20 days to find out a girl's surname only, and phone number to bhul jao. You didn't know how you got it. Today, everything you'll have mutuals with everybody who's in your age group, or went to a bunch of schools maybe in your area. So you'll always have mutuals, and you can always use the word slide into people's DMs all the time. So it's become really easy that way. But I think हमारे ज़माने में the obstacles were more about ये समाज and society and things like that. And now the obstacles are much more in your head. They're more created. There's all this stuff about commitment and commitment phobia, and people realizing that maybe we've been putting too much of a burden on romance, meeting that one person just say तुम्हारी life बन जाएगी. Now another person cannot make your life. We realize that, you have to make your own life. And और भी चीजें हैं ज़माने में. It's not just your romantic life, it's your friends, it's your career, it's what you do, it's your passions, it's whatever cause you happen to believe in. वो सब भी है. I think all those options have increased so much for young people nowadays. So I think a little bit of that boj on romance, thankfully, has come down a little.
Expectations
come down a little, which is nice in some ways and maybe not so nice in other ways.
I know, I agree with you.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, I think for kids today, romance is not as life and death as it was for us. So, they're much more chill about it. They're more analytical when they're looking at, if they're going to bump somebody up from best friend to boyfriend to maybe a potential life partner. They analyze them very, very coolly. Yeah. These kids, I mean, they research everything before they even buy a cell phone. Imagine how much research they do before they pick somebody to be with.
I know. And they know really how to handle, I've got a
Yeah,
grown-up
yeah.
son, it's funny, once it was his first date, I took him to market and he wanted to meet that girl, but that girl didn't turn
I'm
up.
sorry, it's
So,
water.
yes,
Drinking
all the
water
way.
only, nothing.
So I was so upset that, look at her. She's so irresponsible. She's not even
Yeah.
called and she's not turned up, really worrying about my son feeling so heartbroken. He says, Mama, chill. It's okay. Hota hai." So, I know this generation is
Yeah,
very different.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We're so protective also.
So, talking to the viewers now, dear viewers, Anuja is a prolific author and her novels are through and through bestsellers. Let alone that, they have been already with the film houses, web series, production companies. In fact, her first Zoya Factor has already been made into a movie, is it? Right now? So, starring none other than Sonam Kapoor, Anil Kapoor, and many famous actors in that. And she's also featured in Twinkle Khanna's channel, Tweak, right? Yeah, you're a celebrity, Anuja, right?
No.
I would like to believe that.
Okay.
That helps me. I'm interviewing you, so I also get a little bit of a, fame. So coming my side. Now, from that comes my next question. I often wonder, what is the bestseller? Are there some specific stats attached to it? Like if you sell some 1,000 prints, it's a bestseller, like the 100 crore movies. Or if you make X times the money you have invested for a publisher and an author, it is so what makes a book join the bestseller club and how it feels like to be one, Anuja?
I think this definition, this word best-selling novel is the most abused term in Indian publishing for sure. And yeah, and it's quite sad. The figures that go with it are quite sad. I think today, even if you sell 1,000 copies, they say bestseller. So I'm not, very sure. Of course, selling a certain number of copies at a certain price point is important, because I think the economics of it depend on that. So I think the definition is perhaps 20,000 copies sold, maybe priced at 400 rupees would probably mean that you're a bestseller. I have very limited understanding of this. I don't claim to be any kind of expert on the economics of writing books.
Oh,
But,
but you've broken all those records, I'm sure.
yeah, but they're not very hard to break. I mean, 8,000 copies, 20,000 copies in a country of 1.3 crore, 1.3 billion, who kya hai? It's quite sad. The figures are a bit sad in publishing, I think. But I think publishing people would probably would give you a better understanding on what a bestseller is. I think it's not just about the amount of copies you sell. I think it's about people liking the ideas or the themes that you write, however much your books may influence popular culture or may come up in references, or even if a book is very often borrowed and read in a library and therefore becomes current. I mean, there are those other definitions as well, I'm sure.
Yeah. Cool. So now coming to the genres, I know that you don't like it that your work be put into a specific genre, but you seem to have mastered the art of writing rom-coms. As you say that you would rather be called it rom-coms. So and you've stayed in that space for a while. So tell me, Anuja, is this an instinctive choice or a deliberate one? Is it because you truly believe in the idea of love and soulmates, or romance always sells better and wider because it has its appeal to our dreams and fantasies, so why not?
No, for me, writing rom-com is very instinctive. I've often been accused of having a mind like the mind of a class 9 student. Sometimes a class 9 boy and sometimes a class 9 girl. I'm very smarty and very giggly. I get very excited about crushes and politics of like early high school. So I think how some people are born a certain age. I think in my head I'm 15 years old, and it's quite sad being 50 years old and thinking like a 15-year-old. But that is my natural. That's my natural setting. जो होता है. And I love writing romance and I love writing comedy. So it's instinctive. This is not something that I have to work hard at. I really do enjoy writing this, and I love reading it as well.
So why not? They always say na कि दिल कभी बूढ़ा नहीं होता. The heart is always young. So why not? Yeah. Okay, so we always read this famous quote that make your passion your profession, and you will love your job each day.
Sure.
And the people like me wince on the fence every day, and they are unable to pursue their passions and calling because their jobs are completely consuming. And on the other hand, when we see you guys, we really envy you, creative people who are practicing it in their lives every day, living their dreams, and following their passions. How wonderful that must be. But is it actually true? Is the grass really greener on your side, or it has its own set of challenges? It's over glamorized, this thought.
See, I am very lucky to be able to earn money doing what I love to do, and I'm very grateful for that. But I see, work is work. You may love your work, but it's still your work. You still have deadlines and you still have responsibilities and you have commitments you made that you have to follow through. So ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई सभी अंकित हो रही, like somebody like a very famous cricketer saying, I love to play cricket, but he still has the pressure, right? When he has to go there, it's not just playing the cricket, it's playing winning cricket, carrying your team with you, delivering to the expectations of everybody. Maybe you don't make it to the top league, maybe you're playing some small time cricket, not making the blue jersey wala gang. So I'm saying that you may love what you do, but that doesn't take away from. So you're a little luckier than people who maybe don't love what they do, but it's still hard work. So you can't take that away from anybody. And I think sometimes when you meet some people I know have a very boring job, they have a very corporate job, it's that kind of thing. But those people may have amazing afterlives. They may have lovely holidays and vacations they take. They go backpacking. They do kickboxing every night after they've done their boring corporate job. So I think it's about balance, of having things in your life that are hard work and discipline and responsible part of your life, and something that's just pure fun. So ऐसा कुछ नहीं है.
I'm feeling better, After listening to your answer, it's very comforting. All right. So extending the same thought a little bit, in a different way. So, Anuja, what's your take in terms of, do you think the authors always remain authors and they write whatever they believe in and they feel like? Or eventually they run the risk of transforming from the storytellers to story sellers to make their ventures commercially viable, for the publisher and for themselves? And why not? Because that's the kind of occupation you are in. So, like, if we want to make money in our own job, why shouldn't you? But, where is that balance and how they kind of remain true to themselves and to the craft and yet, be economically doing well?
See, Mandeep, what I think is it's the challenge is not so much about book selling. I think the challenge is more as you write one book and another book and another book. The challenge is stay fresh. Your first few stories are low-hanging fruit. You've thought about them for a long time. You've written it at a fever pitch. With every book, you have to dig deeper, or you have to move a little and dig a little, maybe this side, a little, maybe this side of what's within your easy reach. So I think that's what happens, and that's how the test of a writer is not in the first novel, maybe in the 15th novel, to see how this person is still connecting, is still fresh, still has things to say that people are interested in. So I think it becomes that, as you go along, you become your own competition. You don't need anybody else. So I think when people are struggling later on, it's more about, hey, main aise kya bolu? Like I, for example, I have some people who are hardcore fans who say we've read everything you've written. I read one book and then I read all your books. And then I start getting so worried because I feel if they read all my books together, they might have noticed that I repeat myself, or that character is like, you have those insecurities, right? So I think, yeah, and I'm saying, oh God, is this Sari Pachu Kitab Iksa, so she must have realized, I start thinking like that and I feel very vulnerable. So yeah, I think for writers, as it goes along, it's not about anything else you want to sell, you become more commercial. You're just trying harder every time because it's hard to have so much new material. And that's why it's so important that you do other things with your life, that you take that backpacking holiday and that you engage with people you don't know, you do something different, because half the time you spend in your cave typing And half the time you have to spend outside gathering life and gathering experiences and new insights so that you can bring it back and put it in your book.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, that's very important, I think. Yeah, absolutely. So, there's a very interesting thing I like about your books. So, you don't write in chaste English. Your stories don't read like the novel or a book. It feels like you're having a live conversation in your drawing room or a college campus. You infuse a lot of English words also. And I did a bit of a survey before this event to know how people kind of how much they have read you and what do they feel about your writing. So I floated a small questionnaire to various groups. So they said, what they liked about you is your writing style. They say, her style of writing is relatable and very conversational. And I think I really like sometimes in the zest of making it very literature heavy, we forget the spontaneity, we forget the connect with the masses and the journal readers, right? And I like Sudha Murthy, the way she writes, because it all comes from the heart and it immediately reaches the people, right? But at the same time, did you in your career receive any criticism or critique from the language Puritans or literature Nazis? And how did you handle it, being the strong person that you are?
I think English has a highly respectable background. Salman Rushdie uses a lot of English, a lot more than any contemporary writer today. And Salman Rushdie is highly regarded. He's one of the bookers. So I think that, and he also used to be an advertising writer, apparently, when he started out. So I think that the quest is always for authenticity. I'm just trying to write authentically. And if I have Indian characters who are living in India, they are not going to speak English like the Queen of England. They are going to speak English with their local influences, the local rhythm and the local idiom. There's going to be a tone and a key and a matlab that will come up in the middle of all the English speaking, right? I'm just trying to be authentic because I think if I write a conversation in pure English, it's going to sound really fake. It's not going to sound real because people don't talk like that, really. So as long as I don't lose the non-English reader who's like, what is she saying? And I try to keep it as authentic as possible. So the quest is for authenticity. As far as I never think of people as masses and general public. For me, readers are readers. I don't get into thoda hai ho gaya, lo ho gaya, sab mein kya ghusna, you write, as naturally and as authentically as you can. And if you do a decent job of it, your book will find readers. People will read it. And as anybody whose work you follow, you'll find that there's a core of readers who become really loyal, and then they become like evangelists, and they will go out and say, what, she wrote this, why don't you read it, why don't you read it? And that's how I am. When I like a book, I'll go and I'll tell all my friends, read this book, because I like it. I get converted into a kind of ambassador for that book. What happens? So then that happens on things like Goodreads and places like that. Like, for example, what happens even for bands at a much more massive level, of course. But you have someone like like BTS today, or you have someone like One Direction, say 10 years ago, and it was all about people discovering the bands and saying, we love 1D, you know about 1D, and carrying it forward. So I think that if you connect with that one little band of core readers who will read everything you write, and then maybe if they're not disappointed and they're very harsh, okay, because they think they own you. So if you don't disappoint them and you don't let them down, then you can count on them maybe to take it forward. And I'm proudest of I'm a little cocky about this, but I'm quite proud of my readers because I've seen these girls and boys, when my first book came out in 2008, and at that time, a lot of them were in class 10 and class 11. And today, so many of these kids are doing so well. They're working in such lovely companies and such lovely organizations, giving back, highly intelligent. So I feel, yeah, mere readers. So I'm very proud of that. And sometimes I feel like quite like a mommy saying, "Oh my God, look at these kids." So it's that. I think you write and you find a core readership, and maybe the core readership then takes you forward if you don't let them down.
I know. And you feel, you got a role to play in what they are today, as a
No, and then you
as an
no,
author
not that, but I you feel बहुत pressure होता है saying hi if they feel let down if they say क्या गंद लिख दिया इसने, then that is a thing to be worried about for sure.
I know. I can understand. True. Yeah, I was chatting with you the other day when, before the session, so you said something very interesting that, kind of stuck with me, that you said that, even readers' choices grow and they mature, their taste also matures, you know.
Yeah. Yes,
And
yes, yes.
yeah. I think authors and readers share a very symbiotic relationship. Both writers and fans grow and evolve, and so the stories that you choose, the content that you write, and even your characters evolve. In the stories. So I've seen that Zoya was a naive next door girl. Then Bonu Singh, wasn't so simple. She was a little twisted. And then by the time you reached Baz, Tinka reflected more nuanced and multi-layered, complex character. So is it the writer growing along the time, or is it the generally after doing one you were more experienced and you want to take more risk with your characters? So what is this journey all about? Tell us.
No, like I said, I mean, like the first book is always low hanging fruit. Your first book will be your most autobiographical book. The Nikhil Zoya romance is very much like my own romance. It's the closest to whatever I've written. That book is a lot like my personal experiences. And then you reach a little more and you dig a little deeper. And I guess you grow and mature. There's a lot of things in Zoya that I'm quite embarrassed about. And now I hope to be some sort of feminist. And I feel that there's a lot of things in Zoya that would be cut through. And there are all those things. You become more aware of the world, you become more sure as a woman in what you think is, in your notions of how you think these spaces should be negotiated, things like consent, all those kind of conversations, come back to your head. And then when you're writing, you think about all that, you feel a little more responsible, I suppose. And of course, your readers grow as well. So, like today, somebody, a young woman that read my book in class 11 may today be a very well placed executive in a multinational corporate job, and she'll hold me to a different standard. And I need to somehow not lose that whole young love, breathlessness, goosebumps, class 9 kind of frisson that I love to write, but also inform it with a little more intelligence and a little more responsibility. So you try to work that out.
I know, true. I would here in between like to read some comments. So interestingly, we talked about that you writing as a young ninth standard student, and the hearts remaining young. So Daljit Karna Chima says that किस्मत ने किया क्या हसीन सितम जिस्म बूढ़ा कर दिया दिल जवान रह गया. But we have a gorgeous lady here, you see, guys. So
Colonel Chima, please speak for yourself. हमारा तो
we are everywhere.
Yeah, leave
But that makes me ask you this question, and which is I think good for the writers, aspirant writers, and the young ones who want to make writing their career. How do you maintain yourself? Because writing involves lots of writing, so many hours of sitting continuously either on your journal or on your laptop, and which also has a similar ergonomical hazards that we have in our jobs. You continuously work on. So what all do you do in order to make sure that you're fit and it doesn't take a toll on your health and you look as wonderful as you do?
Thank you. No, I don't. I live outside the city. We live in our pin code is called Bangalore Rural. So there's a lot of fresh air, there's a lot of view. We have a lovely garden. Currently have 6 dogs. I'm trying to get 4 dogs adopted. Please help me. And I do a lot of dancing and Zumba, and the family is very fit. Yeah, in fact, Club to Death has a lot of Zumba in it, and it's the death of a personal trainer that really starts that book. So that's all to do with that kind of stuff that I do. So I enjoy being strong. I enjoy being self-reliant. If I want to move furniture in my house, I don't have to call the driver or the mali. I'll pick it up and move it myself. I enjoy being physically fit. It gives me a lot of like yam. वो
The
थोड़ा
Fauji
2
kid
घंटे
comes
fit
out.
वाला.
Huh?
हाँ. Yeah, enjoy.
Okay. So, one more thing that was coming to my mind, that what do you think, Anuja? Is the writing style of male authors different from the female authors? Because sometimes I really see these patterns, I observe the stereotypes that, male authors write something and generally they will have more of, men reading their books, and female writers write something and largely will have more of women fans and, readers there. So, like, for example, if I ask somebody that, in my family and friends that, we have interview of Chitra Banerjee and, who all have read, please, you can see that's her session live. So it was more of women who had read her than men. So it's a dilemma for an author. How an author breaks that line or blurs that, boundary to make his or her content which can appeal to both Mars and Venus alike.
No, I think specifically when you talk about Chitra Banerjee, I think it's a lot of her books are princess stories. The Palace of Illusion is Draupadi story. So they're very clearly, it's a woman's story, so maybe more women read that. It would be, perhaps something like that. But there's a lot of, I mean, look at J.K. Rowling. Everyone reads J.K. Rowling. It's not like only boys don't read her because she's a woman.
Yeah.
So, and people know she's a woman. I mean, they obviously use J.K. instead of Joe because they wanted, her gender to not be an issue and stuff like that. But I don't think itna hai. But perhaps like you go to a party, you'll find the men standing around the bar and you'll find the ladies sitting somewhere else and talking in our parties very often. And then it's like, ye kya sexual segregation ho raha hai, guys, come on. And so I think people have the tendency a little bit to gravitate towards their gender, a bit. But at that same party, 2-3 hours later, you might see everyone's dancing, everyone's chatting, sab log warm up ho gaye hain. So I think as a writer, maybe when you first come out, then maybe more women read, maybe your particular gender reads you, but as you're there longer, you get to know your work more, it may cut across. I don't know. I don't pick authors on the basis of the gender for sure. And there's a lot of people I've read and I've been so confused about whether they were men and women. So, of course, their stories of very famous writers, George Eliot, writing as men, though they were actually women and stuff, because there were social taboos and all in between and stuff like that. And J.K. Rowling has written as Robert Galbraith. So, but as a reader, I don't do that kind of differentiation. As a writer, it is true that a lot of girls read my books, definitely. But I don't think only girls read my books. It's quite interesting because I get a lot of retired senior bureaucrats, men who read my books. It's very interesting. Or I meet like the most unlikely of people who say, I love your book, and I'm saying, wow, you're like a senior politician or you're an actor and you do other things for a living. So it's crazy. So I don't think we can just assume. So I think thoda bahut that party and men at the bar, women at the sofa, thoda sa hota hai. But I think if you stay with it, then it sort of mixes and blends. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, true. I think bars is a very good example. You have attempted a different kind of a genre. You've written from a guy's point of view, while the rest of earlier stories were more from a girl's point of view. And you really leap that path in order to, and I'm sure that has helped you gain a whole lot of readership from men as well, men and boys.
I don't know. I mean, maybe not. I don't think it's as obvious as just because you've written a book from a male point of view, then more boys will read it. From more from girls' point of view, more people will read it. Eventually, it's about the story and what you put in it. And I think serious readers get past that. I don't think serious readers are put off by the gender of an author. I think people who are maybe novice readers are just starting out and are very dependent on recommendations and who haven't firmed up their taste yet get swayed by things like this.
True,
I think serious readers don't really care. They've gone past that stage. And again, like I said, it's better to target the serious readers and hope they will evangelize for you and find more people.
Books we are
As a writer, I don't think you should be targeting that I'm writing this book for young
we
women,
should just
or
write
I'm
what,
writing this book for
what you
boys, or
feel. Yeah, I think should be your story, which you feel more,
like love
strongly
story
about.
dekho, आप Eric Siegel का love story. It's an all-time classic. You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
written by a man. It is loved by women.
yeah. I think we're coming towards the end of the time limit that is given to us. I wish we had more time. So quickly, I have this last quick thing in which I wanted to, I would call this section My Book, My Lines. So I picked up few interesting lines from your few books, and I will speak out those lines and I will want that you tell me the book. So how much you remember your own books?
Oh my God.
Do that. So the first one goes, the word paradise evolved from the Persian paradisa, which simply put means walled garden.
That's from the beginning of those pricey tacticals.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Because that book is very much. That book is about that. It's about these five girls growing up in a house which is pretty much cut off from the world and their own little space, and how slowly they become more aware of the larger world outside.
True. And there's one more. I'm logical and practical. There isn't a single creative bone in my body. Oh my God.
This is bonusing. This is bonusing from the house that PJ built, because she's obsessed with being a businesswoman, because her dad was a businessman and his business failed. And so bonusing is very obsessed with being an entrepreneur and a businesswoman, and it's all about that. Yeah.
You sure remember your books, huh?
Yeah.
So one last one, okay? So work hard, but make time for your love, family, and friends. Nobody remembers the PowerPoint presentations on the final day. This was a trick one, okay? This is not your line. This was Chetan Bhagat's line. Sorry. So I just wanted to make it fun. So now we're coming to an end. So people must be wondering what is the title of this session, Club You to Death.
Yes.
So let's talk about it quickly before we part, Anuja. And what is this about? And is it going to be a new kind of a romance? This time maybe not so happily ever after, or an unrequited love story, or a quirky, reckless romance? What is it about?
No, Club You to Death is, there's wordplay in the name. I mean, when I'm talking about club, I'm sure in Chandigarh you must be having some amazing club where all the posh people go, and there's beer and there's golf and there's tennis. So this is the club we're talking about. It's based very much on like a Delhi Gymkhana club, or a Bombay Gymkhana, or Bangalore club, or Toliganj club, or any of these fancy clubs we have. And it's a murder mystery which is set in a very posh club in Lutyens, Delhi. So it's my take on crime. It's a whodunit. It's what we call cozy crime. So it's not very violent or very gory, but it's more like in the genre of like the whodunit that you read next to a fire. And it talks a lot about clubs and classes in society and privilege and things like that. The people who have the membership, the people who don't have the membership, Novarish, Khandani, Amir Log, all that kind of thing. And it comes out not in the summer of 2021, but I'm very happy to announce in spring of 2021. So it's late February next year.
Really look forward to that, Anuja, and I'm sure all your viewers and readers are waiting for your new book to get released. Last one quickly. So there is Parampreet Kharbanda who's asking, how do you go over writer's block if you have one, if you ever have one?
The writer's block is a tough one. There's nothing you can do about it. It just comes and sits there, and there are various ways of doing it. There are two schools of thought. Both have worked for me in different ways. One is that you do something else. Blocked ho to aap blocked ho, you do something else. You put your entire dhyan somewhere else, and you pick up something else that you've been wanting to do, like a home renovation project or a holiday or some other work that you may have, other creative work that you can do. And then when you come back with your mind refreshed, then you may be able to get through the block. That's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is to grimly hammer Like Maji the mountain man, you chip away at your block every day, day. It's a much harder, sweaty, a horrible way of doing it. But you keep writing it and you will hit a breakthrough for sure. The other thing I find is that nothing is wasted. You know, like when you hit a writer's block, then you might write something and you might type it out and you keep it there and then you say, "Ye bakwas hai," and you don't delete it. Never delete the bakwas. Make a folder, make a bakwas folder, keep it there. Try again another day, type something, keep it there. Even you may not use it today, but 2 years later, 5 years later, you will come back and you say, "This was damn good, yeah," and you put it in some other project. You know? So I'm just saying the struggle is also growth. Struggle is growth.
I know. Thank you so much, Anuja. I wish we had more time, but we have to wrap up. It was wonderful having you. And thank you, readers. They've been writing a lot of comments. I apologize, I can't read all of them because of the paucity of time. So have a great day. Thank you. And let's sign off. Yeah.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thanks, Malvi. Thanks, everyone, for watching.
Bye.
So that was indeed a very interesting session. And like I told you, like I gave you a feeler that the session is going to be quite contrary to how it sounds, club you to death. And now moving on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. Success means different things to all of us, given that we have all come from different backgrounds of accessibility and challenges. But can there be a universal definition of success, a holy grail? Can there be some common factors paramount to success, no matter our unique challenges? I think we might be able to find out in the next session, which is titled
Hello, good evening, Dr. Pillai, Dr. Janki. I'm very happy to see two stalwart professionals and who spent a lot of time, 2-3 decades in their professional and writing work. It's a pleasure, and I think it is a great opportunity for me to learn a lot from you both. First thing from both of you, which I want to know is that how is it and why is it has been bothering me all these years that most of us don't do what is in our best interest. We do things which are not in our best interest. We know this should be done, this ought to be done, this is good for me. But despite that, I don't do all such things. What is the basic reason for this? One of you ladies first, I suppose Dr. Janki can take on this first, and then Dr. Pillai kindly you tell me. Yes, Dr. Janki. What do you think? Why do we do that? What is not in our best interest?
Okay. So, thank you. Well, we do what is not in our best interest because we have two types of thoughts within us. One type of thought which understands what is in our best interest. We call it in Vedanta Buddhi, the intellect. And another type which understands what is our pleasure. We call it the manas or mind in Vedanta. So very often we sacrifice our future for our present. We treat enjoyment as if it's some kind of emergency situation. I have to have it right now. We make an emergency, an urgency out of the enjoyment and pay for it with our future. Means we don't do what's in our best interest. We don't understand the whole picture of things. And, maybe if I just give up, like, it's so much easier for me to just whip out my credit card and buy something I can't afford, rather than think about how I can build up my finances over a period of time. It's so easy for me to eat a burger rather than think of my health. So in everything, I go after the pleasure of it. I follow my mind, the manas, in Sanskrit manas, instead of following the thing. Sorry?
Dr. Pillai, I thought Dr. Pillai is going to say something about this.
Yes. Thank you, Colonel Chivaji. As Dr. Janki rightly pointed out, it's all within. So two things generally happen why we don't follow what we are good at. Is number one, we don't know what we are good at. sometimes it's a discovery process. So in the Chanakya terminology, or I would say even Vedanta talks about finding a swadharma. Many times we don't know what we are good at. So the day you discover it, then you say, okay, I want to do this. So many people know what they're good at, but still don't follow it because of many reasons. And one of the major reasons, maybe till our generation, was finance. So let's say, we were all the kind of a people who wanted to maybe follow the passion of being an artist or a singer. But what happens is that, a lot of family responsibilities made people not to follow what they were good at, probably. So one is not discovering, and the second could be a lot of other practical reasons, not just finance. There could be some other practical reasons because of which we are not able to do it. So I think what's very important is that if you find what you are passionate about, what you're good about, then you have to find out a practical way of making a living or a passion. In the Japanese culture, it's called finding an ikagai, where you not only are passionate about it, but also you find a way to make it a living and also make it inspirational to others.
Certainly come to that, Dr. Pillai. I certainly come to that. And now, Dr. Janki, Vedanta, you have propagated, you have learned to be a teacher, student, all these 30 years since 1988, I suppose. As I understand, Vedanta is the art of how to think right, so that you understand how to live good life. That is the art of life, the skill, and the techniques which go with this. How do we learn that? That is through our thinking, our thoughts. What do you have to say? I mean, in simple terms, if you have to say what Vedanta is, and if those viewers, who are listening to you, watching you, they understand the good of Vedanta, how good it is, and how it can benefit ordinary individuals.
So Vedanta is just about learning to live life. It's just that much. We find there is nothing anyone is teaching us on how to live life. One of the craziest things, the Bhagavad Gita is written, 5,000-10,000 years. I mean, it's debatable, but many thousand years ago, and it's relevant today. Isn't that shocking? Because whatever were the problems that Arjuna went through, we are still going through that. Has humanity learned nothing in this time? Have we still not figured this thing out? Like in every other area, we've done so well. We don't fight with bows and arrows. We don't walk everywhere we go. We don't have to live just in the geographical location that we were born in. In every other area, we don't have the kind of financial difference that was there earlier. Today, even relatively not well-to-do people have amenities and facilities which 300, 400 years ago, even the kings didn't have. So, we have narrowed these margins. But we as human beings, it's like we didn't get it at all. We didn't get how to have a relationship. We didn't get how to deal with challenges. We didn't get how to be able to put your head on the pillow at night and go to sleep. What is the big deal? We can't achieve this much. We don't know what to do with our bodies. We have lifestyle ailments, like what's wrong with us, don't we think? So Vedanta provides eternal principles. That's why the other name is Sanatana Dharma. Principles that are eternally true. If we live in accordance to those principles, it's like knowing the science laws. If you live according to the science laws, obviously whatever you're dealing with will work well. If you're running a car and you know how to run it, you will run it well. If you're running a sewing machine and you know how to run it, it'll run well. If you don't know how to run this life, it won't run well. It'll be problematic. It'll make khar noises. It will do all this stuff. So Vedanta just gives the manual for living.
Now, Dr. Pillai, I know something about Chanakya because I wrote the review of one of your books, and that book is this to me. I wrote it for the Tribune in 2010, and I said it is profound wisdom which Dr. Pillai has given us. Now, the point is that we know Chanakya in India mostly because of Arthashastra, because of 2000 years back, whatever he wrote. I think Chanakya has not got its due. in India, because we have been following Japanizing, Japanese management, though we have our own value system, our own cultural ethos, but we've been following the Japanese management. Why not the Indian management, Indianizing management? What do you say about this, Dr. Pillai?
First of all, thank you, Colonel Saab, for writing the review on the book, because you people have promoted the book in a big way. First of all, I accept my thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you rightly pointed out that it has not got its due, and I primarily believe that the reason is that people were not even aware of it. As Dr. Janki rightly pointed out, these are all eternal principles. So if you don't get to the principles in the right way, you will never be able to bring it out to the new generation. So I think what was important is that, we have to get things from the library to the common man. And many times when we have the academic writings, it becomes a little bit very complicated because not the common man.
Hello, Dr. Dr. Pillai, are you there? I can't hear you. I can't see you, Dr. Pillai. There seems to be some technical problem. I think Dr. Pillai we have lost connection with Dr. Pillai. I'll come to you, Dr. Janki, in the meantime. You see, Dr. Janki, can you hear me?
Yes.
Are you with me, Dr. Janki? You can hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Dr. Janki, you see, this is thinking. Vedanta tells you the way techniques of thinking. Now, compulsive thinking, to my mind, leads to irrational thinking. And irrational thinking is that you develop logic bubble around you, and I think is right. That is the logic bubble, my own logic, to argue out something and justify it because of my compulsive thinking, which leads me to irrational thinking. What do you have to say about this, ma'am?
Yes, of course. This is definitely what happens. That is why our thinking has to be based on some facts. And these are the facts that Vedanta provides us. If we just start on our own, just thinking whatever we want, we will be, like you're saying, thinking in a vacuum. But we have to sort of compare what we are thinking to some facts of life. Welcome back. We have
Welcome
to
back.
have yeah. So we have to have some fixed points. We have to understand that, these are the Sanatana Dharma, these are the principles. So whatever my thinking is should be based on that. Like I have to solve my geometry problems with the help of my theorems, not with something else altogether. If you don't do that, then your geometry, your buildings will not stand up, your bridges will not work, nothing's going to happen. So it has to be based on facts that we have already gathered, not like Arjuna wake up and say, oh my God, if I kill these people, then this will happen and that will happen. No, who told you all these things will happen? That's what, Krishna tried to draw to his attention that, no, this is not the right thinking. This logic is not right. Then this will happen, this will happen, this will happen. You're starting at the wrong point, and therefore you're saying these things. If you re-examine the first point, you're good. I mean, you won't go down this street.
Okay. Dr. Pillai, we lost you. You were saying something. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah. Am I audible now? Better?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Yes,
perfect.
Sorry for the internet issues. So your question, Colonel Saab, was about why Chanakya has not been, bought out to our generation. I like to thank you for writing a review of the book, making it famous, and corporate Chanakya is doing extremely well. The reason I think is maybe we are not even aware of our great Indian literature, the treasure of the past. And it starts with our modern education system. I'm not saying it's bad, but what I'm saying is that India has so much of glorious past that you don't know where to start. So I think one of the things you said about Kautilya Arthashastra, which is also a book on war techniques and a lot of other things, has been lying there in the academic libraries, and not many people have tried to make it a common subject. as Vedanta being one of the things where we need to bring it to the masses, get the Bhagavad Gita not just as a book meant for some certain sector of the society, but for everyone. So I think Chanakya was a practical philosopher and a realistic guru who dealt with the reality of the society. And we have a lot of his principles like Samadana, Danda, Bheda, enemy's enemy is a friend. He wrote about economics, modern day management. But somebody or a few group of people like us have the responsibility of bringing back that ancient wisdom in a modern format. So I think my little contribution, and thanks to all the support of friends like you, has been to modernize Chanakya, reinterpret Chanakya. Otherwise, there's a danger with our culture. We glorify.
You have made it into a brand, as a matter of fact. You have made it into a brand, and we are so proud of it that, you see, the point, if I may say so, Dr. Pillai, is that the context in which it was written 2000 years back. Yes. Now, things are different. If we have to integrate his thinking and principles and whatever philosophy and policies he gave and management practices he talked about, right. If we have to integrate that with the modern management techniques and procedures, etc., I think we have to modernize it. The kind of effort which you are making. I've seen most of your videos and I've read Chanakya Niti, your latest book. Now, yes. Chanakya Niti has been used by the politician in a way of cunning success. I mean, this is what it is cunning success. Chanakya Niti. But actually, what it means is something different. What do you say about this, Dr. Pillai?
Yeah, so I think the two key words that get confused is strategy versus manipulation. A lot of people think that Chanakya was a manipulator. And a manipulator is almost like a selfish person who wants to get his things done. But I think strategy is far beyond manipulation. A lot of people also misinterpret him saying that Kutila Niti. Remember, friends, if you're dealing with a person who is not following dharma, you cannot follow dharma. So it is actually something which is very practical. So you are right that, there is a lot of misunderstanding and misinterpretation of Chanakya. So I think we need to look at the context. If you're dealing with a sinner, you should know how to deal with him. But if you're dealing with a saint, you should know how to deal with it. So I think one of the very important things that you have to be smart to deal in the real world. So he wrote about economics, warfare, management, criminal psychology, and also spoke about the principles of spirituality. For him, the ideal leader was Raja Rishi. Raja, but thinking like a Rishi. What great philosophies,
If I may come to Dr. Janki ma'am, the concept of renunciation in action and not of action. You see, Guru Nanak also talked about that it is very easy to take the word and go and, praying and, look for what you want. Actually, going through or doing your divine duties or obligations which you've been given. There are certain duties given by the God Almighty, the Creator. There are certain duties which we allot to ourselves. Now, those divine duties or liabilities which have been given by the Creator, if they have to be performed, what do you do? How do you go about doing it? It is a very, 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 very difficult thing for anyone, ordinary person to do. What do you say about this?
Yes, it's a very, very important and practical question, actually. And we really have to re-examine these concepts. For in Vedanta, as you rightly said, it is renunciation in action, not of action. And which basically means that you are doing your duties. So very important for us to understand is, let us define what the word duty means. Okay. First and foremost, and then we'll find out everything else. So duty is defined as all those actions that take you to your ideal in life. You have set for yourself a higher goal, an ideal. You have a vision of your life, some higher purpose in life. Everything that you do that takes you to that duty, to that goal, becomes your obligatory duty, becomes your niyatam karma. Anything that takes you away from that, you say no to, and that's called self-control. Self-control is it's not about making lists of things that we will do and not do, but it is a clear understanding that if I do this thing, I will go towards my goal. And if I do this thing, I'll go away. So whatever that other thing is, I won't do it. So everything that takes me to my goal is what I'm going to do. That is my obligatory duty. Now, if you are dedicated to your goal, okay, if you think your goal is something worth achieving, then why say that it's my duty? Oh my God, I have these duties, I have this responsibility, I have this Frankenstein sitting on my head. No, you don't. You chose it. God hasn't given you these duties. Your parents haven't given you these duties. Society hasn't given you these duties. You chose them. When you chose to get married, you chose those duties. You could have chosen not to get married. If you choose to start a business, you choose those duties. So why are you behaving like, oh my God, duty, duty, duty? What duty? Duty should be what your life is. Our whole life is our action more than anything else. What are we going to do in our life maximum as an adult is our work. So how can you not enjoy your work? And if you're enjoying your work, then renunciation is of what am I going to get? What am I going to get? Will I get this? Will I get that? My God, this happened. My God, that happened. All the waste of time that we do, our mind going into the future, and our mind going into the past, if we stop doing this, it is called renunciation in action. It is just that simple. You know, so, and it is a practical philosophy. Yes, it's a very practical way of achieving whatever we want.
Absolutely. Kindly tell me, has Chanakya something about this also in India, my great country? I'm very proud of this country. Mediocrity and dishonesty. These are the banes of Indian workers, Indian professionals. I mean, I've seen it very closely, having worked in armed forces, after that in corporate. I've seen it that mediocrity is a way of life. Professional dishonesty is accepted and everyone says it is all right because it comes from top. I mean, whatever work ethos we have in India. Does Chanakya say something, some treatment for this kind of cancer?
Sir, you hit the nail. You know, I think it's very, very important to understand we cannot accept mediocrity as a part of our life. It has become a very, very deep cancer in our society. But the good news is that this was not always. It is only the last few generations. We believed in the concept of duty and commitment. Let me take off from where Dr. Janki spoke about, Vedanta. Bhagavad Gita talks about everything starts with the top. Yaddada acharati shreshtaha tadda devetaro janaha. So if the leaders are corrected, everybody is corrected. Because the work ethos starts from the top, not from the bottom up. Even though the bottom is important, the leaders, and Chanakya was a leadership guru. He says if you want to change the society, change the leaders. But it is not just changing the leaders, it's also training the leaders. I think in the armed forces you have seen that Dandaniti use kar karke theek karte hai. Discipline doesn't come just like that. You have to imbibe discipline. Initially external discipline, then it becomes an internal discipline. So Chanakya has a methodology of how to make a disciplined leader, which results into productivity. Second question about corruption, Chanakya was very clear. Human beings have an inherent, greed for money, power, etc., etc. But if you don't use Dandaniti, there is no control system, what we call anti-corruption bureau or whatever the laws in place, the society will go to dooms. Good news is that we India have a literature, and the good news is that it was already there. It is not a Ethiopian culture. Only thing is that we have to bring it back, train the leaders, make sure that it is not a small part of the society, but maximum of part of the society follows and becomes productive, efficient, and result-oriented. That's Chanakya's productivity model.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Janki, my understanding of spirituality is limited to, obeying the laws of nature. And I always say that even God has to obey the laws of nature. What do you have to say? Who is really a spiritual person?
A spiritual person. Very nice questions, Colonel Chima.
Very nice.
A spiritual person, very spiritual person is a person who, by definition, is a person who is willing to consider the possibility of something beyond the world and willing to put an effort to reach that thing. So when we understand that there is something in this beyond what I can think, beyond, something beyond, and I'm willing to investigate that. And so that the fact that I'm willing to investigate that makes me a spiritual person. Not going to temples, churches, or mosques, not keeping fasts or making lists of things that I do and don't do. It is that investigation into something beyond. That is what makes me spiritual. And when I start the journey, I realize that the only way I can reach that thing is by purifying myself. So I use the tools of religiosity.
Dr. Pillai, may I ask you, our MBA programs, management programs, why don't we have a subject about the Chanakya, whatever he told us, and try to learn from that? You see, trying to integrate what we knew 2000 years back and what the new management, modern management is telling us. Now, does it not, it needs a paradigm shift, I understand, but is that kind of thinking there anywhere in the higher education system, or you've been able to propagate this idea?
Yeah, absolutely right. I've been fortunate that I've been, an instrument in introducing Chanakya in the higher education. So at the University of Mumbai, we actually have an institution. It's called the Chanakya International Institute of Leadership Studies. So like we have management studies, we have a 2-year full-time program on Chanakya's management and leadership ideas. And the good news is that with the national education policy coming in, it is going to be introduced in schools. So, my books have been, instrumental in igniting some, trigger. And as they say, instead of cursing the darkness, you better light a candle. Thanks to friends like you, it is becoming part of the mainstream education. But the journey has just started, So I think we need to work a lot with the teacher community, with the educationalists, and make sure that every child should learn about Chanakya Niti in the foundation stages itself. So at one end, Vedanta, Bhagavad Gita, and the concepts, on the other side, Chanakya. You cannot fail anywhere. That's the way education has to be.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. Dr. Janki, kindly tell me, if I have to know how congruent is my life, and how can I, if there are, how do I detoxify myself? My life is not congruent because of any number of reasons, whether it is emotional, turmoil, physical, financial, whatever. So because of that, I have a toxify. I want to detoxify my life, and I want to understand how congruent is my life at present. How do I do that?
How congruent my life is at present is pretty simple. Can you put your head on the pillow and be off to sleep in 10 seconds? Man, you're good. Yeah, you're totally at peace at everything
also
that's
says,
happening.
just below the word is clear conscience. Right.
Yeah, you're happy with life. Whatever your life is, you're happy with it. Now, how do you make it congruent? There are steps in the process. First is what Dr. Pillai had already spoken about, finding your swadharma, your own nature, finding all the things that this body, mind, intellect require, and choosing a field of interest, of capacity, of ability. And first, that's our first step in life. What is my field of interest? Is it business, or is it army, or is it art, or whatever it is? Choose that. And having chosen that, fix a higher ideal in life. Like Chanakya had Ekachhatra for the country, and one ruler for the country, not like broken up into a million pieces. So one ideal, whatever it is. And then get down to working. That's it. Get down to working. And then you find everything falling into place.
Oh, the aim should be to go up to the people, like Swamiji, who is greater than his deeds. These kind of people, look up to them, and you want to do something so that you are able to, lead a meaningful life. Dr. Pillai, kindly tell me, I mean, you've done so much of work, 10 books you have written, and I see a lot of your videos, and you go IIM, IITs, and even armed forces and all. I understand a leader is the one, leadership is of the spirit. It is of the spirit. How do you develop? It is the responsibility of every leader to develop more leaders, right? But how do you develop a leader? How do you really do that?
I think there is a good news. There is a leader in each one of us. Only thing is that it's not discovered. So what has happened is that the field of expression could be different. So everybody need not be a political leader. So the impression that we have about leadership is somebody who is a president, the prime minister, or a chief minister. That's not true. You can be the captain of a sports team. You can be the chairman of a society. Now, what does leadership mean? There are principles of leadership as well, and there is a process of leadership. So there are two pieces Chanakya talks about. One is the principle. Regardless of whichever field you are, army or politics or maybe a corporate leadership, the principles are the same. But what you require, the skills are different. For example, let's say I'm running a sports team. I need to have empathy. I need to have inspiration, vision. All these things are common. If I'm a national leader also, I need to have empathy. I need to have vision. But depending on the field of expression, suppose I'm a sports leader, I think I need to understand the skills of the sports. For example, if I'm a cricket captain, I should know how to use the skills of that game. If I'm an army person, I should know the strategies in the war. If I'm a businessman, I should know how to make financial money in the dharma way. So I think what is very important is that there is a leader in each one of us, but it requires a guru to discover it. So that's where
all those people who have achieved primary greatness, they had three things in common, to my mind: courage, compassion, humility.
Correct.
I mean, these things together, you can extend your life as much as you want to. Now, Dr. Janki, before we leave, we are running out of time now. That, in the book that Vedanta treatise, I read the poem, the complete poem Swamiji has given. This shall also pass away. Okay, even this will pass away. Now, this is a great thought. I mean, you are in misery, problem, and you think of good things, and the thing is gone. You are happy, and you are enjoying very good time. You know that this is going to pass away. So the real life is circular. It goes and comes. What do you say? Your parting advice, Dr. Janki?
Yes, Vedanta is full of these laws. One of the primary laws, what should we say, first principles of life is that everything changes. Nature means change. So Vedanta is nothing but a conglomeration of all these laws. Like that beautiful poem, even this will pass away. The king is talking, the king is going through so many experiences, good and bad. But they change. So this is what we have to understand. We are in lockdown now. Okay, there was a life before that. There is this life currently. Now, this is also going to change. Why don't we enjoy this life while it's there? Otherwise, when that life was there, we were grumbling about it. Now, when this life is there, we're grumbling about this. And when it changes again, we grumble about that. So the only constant is the grumbling.
Absolutely.
So why not, this is great. What's wrong with this? You sit at home, you go to a lit fest, this is fantastic. What's wrong with it? It's fantastic. So why not just enjoy
Actually,
the
we are all work in progress. And you see, the Vedanta and management of Chanakya, whatever. Now, these two will be meeting somewhere. They have a meeting point. Both these concepts, ideas, as you rightly brought it out, that they can be integrated. They actually have the same kind of fountain from where they are coming. Both the things. So thank you so much, Dr. Janki and Dr. Pillai. I have learned a lot personally, and such that the viewers would have also gained a lot. I wish we had more time and we could speak for some more time, but the limitation of time, now I have to end here. Thank you so much, Dr. Pillai and Dr. Janvi. Grateful to you for your...
Thank you,
Janki.
Chima, you've been a great moderator.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yes, I'm
so happy that armed forces people are not considered that good in these kind of things, but I suppose I have done my bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janki.
In one of your videos, you were giving the example of cutting the snake and, the first 6 inches of the the snake is to be cut off and then you can eat. We do that in our forces. Yes. These we talked about the fire, king, fire, and snake. These are the three things one has to be very careful about, Dr. Pillai. Talk about that. Thank you so much. Very kind of you.
Thank
And
you so
I had
much.
a wonderful
Thank
time,
you.
and I'm certain that you enjoyed our talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Well, what a great and spiritual conversation that has been. So, in the comment section, I can see Serena Sindhuji beautifully sums it up and says that I am enjoying a great discussion on a deeply thought provoking subject. Thank you for this divinely unique and soulful initiative. Regards and respects. So, I thought I would read that out on behalf of all of us who've had equal fun in listening to Dr. Janki Santok, Dr. Radha Krishna, and Colonel D.S. Cheema. And speaking of that, since we are enjoying these conversations so much, why not make this a regular feature in your life? What I mean to say is that memberships are open for the Chandigarh Literary Society, and you can find all the details on our Facebook page. So don't forget to sign up for one, and we would lead you to all the amazing and beautiful and glittering conversations throughout the rest of the year as well. Now, on to the next, ladies and gentlemen. Corporates, we feel, can make a huge difference to the way society functions. They can be helpful in abolishing barriers and advancing society. And perhaps societal advancement has a deep corporate connect. That is what we're about to find out in this next session, which is about corporate connect from grassroots to glorious. And on this panel, we have Mr. Arun Maira, who was a part of the Tata Administrative Service for 25 years. And later, a member of India's Planning Commission from 2009 to 2014. He's a thought leader and an author of several books on organizational and societal change. And he has served on the boards of several companies, civil society organizations, and educational institutions. Presently, he's the chairman of HelpAge International. Our second speaker on this panel is going to be Kananika Mishra ji, who's the author of The Indie Quotient, released in 2020, which has been getting rave feedback from the media that traces her journey from the heartlands of India, following entrepreneurs and activists who are reclaiming their roots. She was born in Jamnagar, Gujarat, and grew up in different parts of India. And her previous best-selling book, titled The Indian Millionaire Next Door, published in 2012, contains not one but many inspiring accounts of the professional journeys of India's top financial advisors. And our two wonderful speakers are going to be in conversation with our moderator, Professor Atul Khosla, who's the founder and pro-vice chancellor at Shulini University, Solan, Himachal Pradesh, which is India's leading research-centric private university. He's been an entrepreneur for the last 20 years, and he has founded and led several new startups. Also, he's the senior advisor to Ankur Capital, which is India's leading social venture capitalist fund, and advisor to SEBI, which is India's security regulator, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Arun Maira, Ms. Kananika Mishra, and Mr. Atul Khosla on this panel titled Corporate Connect, from Grassroots to Glorious.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and good evening, Arun. Good evening, Kananika. It's such a wonderful evening out here. Actually, the clouds are coming up in Himachal. Hopefully, it's not too cold in Delhi, where you guys are. It's so lovely to be here. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to request the audience to also participate. So we'll request some questions. So please keep on putting your questions on chat. We'll get into a conversation mode with Arun and Kananika. And my first question is going to be about their lives. I'm going to go to Kananika first. Kananika, you've written 4 books. You've been in the corporate sector for long. You've been in learning and development. Your first book was a boring, I understand, a book on life insurance. I'm calling it boring because I find life insurance boring. And you've now written a bestseller. It's doing extremely well. I read your book. It's enchanting, I would say. Tell us more about about yourself and your motivation to write this wonderful book. A bit about the book too.
Okay, thank you so much, Atulji, and thank you, Chandigarh Literary Society, for having put together such a wonderful panel, and I'm really looking forward to this conversation today. Now, to answer your question, I have always been interested in writing. And so I started writing pretty early, when I started reading. And in fact, my first piece won the first prize as a short story in a children's magazine when I was 11 years old. So I had to write something, right, in my life. And when I started working, I didn't pursue writing as a profession really. But then when I started working, I thought it was high time that something had to be written, because I had such a great interest in writing and putting my thoughts into words. And so I wrote something that I really knew very intimately because of my work, which was work in the life insurance sector, because that's where I started working. So I thought, why not write something which would really be of use to people, because it was a very new area. The insurance sector at that time had just recently liberalized, and a lot of people were getting into the sector without really knowing what it was all about. So that's why I wrote this textbook which runs in a lot of universities as a basic part of the curriculum for people doing their specialization in financial services, or if they're doing a BBA, and it's one of the recommended reads. So that's where I started from. And then I, because I thought that was, I enjoyed the writing process so much, I wrote another book connected to the life insurance sector. But this time it was more about inspirational journeys of people who've actually knocked at doors to sell a product which a lot of people think they don't need. So I thought that was just amazing effort to for people who wanted to do a business, become entrepreneurs, didn't have the capital, but really had this passion in themselves to do something. And that included people like late Mrs. Ritu Nanda, and people who had just started off, didn't have much of means, didn't have much of resources. So that kind of spectrum, even people who had such a big business background had come into it, and then there were these people from grassroots. And so I thought it was just a very phenomenal aspect of business, which was really neglected. And a lot of people who are in sales really like that book, because it gives them a lot of inspiration and motivation. It's a hard business, insurance, and so it's really very nice for people to know the techniques of selling, how to connect with people in order to make a sale, etc. And with my latest book, The Indic Quotient, I have dwelled into entrepreneurship in a different angle, this time with another very, very upcoming and a resurgent phase of Indian heritage. So I've carried the whole entrepreneurial angle further and covered new ideas which are just started to make its mark in the startup ecosystem in India.
Wonderful. We'll come to the book in a few minutes. Let's turn ourselves to Arun. Arun, you started with the Tata Administrative Services, and I was reading about your life. You wanted to join a job which gave nation building, and that's why you joined the Tatas. And from there, you moved to Arthur D. Little, and then to BCG, Planning Commission, and now writing books. You left the Tatas in 1989, and I think this is your 10th book, if I'm not wrong. So what took you so long to write the book, and tell us more about the book?
Well, thank you so much, Atul, and it's a pleasure to be with Kananika and yourself in a conversation about entrepreneurs building India. And you, Atul, are now, helping to fund and to inspire social entrepreneurs. And social entrepreneurship is not merely making money for yourself or for other investors in your business. It is producing goodness in the society and the world around yourself. So that is the spirit with which I grew up, because I was born just before the independence of India. And I was inspired by my parents, who were inspired. They had participated also in the struggles before our partition and our independence, about building a new India. So it was that spirit which took me through school and through college. I I was in St. Stephen's College, which at that time in the 1950s was the place which was the most difficult college to get into in the country. And those people who got there, majority of them joined the civil services, and they were, smart enough to have got to St. Stephen's, and therefore they did well enough to be amongst a few Indians who were selected in the civil service. And I wanted to do the same because I wanted to serve the country. I was too young to sit for the civil services when I finished my master's, so it was suggested that I go and meet some business people because they were also looking for good young people. And I didn't want to join a business because business was about making money for yourself and making money for investors. It didn't seem to be about serving the country. But the Tatas in the interview with me pointed out to me that Tatas had been building industries in India, Indian industries in India, when the British didn't want Indians to have industry. And they said that Mahatma Gandhi had said that while he was fighting for India's political freedom, Jamshedji Tata had been fighting for India's economic freedom. So I said, why not? We need jobs in this country. We need industry in this country. I'd like to work with such people who are building a country, not just producing profits for themselves or for their shareholders. So my working with Tatas inspired me to learn about how Indian ventures, Indian entrepreneurs, Indian industry, and people within India could serve the country better. And G.R.D. Tata used to say this, that whenever he was the chairman of the Tata Group for 50 years, that whenever he faced a dilemma, a difficult decision to take, he always asked himself, what would be good for India? And after that, what would be good for Tatas? And he always erred, if he had to, in the dilemma, choose one or the other, in favor of what is good for the country. And he said, it's always somehow later turns out to be good for us also, because every human being in every industry is part of a larger system. And unless you serve that system, you cannot be good or healthy yourself. And so this attitude I learned then, and it was about people building things which they wanted to build because it served a larger purpose. So workers also within Tatas, when I joined, I realized that they wanted to make more of their lives, and they would like to make the enterprise around them a better enterprise. They weren't, as economists might say, all of us rational, self-interested persons. They did care for their own families. They even cared for Tatas because Tatas cared for them. So this brought me, when I started to consult in the United States, which is a very different culture. It is where, economics said everybody is rational and must be self-interested only, and also that the purpose of business is only business. I realized that the American companies in the 1980s and 1990s were struggling against the Japanese, who had started invading the world with their first-class products in every field. And those products in Japan had been built by the workers' own intelligence, their small group activities, the total quality management movement. It was people building Japan, building Japanese industries. That spirit, when was brought by the Japanese into anywhere, America, Europe, they could beat anybody. It was the collective enterprise of people who cared for something larger than themselves. So that is when I was quite successful as a consultant, helping American companies to rediscover the spirit of creation, the spirit of service within business enterprises. That my company, Arthur Digital, suggested I write a book about it. So my first book was called, it was The Human Face of Change. And people said, what a strange thing, what's a human face? Yeah. The Accelerating Organization was the title, and the subtitle was The Human Face of Change. Faster change happens when people want to make something happen and want to learn how to do something they don't know how to do. So accelerating organizations are those who are getting ahead of others by producing things better than others can, like the Japanese were doing. So my book was about the human spirit in enterprise, the accelerating organization, and the human face of change. And that one thing leads to another, and I came to India, and then it was suggested that I was writing so much about India, my country, which was still so poor, even though the 10 years since 1991, we had brought in, good management and good economics from abroad into the country and finance from abroad into the country. Our people were still so poor. There was so much more inequality coming up. So I began to write then about my thoughts about economics with a human face, and not economics for numbers and economics for the stock market, but economics with the human face. And that's gone on, you know. And then having joined the Planning Commission, where I got the chance to really see my country through all sides, sitting up there in a helicopter with the Prime Minister to see all facets and all states of the country, I began to realize that even in public policy, we have to bring this service of others towards others. And it's not for your position, it's not for your power, it is to serve others. And finally end with Mahatma Gandhi's principle of Anantodaya, that think of the poorest person that you can think about and see what effect your strategy will have, or your public or your policy will have on the lives of that person. This was the spirit of G.R.D. Tata, I found. This was the spirit, of course, as Mahatma Gandhi said, national leaders should have. So that's been my inspiration. Serve the country and learn about the needs of the poorest people, the most deprived people, and find innovations, methods of policy or business that will serve them.
Absolutely fascinating, Arun. I know you've written that there are three things that motivate you. It's the country, learning, and making others learn, which is all these three are such fascinating thoughts. Your latest book, and I was so lucky that I'm moderating the session because I got copies of your and Kanenika's book, and I went through all of them. I just couldn't keep myself off reading the book. It is so fascinating, The Learning Machine, about the Tatas. And you write about many fascinating people. You write about G.R.D. Tata, you write about Sumant Malgonkar, Ruzi Modi, you write about a bunch of others, including Ratan Tata. Who was your favorite, if out of all those different Tata leaders who defined the Tata values, ethics, who was your one favorite leader, and what defined him? What made him really special for you? I think I know the answer, but I'm still asking you.
Yes. In fact, to get to the answer, which I'll do in 30 seconds, you talked about my book as The Learning Machine. Actually, as you know, the title of the book is The Learning Factory. And it was Sumant Mulgaonkar. Yes, it was Sumant Mulgaonkar, who was the first the vice chairman and the CEO of Temco, the Tata Engineering Locomotive Company, which has become Tata Motors now, who hired me as a young person to be his sit beside him as an executive assistant and keep observing him as he was taking decisions and as he was discussing with other people in the company. And as Sumant Mulgaonkar was creating this new Indian enterprise in Pune, which was going to be building trucks designed by Indians, made by Indians, and the machines also for those trucks to build the trucks would be designed and made by Indians. It was a very complex engineering enterprise that had to be created. Why? Because India didn't have the foreign exchange to buy any more technology in the 1960s. After our first wave of acquisition of technologies, we started to run out of money in the country. So we had to do things ourselves with our own knowledge. If we didn't have the knowledge, then learn the knowledge and build things ourselves. So at that time, when we had to build this factory, the best engineers that Tatas had were asked to sort of design the factory. And so they did apply the knowledge that they learned from the Germans as we built our factory in Jamshedpur, the Tata truck factory and bus factory in Jamshedpur. And, best layouts, the best machines, etc. and etc. And they kept showing to Mr. Sumant Mulgaonkar the plans for this factory. And Sumant Mulgaonkar would keep looking and saying, yes, this, that, some question here and there, but something big is missing, he would say. So these people will go back and think that, maybe they missed some machine or some width of some aisle in the factory or something, and, make some improvements and come back, and he'd be pleased and saying, yes, better, but you're missing something very fundamental. And so they 2-3 times then they found that, they couldn't answer his question. So, this is like what Zen masters do. They keep putting the question to you and you keep struggling with your present knowledge to find an answer to the question till you realize that you can't find the answer with your present knowledge. You got to learn something completely different. So he said, gentlemen, and they were all men around, he said, you got all these machines which you say will be there, and these machines will then run, and then they will produce parts, and the parts will be assembled into trucks. But who is going to be doing all this work? Where are the people going to come from who are going to create this place? So he said The essence of a learning factory is people, because people are the only asset in the factory. The machines don't learn by themselves. The people design them and make them operate intelligently. So you put, if you will, learning into the machine, but who learns to do that? It's the human beings are the only resource that an enterprise has which can improve its own value. Buildings depreciate, machines will depreciate, even your IPR will depreciate as better IPR is discovered by others. The only asset which can improve its own capability if it wishes to, and generally human beings do want to do better, and if you create conditions for them to discover themselves and to learn faster. So that's why it was the learning factory is what he called it. We have to build a learning factory, gentlemen. And this young fellow, because he's not learned the other ways, the machine ways yet, maybe he might be able to learn about the human ways of building and running an enterprise. So Sumant Mulgaonkar was the person who inspired me the most, and I was lucky that he turned to be my mentor, available to me for my so many years in Tata's, and always threw me into difficult challenges like this one was a very big, difficult challenge for anybody to find within India young people who had this spirit that they wanted to build a new India, engineers from the IITs, craftsmen from the ITIs. Those the best ones are not necessarily the most skilled ones. The best ones were those who had the ambition to be even better than what they were at that time, and not just for their own sake, but to collectively then produce something that would make India proud, that we are equal to the best. And so finding such people and then creating conditions for them to discover themselves, to cooperate with each other and to create this learning factory was what Sumant Mulgaonkar inspired me to do and helped me to do. So yes, he was the person.
I almost guessed that. You write so much about him in the book, Arun. And the way I sort of look at it was, it's not just about the Pune factory, but the way the Tatas ran the business by having so many luminaries, so many exciting people that they groomed over the years, just showed the values that they brought into building the enterprise. Kananika, I'm going to come to you now, and we'll talk about your wonderful book, the Indic Ocean. And you write in the book that you started by researching yoga. It was supposed to be a book on yoga, and as you explored so-called Indianness, you went beyond yoga. You've gone into Ayurveda. You talk about handloom, you talk about rekindle, which is very interesting, and I'll come to that. Soul food and temple sentinels. What a vast range of topics you cover. So tell us a little more about the book, and why did you move from yoga and go and expand into so many different areas? What was your inspiration for that?
Yeah, so when I started researching yoga, I realized that yoga is not just physical exercise, it's a complete lifestyle. And how we understand that in India, and that's how essentially yoga is, it's about being more conscious about who you are, what you do. It's called mindfulness in the more in vogue kind of urban setting, but that's essentially yoga. And so when I started meeting people who had been proponents of yoga, and I saw this huge movement where mid-career professionals who are engineers or from the advertising world actually leave their careers and become full-time yoga teachers, I realized that there was just more to their life than teaching yoga. And they were actually embracing a lot of organic food. They were embracing the cultural values. They were doing so many different things around this whole concept of an Indic lifestyle. And that is when I thought that it would be actually not really complete if I left it at yoga, and I had to, and I should include various other aspects of the Indian heritage, which are so much linked to each other that it's impossible to actually separate them out. So there is, if you look at yoga teachers, and I follow some of these people I've covered in my book. They are talking about Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and they are reading ancient Indian texts. They are trying to learn Sanskrit. So there is an entire connection with the Indian heritage that people who are who start maybe exploring one aspect of it become compelled to dwell into. So that is the reason why I thought that I should complete the book with all the different dimensions that we have. from our heritage.
That's so fascinating. In fact, at Shulini itself, we plan to start a school of ancient Indian wisdom. We believe there's so much knowledge which is resident. As you start unpeeling the onion, there's so much knowledge out there. So congratulations to you for picking up this absolutely fascinating topic. I want to ask you to talk about the Rekindle. First of all, it's a fascinating name because from the Kindle you've picked up the title Rekindle. So tell the audience a bit about this whole thing about what's happening about re-exploring manuscripts. So we'd love to hear about that, Kanika.
So when I started looking at all these different dimensions, I found that while entrepreneurs were getting into fields like Ayurveda, yoga, and textiles, which are more tangible, there was this entire breed of young people who were trying to put our texts, our literature in different ways to reach to people. And they were using Amazon's Kindle self-publishing to reach out to people when they did not or could not find publishers, because it is still a very new area and it's not so mainstream. And so there is this entire group of people I talk about. There are a couple of entrepreneurs, writer entrepreneurs, who are writing about either using graphic novels and putting together stories from the Mahabharata, or there are people who are writing full fiction books connected with our heritage, or even making toys or
figurines from connected to our legendary figures. So there are entrepreneurs. There's an entrepreneur from Chandigarh actually who runs a comic company called Vimanika, and he came up with this line of figurines, really high tech and polished ones, like you have these imported Batman and Superman, and make these superheroes from our legendary characters. So I thought that was really interesting and connected to the youth of this country. And because a lot of people don't find it very easy in today's setting to go and read heavy text, and so this whole repurposing or reimagining becomes very useful and important to connect people to our ancient past in a new stylized way. So I think that is something that is really fascinating with movies, animation films, books, and whatnot. It's like a really fascinating field to link culture and heritage and art and literature to something that is so in the past.
Absolutely, and I'll encourage everyone in the audience to pick up the book. It's so fascinating. Talking about Superman, sometimes I wonder, the author of Superman copied Hanuman, right? It's Hanuman in American accent. But anyway, jokes apart, Arun, in your book, you talk about the fact that you wanted to join the civil services and you ended up being with the Tatas. And from there, you moved into multinational consulting firms, Arthur D. Little and BCG, and then joined the Planning Commission. So you've got a pretty range of experiences. Tell us a bit about the difference between working for a multinational versus the Tatas versus the Planning Commission. You finally ended up in the Planning Commission government. And which one did you enjoy the most?
Well, I spent 25 years with Tatas, and I was very young at that time. And I was learning the most at that time. So naturally, it was a long time and also the period of my life. So I have to say, when I reflect now, that I feel those were the most fulfilling years of my life. Then the second of the 3 years you mentioned, I was with the Tatas and then multinational consulting and then with the Planning Commission. The second was the Planning Commission. In the Planning Commission, I was much older. I had been fairly successful as a business leader as well as a consultant to business leaders. And I realized that what I had learned until that time wasn't entirely useful for serving the country. And why so? Why so? Well, in business, as a CEO, to be an effective CEO, you have the freedoms to change the size of your business. You can, downsize it. You can go acquire another company and then increase the size of it. And much of the wealth created in the last 20, 30 years by Jack Welch and the people that we admire has been through constantly trimming out people that they no longer wish to have or they can't afford to have. as well as increasing the top line by buying another company. Now imagine the prime minister of a country who says, we're going through hard times, we can't afford to have everybody employed like we have in India. Let's send away 300 million people out of India, just shove them off somewhere. Where to? Okay, a CEO can do this and expect that the government or somebody will look after all these people who the company has shed off. It's not possible. The second is, well, if our GDP is not growing enough, let's go and add on Bangladesh and Sri Lanka and then increase our GDP. This is not what you can do. So the understanding that you are part of a much larger system and you do not have authority over it is a big difference. CEOs, especially tough CEOs, are given authority from above. The board says you are now in charge and have authority over everything inside. Fire it, hire some more and fire it, buy and sell things inside. Okay, you're the boss of everything, like God in this. If a person who wishes to run a country which is inclusive and democratic takes that orientation, bad things happen. Very bad things happen. It's when a person says, like Gandhiji also, I'm here as a small servant of everybody. But my goodness, people were inspired and would follow his ideas because it came out of an understanding that I am small and I'm here to serve the rest, not to kick them around and order them and get some results out of them. So this big realization in myself that methods of management must fit the circumstances in which you have to manage. And large systems in which you are a part of the system are quite different in their nature than large systems like MNCs are, in which you are on top of the system and can change the shape of the system at your will. So this was then getting me into this learning. I still am learning, therefore. And this is what I'm enjoying, that any time I get to another new phase in my life, it's always different. I need different skills and different ideas. It's another opportunity to learn. And having left the planning commission and getting to working with social enterprises, I'm realizing their challenges. And you would know a lot about that too. That these are people who are saying, I want to serve the society. It's not about me being a unicorn and having a large amount of money, though many of the people who claim that they're social enterprises, that's really their objective and that's what they want to be admired for and are admired for that. They're not genuine social enterprises. They're just enterprises who are doing things or producing things which people want and making money out of it. Maybe they're producing education which people want. But what's different in that? I can produce cars which people want and make money out of it. And going to an extreme, I could even perhaps, sell hard drugs because people want hard drugs and make money out of it. So the only difference is you say the things I'm producing are not bad things, but it's just a business. Like Tata's, every business doesn't produce bad things. It's a very good business. But the orientation that is not for the sake of only making profits for myself and the shareholder values of Tata companies as compared to others, it's about how much impact we've had on the goodness of lives of the others. So this is I'm learning in for social enterprise, and therefore most of my consultation, which is for free today, is for people who are investing in social enterprise, but much more than that, with people, young people building social enterprises. It's a learning systems thinking, learning to be ethical, meaning not for myself, but for someone else. These two. And thirdly, listening to listen to people not like yourself. Experts and managers listen to people who speak the same jargon. And if people don't know to speak the same jargon, they say it's our job to teach them. Whereas in a public service or a social enterprise, you have to learn from the people that you wish to serve. They know what they need. They understand also the circumstances in which they are finding it difficult to meet their needs. And unless you learn from them how to live in difficult circumstances and create innovations in those circumstances, you cannot be helping them. So listening, systems thinking, and ethical reasoning. And these are the three disciplines I wrote in my book, the one previous to this one, the present one, as you were saying, which is just the learning factory, leading the Tata became nation builders. Before that was called Transforming Systems, why the world needs a new ethical toolkit. And the three disciplines of the ethical toolkit are ethical reasoning, systems thinking, and deep listening to people not like ourselves.
I'm getting goose pimples as you speak, Arun. I face some of these challenges on a daily basis. I left my corporate job to teach, and I can tell you I've never been happier in my life, despite the little money that I have now. But that's a different story. We're gonna switch the discussion a little, and I want to make it a little anecdotal and interesting for the audience. So one of the things I picked up was a very interesting incident with Sumant Malgaonkar, Arun, the plumbing pipe discussion that you had with him, where he speaks about the fact that trifles make for perfection, and perfection is no trifle, right? What a beautiful thought. But that was my pick. I want you to talk about one incident in your life that changed your life, something interesting, something that you write in your book.
Well, actually, that itself was an incident in my life which changed my life. And this is, I said, my Zen master, Sumant Malgaonkar, by putting, and I think it's worth sharing, because that was an incident, yes, which changed my life.
Please tell us about it.
Yes, we were building machines, like you said. In telco, in Tatas, we had to build very complicated machines. I'm talking about the 1970s and 1980s. When, as you say, in India, maybe we didn't know how to produce a decent car, or a decent radio, or there were no televisions. And we had to produce the most sophisticated automated machines to produce parts of trucks, so that those trucks could have the same quality as Mercedes trucks and be exported by us abroad in competition with Mercedes trucks. So the machine has to be very good to produce these parts very accurately and in large quantities. So we had produced this cylinder head transfer line, which is a huge machine. It is about 100 meters long, and it has some hundreds of kilometers of electrical wires and maybe many, many kilometers of hydraulic pipes, and nobody touches anything. You put a casting at one end of this 100 meters, and at the other end comes a completely finished cylinder head, all the ports and everything. So imagine Indian engineers at that time in the 80s, we had put this together, and we wanted to show our chairman, Sumant Malgaonkar, look what we have done, so that he'd say, I'm proud of you, and we should be proud of ourselves. So I take him, as he came down from the head office, Bombay, along this machine, and I'm driving him in a Jeep. Besides, he was pretty old by that time in the 70s, so driving in a Jeep along this machine, and he kept driving, then he stopped halfway through. He just stopped a moment. He said, I'm not feeling well. So I got worried. He's a 70-year-old man who'd had a heart attack. I must take him quickly back to the office and send for the doctor. So I put him in the office and glass of water and sent for the doctor, but nothing. He had shut the door. After 10-15 minutes, the light came on me, and he opened the door, and he said to me, come in. So I came in, he said, Myra. I said, so are you all right? He said, no, I'm perfectly all right, but now I'm all right. Did you notice that the hydraulic pipes on that cylinder head transfer line were not vertical? Vertical. So I said, yes, there must be, because you just put pipes and fluid goes through the pipes and makes the machine work. What does it matter if they're little this way or that way? He said, no, go back. I went back, and the workers were, of course, very concerned, who had been watching this chairman come and then leave suddenly. That was everything all right. So I said, look, the chairman's asked us to check whether all the pipes are vertical. So we went along the machine, walking along, and lo and behold, they weren't entirely vertical. I mean, they were pretty straight, but they weren't entirely vertical. So I go back.
The eye of a perfectionist, very clearly.
Absolutely. So I go back to Sumant Malgaonkar and I say, sir, I'm sorry, they weren't completely vertical. Then two things happened. He said, Myra, firstly, you're going to strip that machine. The workers and everybody is going to undo this thing that we spent a whole year putting together. You're going to strip it apart and put it together again. And this time, everything must be straight and vertical, perfection. These little trifles, Myra, he said, make for perfection. And he asked me to have made in the training school where we're training workers, for every manager in the company, a plumb bob, which is a very simple device that craftsmen use, a string with a little piece of lead at the bottom, which when you hang it, the string will, always be straight and vertical. You put it against the wall as, Kanika, you must be noticing our Indian craftsmen also using this. Ke sab seedha hai na ki nahi? The construction kar rahe hain.
We've got a few minutes left, Arun. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. I really want to get into Kananika before we sort of close, and wanted to get a few incidents from your work, Kananika, lots of anecdotal stuff I'm sure you have to share. Tell us a couple of very interesting incidents with the entrepreneurs that you met along your 4-year journey.
So, like what Mr. Myra was talking about, building businesses which are people-centric, which do more for the planet, for people, rather than just focus on profits. I find that the entire heritage space has so much of that spirit, because people here who are coming out as entrepreneurs in this area are motivated with a larger mission. And that mission is to get the best of our heritage and culture across to people, not just in India, but to the world. And the only way they can do it is by being true to the spirit of that the venture, and be true to what it really entails. So in that sense, I find that everywhere, wherever I traveled in the past 4 years, meeting more than 70 people who are doing so much work in this area. Quality has been one of their driving forces and their mission, and also their sustainability has been a very big part of their whole concept of business. And so in this, there's an interesting, I write about in my book also, about this little farm, which is a small holding farm in Uttarakhand, where I traveled to meet, to trace back the journey of a product which goes into a beauty product, which is available in boutique stores in Gurgaon. So the business works from Gurgaon, and they get their raw material, which is amla, from this lady who's a single mother and has a small farm in Uttarakhand. When I found the place, I found that there was no road going beyond where it showed me on the map that this is where that village is. And so I had to actually ask a few people, and they showed me that it's down into the valley, and I had to walk like a kilometer or so to get to her village. There was no motorable road till there, and she talked about how whatever she grows there is totally organic, because it's not done for commercial purposes, but because she's a part of this NGO and this non-profit organization, which is using this to collect from farmers like her and ship it out to places where they are manufacturing it and selling it out to the people as consumer products, beauty products. So, similarly, there's been so many interesting journeys where I have met people in the weaving clusters that we have in India. So there are so many weaving clusters where people are so interested in retaining their craft. And you wouldn't believe that these are people who do not have much of education, but they understand art and aesthetics. And there was this little weaving village in weaving cluster in Maheshwar, where this man, who is a third generation weaver, he made me meet his mother. And he said, while she cannot walk and she's so old, but she still wants to sit on the loom because it's a part of a creative process. And it's so much of a part of her being who she is, that she just wants to sit on the loom, even though it's not for business anymore, because, the children and the sons have taken care of the business, but she's still creating some fabric every single day. And I thought that kind of art for art's sake, which we probably think is what great artists do, is also there in these small weavers who are creating these art forms, which probably have not got so much of the due that they should till now. So I think that is the whole resurgence is such a great thing if we start embracing khadi and are embracing our traditional textiles, because it means so much for these people who are creating those art forms today.
Absolutely. As you were speaking, as Arun spoke previously, I think there were 4 or 5 thoughts which I think converged between the 2 different books, very different books. The Learning Factory and the Indic thing. And those things are trust, ethics, perfection, quality, sustainability. I think these are all themes which are common between the smaller enterprises that you're looking at, Kananika, and the large Tata enterprise that Arun speaks about. I think that's really the common theme. So I think before we close, I think we're coming almost to an end. I'm going to ask each one of you to just tell me, where do you get the time to write books, right? I mean, I've always wanted to write books. I write a few chapters and then I close my computer just never been able to close my book. How do you get the time, Kananika? And how do you 10 books, Arun? I mean, hats off. Where do you get the time, Kananika?
So I think it's about putting aside some time every single day. And for me, it's been 4 years to bring out this book. And so it's been, I think, a lot of commitment towards just doing this because I wanted the stories out. So I think that kind of aim that I had worked for me. But of course, Mr. Myra is a veteran, and I think he will have much more advice about how we can, because it's been an aspiration for me to write more books as well. And time is always a constraint.
So let's ask Arun, the secret sauce.
I don't know. I'm learning how to write. I must say that every time I write a book and I have a good editor, and also then the feedback from reviewers and readers tells me that I could do better. But I don't really write books. Honestly, I wasn't writing books for others. I write books for myself, if I might say. I find that, I'm learning, and then the question that I have, I find some things are like an answer to the question, and I put it down. Because when I read it back to myself, I say, does it make sense? So I do write very often in op-eds, and have been all my life almost. So those, again, it's a thought and something that you feel is going to be of interest to others, maybe, as it was of interest to you, and you write it down. So firstly, you have to have an idea. For a book, there must be an idea. Just like for an article, there must be an idea, there must be an idea. It must be something that matters deeply to you. And this is where Kanika came about, all creators, they do something that matters to them. So unless the idea of the book matters deeply to you, one. Number two is you have learned something about that idea, and you want to maybe put it down for your own sake, which is what I do. And then you say, maybe others might like to also read the ideas about this core question, hopefully, and I put it down. And many of my books are not sold in large quantities, but the few people who read them say they found something that they learned from the book, and they become my friend.
Arun, I'm sorry I'm interrupting. I'm getting things from the organizers. We're running short of time. What a wonderful discussion it's been. I mean, one of the best I've ever had. So thank you very much, Arun. Thank you, Kananika. Wonderful 2 books. I'll again tell the audience, The Learning Factory and The Indic Quotient. Please read them. And I'm going to request the dean of our business school to actually make sure that the students read them, probably put them part of the coursework. With that, I'm really thankful once again to all of you, especially the audience, to listen to us. And I'm going to reach out to you, Arun, and to you, Kananika, with my personal perspectives. Thank you very much once again. Have a great day.
Thank you, Atul.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
So ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ। ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ।
Well, that was a lovely discussion from what I can judge from the comments that have been flowing in the comment box. Vikram Jaitka ji says that after a grand session on Vedanta and Chanakya, we are at the doorstep of Indian heritage. Great going, Literati. Well, thank you so much, sir, for your lovely, lovely comments. And I would just say one thing, that it is the collective effort of our speakers, our moderators, our back-end team, which has been working tirelessly, and also lovely audience like yourself who keep showering us with your love and affection. So I would say keep that going in the comment box. And what we could take away from the previous session is this, that we are never too old or too big to worry about the community around us, and to serve it in the best of ways possible. Leading you on to the next session now, I can only sum it up in one line that when reason fails, the devil helps. Now, this line is from Fyodor Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, and it seems to be the crux of the next session, which is The Chase, Real Stories of Real Crimes. And to do the honors on this session, we have Mr. Karnal Singh with over 34 years of experience in the investigation of corruption, terrorism, money laundering, and criminal cases. And in the Delhi Police Special Cell, he spearheaded the investigation of the 2008 Delhi blast cases, which also led to the Bartla House encounter eventually. And he's a recipient of the President's Police Medal for Distinguished Service and Police Medal for Meritorious Service. Welcome to the dais, Karnal Singh ji. And we also have with us Mr. Vishwajit Chaudhary, who's a Delhi-based advocate. He specializes in criminal and constitutional law, and in his spare time, he is a keen equestrian and enjoys horticulture, writing, and traveling. We were also supposed to have Pooja Changoiwala ji with us here this evening. However, due to some personal reason and some personal loss, she will not be able to join us for this session. And she sends us her apologies, and we will really miss her, but maybe another time. And our two speakers are going to be in conversation with our lovely moderator, Avni Bansal ji, who's an advocate in the Supreme Court of India and the founding partner of Avni Bansal Chambers, which has offices in New Delhi and Jabalpur. And she's the founder and editor of The Womb, India's first online newspaper for women, to be launched very, very soon. And also Hamara Kanun, which is a legal awareness project which explains important laws in simple Hindi in a video format on YouTube. That sounds very fascinating, and I'm sure the conversation coming up ahead is going to be equally fascinating as well. So over to you, Avni ji, for taking it forward.
Hi, and good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us, and I am thoroughly looking forward to this conversation. Hello, Mrs. Singh. Welcome. Hi, Vishwajit. Great to have both of you here. Sir, we have been told by the organizers that we are running against time. As lawyers, that's something we're doing all the time. So what I will do is jump right into the heart of the conversation. I was very fascinated to read your book, The Bartla House Encounters. Of course, sir, Bartla House remains one of the books that, it remains an issue. It remains one of those cases which everybody in India has heard of. Of course, thanks to also the movie with that same name that was released in 2019. Now, sir, your book has come in 2020. You have such rich, vast experience in dealing especially with terrorism cases, as you've been part of the Delhi Police Special Cell. So my obvious first question, that came to my mind when I was reading this book is, why is this case, important to you? Why did you think that this book demanded, this issue needed a book of its own after all that we'd heard about Bartla House Encounters? What was your own motivation to write this book, and why this book now?
See, in 2019, after I got retirement, some of the young officers, particularly at the level of constables and head constables, they had come to meet me. And during the conversation, they told that, sir, we are at such a low level of the policing that our name do not come anywhere in the books or in the newspapers. So I decided to write a book on the special cell had been doing, particularly the Bartla House. The first reason is that I wanted to project the excellent work done by all the officers, starting from the constables. You can see in the book that starting from constables to the inspectors to the ACP and DCP, their family life and how did they work in the offices has been described. The second is, what are the difficulties they face when the officers deal with the terrorist-related cases, whether it is of the special cell or anti-terrorist cell of any state or of the national investigating agencies. What are the difficulties they face? The third is that I wanted to put all the facts of this case in the public domain. so that people can understand. After the blast on 13th September 2008 took place in Delhi, how the investigation was done, how the encounter took place, and what happened thereafter. And it was a very shocking to me at that time that though we had lost one of our best, Inspector Mohanshan Sharma, during the encounter, because of the forthcoming assembly elections, there were assembly elections in November onwards in 5 states, and in 2009 there were parliamentary elections. Some of the politicians started using this episode for their vote bank politics. I felt bad that we do not have a national policy on terrorism. We do not have even media policy how to present the facts before the people. In this particular case, the rumors were projected on the media, trying to malign the officers, trying to put their hard work into dirt, saying that they did nothing properly. I'll tell you, one of the most emotional aspect of my life. On 18th September, after the encounter took place, in the evening around 6:45 I reached Holy Family Hospital, where Mohan was struggling with his life. I was taken to a separate room, and doctors came there and they told me that Mohan is breathing his last. I rushed to the room, and the Mohan was all tied up with all the connections to the machines. The person who would be fighting with the terrorists was lying there. I put my hand on his forehead, and I found him no more. See, that was the toughest moment of my life, and that is I wanted to present in this book. And then thereafter, talking to his family, talking to the teams which had been working together for a long time, it was the most difficult moment for my life.
So, in fact, as you correctly said, the first thing that struck me when I was reading your book was that it brought out this human element about police officers, that we, people who don't have, who have not seen the families or lives of police officers from close, they tend to miss that aspect very often, right? You put in perspective, more kind of the police officers' lives for us in this book, and that is clear to anybody who reads even the first chapter for that matter. I loved how you kind of began the story, saying what were all the officers in your team doing on the day when the encounters actually took place. But sir, one question that I have is that as lawyers we know the legal side of it, but if we look at the terrorism scene even today in India, one as a common person would imagine that terrorists would always be 2 steps ahead, right? Now, today, do you think that the police officers are adequately trained? Do they have adequate understanding of technology? How do you see the overall status and role of police? How effective are they in dealing with terrorism? And what's been your experience like? I mean, the police officers take a lot of flake, right? Which also becomes clear from this particular incident, the Batla House encounter. When something goes wrong, there are, the public opinion is split. There is all the media spotlight. But how difficult it is really for the police officers as individuals, but also police officers in general to be dealing with the terrorists, sir? Have we become better over the years? Is our police more prepared, do you think, or do you think there's still a long way to go?
See, the first, let me tell you that when we are dealing with terrorism, see, intelligence is very difficult to come. The manual intelligence is hardly there because the terrorists don't speak to anybody else. They are radicalized, they are motivated, and they have certain targets and they want to accomplish those targets. So manual intelligence is rare in these cases. Now we come to the technical intelligence. In this particular case, the Indian Mujahideen people never use telephone numbers when they are communicating to each other, or whenever they are going to the spot to cause the explosions, they were not taking them. So technical intelligence also becomes very, very rare. Yes, it is possible, and the agencies are getting more trained in analysis of the financial data, the interception of the communications. The analytical tools are coming, but ultimately we catch them before many times they strike. But the terrorists have to be successful once. Suppose we stop them, we catch them 100 times. They become successful even in once, that is a success for them. Now coming to the investigation part. Again, investigation is sometimes very, very difficult because you do not get evidences at this spot. I'll give you an example of 1998 blast. There were 42 blasts in 96, 97 in Delhi. And no clues were coming. The spot evidences were collated. All efforts were made. Neither the Intelligence Bureau nor even CBI working. No clues were coming. So I was in the crime branch, DCP crime in Delhi. I put my team. And then ultimately we sat down and then thought of a theory what could be possible. We made a theory that these terrorists may be talking to their mentors in Pakistan. So we decided to examine the calls made between India and Pakistan during the blast days, all these different blast dates. It was a huge data which was collected. We ultimately able to pinpoint 61 phone numbers. Out of that, many were of the Hawala operators. 13 numbers found to be suspected in our analysis. So at that time, I reached Videsh Sanchar Nigam Limited had, because the gateway was with VSNL only. So they said, what I wanted at that time is that any call made from Pakistan from these numbers or from India to these numbers should be intercepted. So I was told no such technology existed at that time. Then I had a college friend in MTNL. I told him this problem. So he says he will try to make a software. He made a software and we were able to intercept these calls from Delhi. But that was not serving our purpose. Then we approached the Home Ministry. A meeting was called. And ultimately, VSNL was told that if it can be done and you are not doing it, then heads will roll. Immediately, they got the software, and within a week, the system was put in place. And very first call we got from Lucknow, talking to Pakistan, saying, Babaji, what should I do? Main kya karoon? It was a strange call. Babaji said that, bete ghumte raho. Very strange call. We sent him to Lucknow, but the next call came from Ludhiana. Again, same, Babaji, kya kare hum Ludhiana aa gaye hain. Babaji kehte hain, ghumte raho. We got doubt. And then we started working on this group, and ultimately we were able to apprehend these persons. And the Babaji was the Abdul Karim Tunda, who was wanted in India in blast cases and had joined Lashkar-e-Taiba. And we were able to apprehend a number of around 27 terrorist outfits in India because of that. But the investigation is not going from the spot. It has to be, the investigating officers have to apply their mind. I'll give you another example. We had the Liberty Satyam blast in 2005 in Delhi. First blast took place in the evening at Liberty, and second blast took place in Satyam. So we got the dump data of the area. Dump data means that if anybody from that area makes a call, so there is a tower of the telephone system. So any calls made to that system will be logged that these people made calls to that. So we got the data from here, Liberty Cinema as well as Satyam Cinema. So on one of the Saturday, the same time, I asked my officers that let's move from the time of blast from Satyam to Cinema and find out how much time is there. Then what we did is we analyzed that at the time of first blast, which phone numbers were there in the Satyam area, and at the time of blast in, Liberty and then Satyam area, which phone numbers were there. We could identify 3 phone numbers. And fortunately, those 3 numbers were of the terrorist. So the investigation here requires the skills to understand how the terrorists are thinking. And I feel with the creation of National Investigating Agency, we have centralized agency which is able to oversee all the cases taking place in India, and we are better off as compared to the past times.
Right. In fact, Vishwajit, I want to come to you at this point. When I was reading Mr. Kanal Singh's book, Batla Encounters, it seemed almost very racy to me. It was like a criminal case. I am not into criminal fiction reading at all, but this book was real, and that is kind of what got my interest. Sir has also described in detail, a lot of these signals and messages that people who don't know about this world will find very interesting. There is in fact one interesting full chapter on Indian Mujahideen also, and all of that is kind of in the perspective of this live case that we all witnessed. My first question to you, and that's kind of a broader question before we kind of go into some of the specific themes that has come up in Sir's book, is that how do you see this broad relationship between crime, law, and literature? Pooja couldn't join us, but Pooja has written, for those who are watching us, this fantastic book called A Gangster on the Run, and it's a second book, and it's also extremely fascinating when you look at crimes that happen in India from the perspective of a police officer in Kanal Singh's case, from a lawyer's perspective, in very many similar books that have been written. But A Gangster on the Run is coming with a completely different narrative. So when these real crimes are kind of given this kind of narratives by the authors, what do you see the broad relationship between literature and crimes, especially in the Indian context and work by Indian authors?
Right, that's a very, very good question of me, and I can spend hours giving you the answer, but I'll try narrowing it down to 3 basic points. First of all, I thoroughly enjoyed reading the book, and as Mr. Singh said, one of the things that it instantly does is that it humanizes the entire thing, where, otherwise what might be just seen on screens and, dare I also say through smoke screens, is really put forward in a way that is a particular perspective. And I think broadly speaking, the relationship between law and literature, there's a lot to say about it, because in many ways, both of them are essentially dealing with humans. And, you see the best of humans, you see the worst of humans, both in literature and in law. You see their passions and how they play out. So I think that's one of the main things that literature does. It humanizes the narrative. The second thing also, which I think quite interesting that it does, is, for instance, we've seen, at least for the past decade or so, we've seen a number of films that are made on criminal trials. For instance, we saw Talwar, which, I'm happy to be corrected, but I think that did mold the public opinion quite substantially to the extent that, even the trial was covered very, very, very extensively. So I think they mold the public opinion in that sense as well. And perhaps the third thing is that it also helps in creating a dialogue which otherwise would possibly be missing, because, most of us, if you look at the Shakespearean definition of tragedy, one of the main elements is that you should be feeling that this could happen to us. And whenever we are watching the news, it's not necessarily something that you empathize with. Whereas as soon as literature comes in, the empathy is created, which creates that mental space that, okay, this could, indeed happen to us. So I think it also gives that sense of ownership to whatever is happening. And for those reasons, I think it's a very, very closely knit connection. And of course, if you go to the judgments, a lot of them do cite literary sources, left, right, and center, for instance, the definition of torture, etc. And that's another relationship that does exist quite strongly.
I think that's very, very well put in. That covers a lot of different aspects. In fact, what I want to do is, my next question is something that I want both of you to give a shot to. It may be a little controversial, but I will try and frame it right, which is that, Mr. Singh, there are a couple of themes that you raise in the book, which as a lawyer, I couldn't help but feel that they're very much a police officer's perspective. Valid as they are, it's a different take on some of the issues which are still being currently very hotly debated in the country. For example, you described in some detail how quota came into being, and then TADA, and then UAPA, and you raised and touched upon in the book some difficulties that police officers may face in the light of legislations like UAPA. Now, I want to hear first your view on, do you think that this comprehensive legislation to deal with terrorism, a problem that you also just recently pointed out, is that something that UAPA does a good job at? And do you also see the concerns around possible misuse of UAPA, which we are seeing in the country today? Of course, in my subjective opinion, there could be a debate about it. So what's your view on that?
See, first, let me talk about the misuse of any law. See, there is one is an instrument, and other its application. Now, if the application is bad, does not mean the instrument is bad. One has to make this distinction. Now, coming back to the criminal law, see, we have only section 121A in Indian Penal Code, which deals with waging war against the state. And Explosive Substance Act and the Arms Act. These are the various acts which are available, and CRPC is there. Now, the rule of game we have to understand between a criminal investigation, the criminal trial, and terrorist investigation and terrorist trial, rule of game are distinctly different. Now, terrorists are there to cause blast one after another, while criminal may be doing one or two cases. Now, for example, in the Indian Mujahideen case, they started operating in 2005. They caused explosions in all parts of the country. You take Jaipur, Gujarat, Bangalore, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Hyderabad, so many parts of the country, killing 239 people and 767 were injured. When they were, after the Battle House encounter, many of them were caught, many shifted to Pakistan and Dubai. But one of them, stayed in India and started his own operation and could be caught in 2019. So you catch one person, other may get away from you. Secondly, for example, interrogation of a terrorist. Now, our law, CRPC, under 167 CRPC allows only the first 15 days that he could be given in police remand. Thereafter, if police has to interrogate, they have to go to the judicial custody for interrogation. Suppose his other terrorist is caught after 2 months, 3 months. What will happen? We cannot cross-question them at one place. So what is required is perhaps maybe 15 days or 13 days, but we require the remand to be given even after 2 months of first person arrest. Now, when NIA Act was being made, I had this discussion with the then Home Minister, saying that you are not giving us proper tools as far as the interrogation is concerned. And I gave him this example. And thereafter in NIA Act, there is a provision that 30 days piecemeal remand can be taken. That means you take remand for 5 days now. You can take remand of the person after 3 months so that he can be cross-interrogated with other persons. Now, terror financing is nowhere in the IPC or CRPC or any other act. Terror financing now has been included under Prevention of Unlawful Activities Act. Then you take example of trials of the cases.
So
now,
in the
interest
of time, I'm with you. I'm saying undoubtedly India, like every other nation, needs a comprehensive law on terrorism. My question is that do you think that UAPA is a good law, or do you think that there is need for reforms in the UAPA? And if what, how would you summarize the main reforms that are required? Because you point this out, in some detail in your book that, UAPA has been not that facilitative for the police officers when chasing terrorists.
Yeah, I'll mention at least two at the moment. The one is for example, trial. 2008, these IM terrorists were caught. There are cases all over the country against them. Trials are taking place in the different states. Now, the terrorists have to be brought there wherever the trial has to take place. Like suppose trial is taking place now in Delhi. They should be brought to Delhi. Another days the trial is in Gujarat. He has to be taken to the Gujarat. So it all delays the process. Till the time, only 2 cases have been finalized. One of the Jaipur and another of the Hyderabad. No other cases could be finalized till now. After 12 years have passed. What we require is, if there is a terrorist organization, its trial should go only at one place in the country. The second is, we do not have any provision of undercover operation. Suppose I infiltrate my officer into an organization, terrorist organization. No law protects him. If he is caught by some other unit, they will put him in jail. So these two, at least I can mention offhand.
Yeah. And Vijit, I want to bring that to you and add a few facilities, which again, Mr. Singh mentions in his book. One is about the DK Basu guidelines, right? So at page 60-61 of Butler House Encounters, Sir touches upon the DK Basu guidelines. For those who don't know, DK Basu guidelines were laid down by the Indian Supreme Court of guidelines that need to be followed by all police officers, whenever an arrest is made for all human right defenders, it almost acts like a Magna Carta. But of course, we know there is an awareness challenge, and at least I can tell you, having practiced at the district court level, that there are still police officers at the district court level, who don't really kind of give that kind of gravitas to DK Basu guidelines. So, what's your own view on the terrorism, how that's being portrayed in media in particular, and how we are portraying the predominant narrative in whether we are successful or not? You can come in this from your academic perspective, your philosophical perspective, or even your legal perspective.
Thanks, Afni. Again, very good question. And I'll be coming in it from all three of my, I'll be wearing the hats of convenience. And I think, as Mr. Singh said, that's absolutely, there's a lot to be said. So the first thing I'd like to say is, and this is something that even you've written on, Afni, is that the law needs to be the last sort of piece in the jigsaw of sorting out social and political problems. So to expect that any law, be it the UAP or any other law, would automatically, cure the entire disease is, I think that is very, very naive to begin with. The second thing I also want to say is that any law, be it UAP or any other piece of legislation that we do enact, it needs to do two things. The first one is it needs to have a purpose. Why is it that the law is being enacted? What is it that it is going to serve? Whose interest is it going to serve? And what is the sort of the bad elements or the bad things that it will be removing from the society? That's one. But the second, which I think is just as important, if not more, it also needs to reflect what we as a democracy and what we as a society want to reflect ourselves as, right? Being, one of the more respected democracies around the world, any law has to be, of course, there are international conventions, which I'm not going to go into, but at a very, very moral, ethical level, and also at a political level, it needs to reflect what are the values that we want to project whenever a law is made. So I think these are the two things that you need to keep in mind. And absolutely, I'll quote the great jurist Mr. Dworkin, who said, what is discretion? And he said, whenever you talk of discretion, think of a donut, which is a very, very interesting way of putting it, saying that what matters is not what is the surrounding bready part of the donut, but what matters is the little hole and the surrounding discretion that is governed by the discretion that is governed by the systematic thing. So I think any law, including the UAPA, must have systematical safeguards within it, and the judiciary, of course, exists there for a very, very good reason, which is to make sure that those safeguards are always taken care of. So there's no the rationality and reasonableness is always something that the law respects. As far as the DK Basu guidelines are concerned, there are two things about it. Again, the first one is that we need to remember that DK Basu guidelines are the minimum standards. They're not really saying, they're not setting a standard that is beyond what some people might say, for instance, in the Scandinavian countries, where the police has a lot of onus when they do make arrests. So the DK Basu guidelines are the bare minimum. We all know what led to that case. The number of custodial deaths in the country were rising, and if you read the judgment, there are some very, very painful episodes which are given in front of the Supreme Court. And the then justices decided that it was time, and a lot of that has been incorporated into the CRPC as well. So I think DK Basu guidelines provide a base minimum standard for making arrests. Having said that, perhaps we do need to relook at some of the guidelines that were there, including some of them can be, we could go further, and some there might be a case to be made for them to be curtailed as well, especially in terrorism offenses, which seems to be, the latest sort of disease that's affecting the world. Other countries have come up with special terrorist offenses as well, and so have we. So perhaps DK Basu guidelines in those particular circumstances can be visited. But again, we need to be very, very careful that we are absolutely clear about what the purpose is. There's no scope for misuse, and that the decision taken is one that is fair, transparent, and one that invites accountability.
Thank you so much. There's a lot to unfurl in what you've said, but I'll let the audience do that in the interest of time. I think we probably have time for one interesting question. And so I will cut the jazz and really ask what I truly want to ask. And again, there is room for two views here. And which is that, as lawyers, there is this famous joke that every lawyer has to make up a mind before starting off a case. whether he or she is going to take a position that crime is a fact or that crime is an invention, right? So at least as lawyers, we have the liberty to argue that, the crime that is being suggested here by the prosecutors or by the police is a complete invention, right? But as police, the common person may have a perception that once the police says that, this crime has taken place, this crime has indeed taken place, right? And now there is a lot of backlash. There are a lot of charges, for example, especially in the Northeast Delhi riots case that we saw, last in the beginning of 2020, where there is a growing perception that a lot of young students, young journalists, especially, those belonging to the Muslim community, they've been filed FIR cases against them, etc., etc. So my question is that, with your rich experience as part of the Delhi police, what do you make of this perception that sometimes, not all, but some police officers might want to, toe the line, go for a particular narrative, and in the process, invent crimes where there are none. I am not suggesting by any measure that is true for the entire police force. In fact, I think India has, I may be one of the exceptional people who may say this, that Indian police is one of the most honest, police community that we have. But the question is that do you think that there is still a sizable concern around need for police reforms in general? One is the need for reforms in the terrorist laws. But what about, the police reforms needed in the country today? I mean, from your book, we see a very positive picture of the police officers, and that's brilliant. But do you also see the other side, and do you think that there is a concern that we need to be thinking seriously about?
Yes, I agree with you. See, the police perception, if you see in the society, is not very, very bright. One of the reason is how the police performance is measured. Police performance is measured through the process of statistics. How many cases have been registered? How many cases have been sold? How many cases have been taken to the courts? There is no place of public perception in measuring the performance of the police. Now, what happens in the process is many police officers do not register the cases. They minimize the number of cases to prove that they are better than their predecessors. And this leads to the public harassment. A person goes to the police station for registration of the case and case is not registered. Then there is a process of investigation. The investigation should be of the quality. Now, when you are not registering the cases, when you are minimizing the cases, then and your quality of investigation also deteriorate because of that. We need to train our police officers in investigation, but what is most required is, if you want to reform our police, we have to change the measure of police performance. And I believe it has to be public perception rather than these statistics. Because what happens if the cases increase in a particular area? Then the politicians comes to play, saying that the policing has gone bad, the crime has increased, the issues are raised in assembly and the parliament also on these issues. And therefore, police officers try to then manage the statistics. I believe and I agree with you, there is a need to reform in the police forces.
Right. In fact, speaking of perception, Vishwajit, and just adding to Singh's response, one other question is as regards the perception of the National Human Rights Commission. That is also one thing that Mr. Singh touches upon, how he sees and, what was the role of the NHRC in the Matla House encounter case. But just taking it away from the book and kind of broadening this debate, what do you see? Do you see that those who are, human rights defenders in India have a genuine concern that National Human Rights Commission, as useful as it is largely a body without teeth, without mincing words? Because it's recommendations as best.
Absolutely. I think I agree with you, and there's not much to be said other than what you've said about the NHRC. And I'd also like to come back to what it was just being discussed about the police. Now, I do think, I am in agreement with you when I say that we've perhaps got one of the best police forces. And you see the sort of resources that the police personnel get. And in many states, it's absolutely deplorable. You look at the sort of per capita police people we've got for the population, shocking, absolutely shocking. Nowhere else in the world would such numbers even be able to manage. But I think more importantly, we need to look at and really own the police force, because I think there is some form of colonial hangover there, where the police was intended to be the oppressor rather than the supporter. The perception is changing, and from my own experience, I can tell you that there have been instances where I've been outside, for instance, high court and trial courts, and I've seen police personnel taking money from their pocket and getting the accused, a cup of tea. Because there's no budget for that. So I've seen that sort of kindness exist in the police, and I think across the board there will be hundreds of stories where the police has done a brilliant job. But we really need to look at the sensitization of the citizenry as well as the police forces to make sure that that colonial hangover is sort of left behind, and we own the police force as an independent democracy. Speaking of the NHRC, again, they've done some brilliant work, and they do come to a number of situations where injustice has been done. But I think as with any other institution, there's a lot of churning going on, and I do hope that the coming few years do see the NHRC evolving into a role where they can have some form of coercive power.
Thank you so much for very well put thoughts and very well summarized issues. For anybody who's watching this conversation, if there is one thing that may become clear to you, is that when we talk about the chase, as the title of this particular discussion was, and chase of the criminals, it's a jigsaw puzzle that involves law as a part of it, politics as another part of it, media as a third part of it, and of course the role that our police forces play in it. And all of this are woven beautifully in this narrative called The Butler House Encounters, a book that whether you're a lawyer, whether you're a media person, a politician, or just a young person who wants to understand how terrorism cases take place and how our police forces work towards getting at them, this book is definitely a must read. So thank you so much, and I highly recommend all of you to definitely read this very racy, super interesting, super adventurous, and factual book based on one of the biggest encounters that we've seen in India, the Butler House Encounters. Thank you very much, and everybody have a great evening. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you, Vishwajit. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
As Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalization of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.
Well, from navigating one conundrum of chasing real-life criminals to the next one, now on reclaiming the narrative, women in Indian mythology. Namaskar and good evening, everybody. This is me, Niharika, albeit in a different role now, that of a moderator. And on this panel, I have with me two very accomplished authors. Let me tell you a little more about them. So Anuja is a best-selling author with a highly acclaimed work, and she mostly writes in the genre of mythology, historical fiction, and fantasy. Mohini, the Enchantress, is her latest work of mythological fiction, and her articles, short stories, and book reviews appear in various publications like The New Indian Express, The Hindu, and Femina. And she is known and highly acclaimed for her debut novel, Arjun, the Saga of a Pandav warrior prince. And with me on this panel, I have Koril Das Gupta, who's not only an author, She wears several hats because she's also a painter, an entrepreneur, and a professor. So many things rolled into one persona, and she's a compulsive storyteller, as she often says. And she has authored 4 books, which include 3 fiction and a non-fiction on Bollywood. Her 4th book has been optioned for screen adaptation, and she's the founder of TellMeYourStory.biz, which is a story ecosystem led by crowdsourced narratives. And for myself, well, I don't have such an accomplished bio, but just that I'm an anchor by profession, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here this evening with Coral and Anuja. I hope you guys are doing well.
I am good, Niharika. Thank you so much for such a warm intro. And hi, Anuja. Nice to see you.
Hi, Coral. Hi, Niharika. So happy to be a part of this event today.
Likewise, so I feel that we're going to be opening a Pandora's box here in this panel, but we'll have to keep it a little limited because we're short on time. So let me just get straight to the questions. The first question to both of you. We see so many women characters from mythology resurfacing all of a sudden, and we see this entire genre which has not been explored yet previously. Why do you think that could be, or why do you think we have so many people experimenting with women characters or telling a story from their perspective now? Let me come to you, Coral, first.
The way I look at it, that every story gets told from the politics of that era, So mythology is something which is timeless, which has been told time and again, and it will be told time and again across ages, even after us. So in the times that we have crossed, depending upon the politics of those eras, mythological stories had been told to us. And now the stories that I am writing, that Anuja is writing, that other authors are writing, they are a different interpretation of the known stories. We are trying to find out we are trying to read between the lines. We are trying to see what has not been explored enough and very conveniently sidelined. But those have extremely relevant portions which needs to be covered, which needs to be discovered, which needs to be spoken about. Because right now, given the politics of this era, given the audience of this era, there are certain things that comes to us as intellectuals, and there are certain things that the audience is ready for. And that is the reason I feel that I don't think that it is mythology is springing up right now, but at every era in different languages, mythology has always made a very important impact for every audience.
Well, I think it's just, the same story being told from one generation to the next. So probably we're adding in our own mix to pass on to the next generation. That's what I feel. So Anuja, what do you have to say about this?
I agree with what Coral said. She mentioned the timelessness of mythology, and I agree with her 100%. It was here before us. It will be here long after we're gone. As to your question about why we are suddenly, shining a spotlight on powerful women from mythology, I think it's just it's a reflection of the times we live in. And plus, I think it's a cycle. Inherently, mythology, the retelling of it is cyclical in nature. At one point, the narrators were mainly men belonging to a particular community. So it was their voices which were predominantly heard. And but I've always maintained that at its heart, the epics, our mythology, makes room for everybody. It's very inclusive because we've covered so much, and it's nice if now it's nice to give voice to lesser known characters and have people rejoice in their stories as well. I think all stories are beautiful. They have something to offer, and it's just lovely that right now we are doing a lot of women-centric mythology.
Well, I think there are also other spaces where perhaps women need better presence or they need to reclaim the narrative. Like, for example, sports. We don't have enough representation in sports, maybe. Or, for example, even the corporates, So, Coral, I assume that you have worked a lot with corporates. And we often say this, that girls mature faster than boys. Yet we see so few women in the leadership space. So would you like to add anything to that?
Frankly, we see less women in the corporate leadership space, but there are no dearth of women in the leadership space because we are constantly leading at our home or outside home. Because I personally feel that the homemakers are the best leaders. They are leading three particular verticals. They are leading money management, they are leading project management, and they are leading people management. And people management is the most difficult thing of it all, and they just handle it with great elan. And uh, at times the women at home, they can really take over situations and flatten the curve with the kind of finesse and the kind of expertise that your IIM degrees can't afford, you know. So I don't believe that women have any dearth of leadership. They are constantly visible, yes. The only problem is we haven't accepted those, or we don't take cognizance of the kind of leadership learning that is happening at various aspects offered by women. That we have, grown up kind of taking things for granted, taking the woman's work for as if that it is her, it is the birthright of the others to get the woman do those chores for them because she has done the great crime of getting married and birthing babies. So she must do those because it is a part of her job description when she was born. But increasingly, we, as just like I am talking, just like you have raised this question, we are raising these questions, and I'm sure we are moving towards the right direction.
Well, I think that's a very fresh perspective that we get to hear amidst all the other opinions that are often on social media or any other place. I'm going to hold on to that thought of job description for a second. I'll come back to you. But Anuja, what's your take on this? And do you agree completely with this, or do you have something different to add to this one?
I agree with what Koral said. But to add to it, I think it's any time in history. Even when, it was a patriarchal society and men call the shots, women have always found a way to make a mark, in art, in literature, in science, because women's contributions can never be overlooked if you study history and mythology. And I think that's a very inspiring, beautiful thing when you look around today and if you feel a little depressed about the lack of opportunities, or if you just feel there's a little inequality or something, we can always, just suck it up and find a way to forge ahead. You mentioned sports in particular and the corporate world. I think there's room for improvement, not just with respect to women alone. I think the entire sports scene, the corporate scene, it could use an overhaul. We do need to bring in renovations and changes, and it's a very exciting period because women are at the forefront of it. We've never waited for men or the government to do the right thing by us. Women always show extraordinary intuition, and you find a way to make things happen for you, even if people aren't offering things on a silver platter. So I've been surrounded by inspiring women all my life. And Koral said this beautiful point about how homemakers deal with three verticals. That was like brilliant. I just wanted to clap out loud because I really think homemakers are the backbone of not just this country, of the world. Their efforts fuel every single enterprise out there, and that's something we can rightfully take pride in as women, that we can balance so many responsibilities, wear so many hats. It's a lovely time to be a woman.
Well, I think we have another refreshing perspective here. Thank you so much for that. And now, like I said, I'll come back to you, Koral, on so I was reading through your latest book, Ahilya, and I was in the last chapter, and there's this point where, Brahma asks Ahilya, what do you know of being a woman? That's a very interesting definition that you've given us here. So why don't you take our viewers and our readers through that? I've read through it, but I would like our readers and our viewers to know more about that.
So actually, it was something that just came to me very naturally, that there is this soul, right? And the soul is floating around. Now, that soul is supposed to be untouched completely, right? A soul doesn't have a gender. A soul is supposed to be untouched completely. And then that soul sees the sculpting, and it asks that, am I a woman? That I felt very strongly that the consciousness of being a woman must be something which is so strong that it would come, that it would be transcendental. It wouldn't be something uh, which is only trapped into one lifetime. It has to be something which is far more bigger, far more generous. And Hinduism, I mean, when I say Hinduism, I don't mean the religion, I mean the philosophy. Hindu philosophy has never given a person's body so much importance as it has given the importance to the soul, the mind. And it is very, I mean, over time we have messed up our understanding of these things, and we have believed that the mind is only this part, which is a part of our body. But it is such a wrong notion, because it is actually the mind which is the greater vastness, and the body is a part of the mind. And when you actually understand that aspect, a lot of your learning has to be reoriented, and you completely take a different understanding of everything, the way you have understood, known, figured, whatever you have thought about yourself, whatever you have believed. So that is where I felt that when this soul is trying to figure out who she is, or what is it about being a woman or a man, there must be something very profound, and that profoundness cannot be born just cannot be limited to a particular number of years when you are on the earth. It has to be beyond that. So that was the way I had looked at it.
Well, I think that's lovely, and it's one of a kind take, because I have never come across it. I've never thought of it this way as well. That being a woman has to transcend births; it has to transcend your time on Earth. Let me talk about now Mohini, which is Anuja's book. So I was reading through it again, and what I find most endearing is that Mohini is the narrator of your novel, and she is all about plain speak. She will say straight away what she has to say. She will not try and twist it, or she will not try and use any fancy words. In terms of a short word, was it deliberate that you adopted this approach, or it's just that it came to you this way?
No, actually, I think at that time I was really struggling with Mohini. Some characters are a little more complex, a little more harder to pin down than other characters. So I think initially, honestly, I was panicking and I was thinking, my God, why do I take up these extremely complicated characters? People are always telling me, why don't you write something more simple, something funny maybe? Why do you get into these complicated themes? And I was thinking, yeah, everyone's right. I'm punishing myself. And but then suddenly, but when you persevere with your characters, they'll help you. And I was just thinking, okay, how do I go about this? When suddenly I had that moment, that light bulb moment, where I thought, okay, one way to get closer to her would be to just let her speak in her own voice. And I think that was the turning point for me, because after that it was such a beautiful journey from having initially it felt like I was banging my head on the wall, but after that it was like just being captured in the flow of her story. I felt like I was standing outside and just letting the story take shape on its own. And it was a lovely experience with Mohini, to experience her spirit, the exuberance of her nature. Because I think I'm a proper geek, and I think I've always been very frightened to venture out and explore my desires, to just go where my impulses lead me. Because I do have an impulsive side, but I've always been scared. And I just love that you have this character who's completely afraid. She's fearless. She go where her desires lead her. And I found her so inspiring, and I think it helped me deal with certain personal restrictions which I'd imposed on myself, which is just another beautiful thing about these characters. They help you a lot more than you do. People always say you're giving a voice to unknown characters, and I'm always thinking, like it's this profound thing to say, but I'll be thinking, no, I feel like I didn't do anything. These characters have done more for me than I've done for them.
Well, I think taking off from there, so I just had a quick thought in my mind while you were talking that since we are the writers, we get to paint our woman characters the way we want. And the way we define strength can also be different for each mythological character. So even though we've known them through stories that we've heard in childhood, even though we've known them through perhaps, movies or television representations, still while we are writing, we can give different meanings to the strength of a woman. So, to both of you, if you had to define strength, how would you do that? So, I think we
Uh,
can do Coral first.
Okay, the way I see a woman's strength, which is actually the uh, underlying thought of this series that I'm writing, the Sati series, the Panchkanya series. And that, while writing that, something that I realized about the strength of women, uh, from which this particular idea of Sati comes, that a Sati cannot be touched. And once again, when I say touched, Hindu philosophy doesn't talk about the body because the body is temporary. It talks about far bigger aspect, which is the soul. And the woman's soul is very difficult to be touched. It is often joked that a woman is difficult to be pleased. That is, the real reason for that is uh, she has herself set her benchmarks too high, and her expectations from herself is so high. So that governs everything around her, right? And she probably deals with mediocrity in a particular way, which others might find a little intimidating at times. Now, when it comes to Sati, the way they define it is that Sati is someone who has been untouched. And when they say untouched, it means that they cannot be moved from their resolve very easily, which actually boils down to their patience. It boils down to their resilience. So if they have set their head on something, they have that extreme patience and extreme resilience to take whatever it takes, but see to it that they have given their blood and sweat and soul to what they want till their last last bit of energy. That I think is the biggest strength of a woman. And when it comes to this discourse of Sati, the same thing flows that, for example, today on social media, there are so many people saying so many things. So in today's context, if I have to try defining Sati, then probably Sati is that woman who is not touched by whatever, and I use the term touched very consciously. So Sati is probably that woman who is not touched by what others are saying. She is very clear about her understanding or her conscience when it comes to defining the rights and wrongs of her choice. That is Sati in today's context, and that I think is the strength of the woman in different perspectives.
Beautiful. I think that's quite beautiful. I would love to hear from you, Anuja, now about the same thing.
I think Shakti, strength of a woman or man, I'm not going to go with gender here, but I think strength comes in many, many forms. We tend to acknowledge only the obvious, which is physical strength, the triumph of might. That's the only thing we value in today's world. But I think it's so much more than that. Shakti is not something that can be defined or contained in a box. It's something that's boundless. It's something that defies comprehension. And I think one of the most beautiful aspects of the feminine divine of Shakti, which animates all in existence, is that, of course, Shakti does have what it takes to be a warrior. We worship Shakti in her warrior form as well. But I think more than that, what inspires me is that, there's so much tenderness, there's so much compassion underlying that tremendous strength. I love that Shakti can show you a better way, a way to be a better version of yourself. Now, if you take all the sinners in mythology, you have your Mahishasura and, all these, the much reviled asuras. I've always found that, in all these stories,
the people, of course, talk about the killing of this Asura, whether it's Ravana or whatever, but nobody talks about what came after. Nobody talks about salvation, which had been placed within their reach, that all roads lead to Shakti at the end, whether you take a path of bloodshed and hatred and violence. I love that Shakti gives you hope that nobody is beyond redemption. Everyone can find their way home. Everyone can be better. Everyone can leave the worst part of themselves behind to embrace all that is, brilliant about them. I think that is what true strength is. Not messing up exactly, but finding the strength to get up, to acknowledge that you've done something terrible, and to make amends for what has been done, to restore balance. This balance, I think, is the most powerful part of strength. Finding that balance to reconcile all that is contradictory inside you, all the warring forces, both within and without. The ability to balance on that knife edge, that is strength at its most divine.
Well, I think I couldn't agree more on both these perspectives. Now, since both of these are mythological characters, and they must have taken a fair amount of research and work and drafts and redrafts, I just want to know a little about both of your processes. How did you go about your research, and how did you go about penning the entire books that you have? Let me go to Coral now.
Actually, with Ahalya, it has been much easier because people didn't know enough about Ahalya. They just knew a little bit. And there is not enough literature as well about Ahalya. So I did a few reading, and anyway, I was comparatively well read in mythology compared to many others in my generation. So I was already pretty in it when it comes to mythology. So Ahalya, it was a very smooth flow, and often that is what happens to me when I am writing. That I just like Anuja said some time back, that whatever I write, I think these characters come and they get the stories written. Actually, that is what happens, and I couldn't agree more with her that actually that is what happens. You just feel that the character has come there and it's trying to, talk to you and tell you what it is or how it is. So Ahalya happened like that. Now that I am writing Kunti is actually giving me, a lot of sleepless nights because one, there is too much literature on Kunti. Not that many people have written about Kunti, hardly any, but in the peripheral, Kunti's peripheral space has been extremely well explored, and Kunti's name has featured in those too many times. So, my challenge is that I have to escape from the complication and still tell her story, which is again equally complicated. So I am trying to do every kind of, I am trying to do every kind of shortcut possible. I am trying to run. I am trying to fall. I am trying to drown. All of that is happening. One day I am throwing the laptop. Next day I am picking it up. So that phase is on. So I am cursing myself, but I am enjoying it.
Well, I will just pause, Anuja, here for a while before we hear from you. Since you brought up the subject of Kunti, so I have to ask you this. There are two kinds of characters that are painted when it comes to her. In some versions of the Mahabharata, she comes across as very manipulative. But in a few others, for example, I can recall B.R. Chopra's television serial Mahabharata. She's painted as somebody who has a very soft heart. So who is your Kunti? Which side does she have?
Manipulative. Because I do believe that the manipulation is also a very solid, a very solid identity of the woman. And not every time manipulative is negative. Manipulative, the word has many connotations and it can be explained in many ways. And Kunti, the way I have looked at her, she's a queen, and a queen is a diplomat, right? I have tried to explain her decisions from that perspective.
That's interesting. I'm sure that's going to be one very interesting read, and I'll look forward to it. And now coming back to you, Anuja, on the previous questions. So do tell us what you feel.
Regarding the working process, again, the research part's a lot of fun, but it can also be very distracting because there's an ocean of material out there to wade through. And I'm always getting sidetracked because there'll be some character in Mohini's life who interests me, and suddenly I'm chasing this rabbit down a hole. And I keep disappearing here and there. And, my notes are so copious. I do it the old-fashioned way. I jot it down using a pen in my diary. And almost always, when I want to go back to some little tidbit, it'll always be something which I didn't jot down. So, I'll have to go hunt for it all over again. And it's a merry chase. I fall down, I pick myself up, I get panicky. But, ultimately, the thing with Indian mythology, it's like a living, breathing organism as far as I'm concerned, because we have such a rich tradition of oral storytelling which was later put down, and everyone's voice is so fascinating. Everyone who's worked in this genre, they put a little bit of their heart and soul. So it's just lovely to be part of that. It feels like a collaboration. It feels like we're all in this together. We all contribute a little more to, help this beautiful organism, this beautiful soul, which is made up of little bits and pieces of so many people's hearts, minds, souls. It's, it's so lovely to be a part of that. And slowly, as an author, I think you feel you've succeeded when your character refuses to listen to you. When your character just goes ahead and does her own thing, like a very troublesome child, right? So, initially I used to try and control it, but I think 11 books down the line, now I just surrender to that process. And that surrender itself is so fun for me because I'm a control freak. Ask my children, they'll tell you about, the military aspect of their mother. So, and yet in this space, I just love that feeling where I'm just, completely uninhibited. And, with Mohini, it was like that. And again, since she's, people always bring up Mohini's character when we're talking about LGBTQIA characters in mythology, I wanted to make sure that, I did justice. Again, you could argue that since I'm not a transgender person, I really may not capture the essence of it. So, again, I tried to not focus so much on the political correctness of it all, and to simply concentrate on capturing the essence of Mohini. So that's what I tried to do. And again, it became very simpler when I let her do her thing, and I just sat in the back seat and just enjoyed the ride.
Well, that's when I think.
If I may just tell this to Anuja, because I was really enjoying what she was saying. I often noted when I was small and my grandparents would tell me stories from mythology, I noted that often grandfather's version was a little different from grandmother's version. Grandmother would, tell the same story with a little empathy towards the women characters, or she would, conceal a little cruelty part. And grandfather would be more, robust in talking about those. So I would often say, but he said that it is like that. So she said, yes, that is right, but it happened this way. So that I still remember. I was remembering that when Anuja was talking.
Actually, I'm reminded of my mother. She would have been told the very, censored version of all the myths, and I adore shattering all those myths for her. For instance, with Kannagi, who burnt Madurai, I'll say, Ma, she actually plucked out her left breast and hurled it at the city like a nuclear missile. My mom would be horrified, and I'd say in the Ramayana, Ma, Lakshmana actually chopped off Shurpanaka's breast, Ma. She'd be like, why do you have to tell me these things? Because she likes that sanitized, glossy, pretty version which she'd been told by her grandmother. And I like to bug her by setting her temperature right up to roof with, the versions I've uncovered through my reading. So it's just so funny.
Well, I think that's the beautiful part about characters. You know that they are characters when they don't listen to you, and also about stories. So we have our own narratives, we have our own sides. I think it happens in everyday life also when we are narrating an incident to a friend or maybe a colleague. We will just add in our 2 cents, or we will just say, no, this is not what happened. This is what happened. Okay, so since we've been prompted by the organizers, one last quick question to both of you. Now, our present culture, the present society that we live in, can in a lot of ways be said to be a mirror of the society that we had back then. It seems to be deeply rooted in tradition. So, according to you, are there some traditions that need to evolve with the times that we are in, some that we can completely do away with? Or, it should remain as it was back then? So, I think...
See, traditions, I think we all are constantly making peace with things that we believe is right for us. I mean, I know that, for example, I have very strong spiritual side and I believe in God, but I don't take my bath early in the morning and stand before the temple and do my bhagavad. But that doesn't happen with me. It's not that I am disrespectful towards those who do. My husband does. But even when I tried, I found that what is traveling in my mind is something completely different. In front, the deity is sitting. I am standing before him. I have been given prayers to chant. I am chanting, but it is not making sense because in my head I am thinking something else. It didn't make sense to me, so I don't do it. But my way of believing in God is that trust him for the decisions that he has taken for you. I mean, I'm talking for myself, that I trust God for the decisions that he has taken for me, even when things are not very happy, not exactly the way I would want them to be. I don't blame God. I definitely question him that how can you do this to me? But I don't blame him in the sense that, no, you must change it. That I never do, because I feel that he knows my life from top to bottom. So if he has done something, he knows the best. He has put me into it. He will take me out of it. So obviously, this is not something which is happening at every household. Obviously, every house has, as you understand, that my mother-in-law was different, my mother is different, my husband is different. But I today have taken that diversion to say that I don't think this is for me, right? That is an evolution in the family, which nobody is contesting, because people have started understanding, at least in the urban space. I have that say within me that please don't force me, because I believe in doing it differently. And people have understood. They may not have understood my take, that why am I saying this, but they have understood that I have something which I'm not being able to negotiate with, and so I better be left alone. So there are many such rituals which we are constantly negotiating with, and we are constantly, trying to find peace with, doing things in our own way. Those will constantly keep happening. Yes, there are many such rituals of, for example, all those signs of marriage. I find them beautiful, but I wear them only when there is an occasion. My yesterday generation, they are more regular with those. I am not. So these things we will sometimes, compromise. We will sometimes adopt. Things will change the way they want to, but I do believe that the most beautiful rituals that we have will never change. They will stay in some way or the other. They will definitely stay.
Absolutely.
Harika, just to mention what you said, I think tradition itself was not always very traditional. I mean, you go back several centuries, and it's not like they were all like so goody-goody and following all the rites and rituals. Everything just kept changing. The definitions of tradition keep changing all the time. So, now everyone would think that nudist colonies are a Western thingy, which happened in modern era. But actually, if you think about it, during the Bhakti movement, there was the saint from Karnataka, Mahadevika. She chose to appear in the nude, and she would use her long tresses to cover herself. That was all she used to cover herself. So, again, she may have been unconventional for that period, but she did write passionate poetry. Her work has survived to this day, and she was considered a saint of the Bhakti movement. So what is traditional then? Today, if you were to take off your clothes and say, I'm going to adorn myself with my hair, it would be a big thing. You'll be splashed all over social media, and people will yell at you for not being traditional, for forgetting your roots. So what is roots? What is tradition? I feel that, from every age you can pick up what works for you, and that's going to vary from person to
Exactly.
person. Take the best of the past, whatever that may mean for you, and try not to judge others whose, idea of tradition is not necessarily the same as yours. And we also need to understand that conventionality itself is not morality. It's not necessarily the best way to live your life. Whatever works for you, different strokes for different folks. I'm just throwing cliche after cliche here, but the idea is, whatever works for you. Don't apologize for that, and don't judge others who do something which is entirely at odds with what you think is the best way to live your life.
Well, I think we may think these are cliches, but for a lot of people, they may not be. But in any case, those are two very wonderful views that we have here, and those are wonderful closing remarks. And what I have also personally felt is this, that if you look at anything which you say defies tradition, has probably existed in some or the other part of our history. So I quite agree with that we need to define tradition first, and we need to define how to evolve out of it as well. But thank you so much, Koral and Anuja, for that lovely, lovely conversation. I was beginning to think that now is when we are beginning to warm up in the conversation, but time is pressing like always. So we will see you some other time, and I hope that we do get a chance to meet each other again, even if virtually, and take this conversation forward. In any case, thank you so much. It's been great having you here this evening.
Same here. Nice seeing both of you. Thank you so much for having me.
Our pleasure.
Thank you so much, Koral and Niharika. We'll definitely continue this over coffee sometime. Hope our paths cross soon.
Absolutely. Look forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now it's over to the back-end team to for the next panel. See you soon.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
ਸੋ ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ।
And now I'm back to my former role of playing host. So let me now take you to the next session, or let me say it this way. It's time to turn the page to something very motivational. Now, the next speaker is very special. He's a national award-winning actor who has worked across 11 languages in 200 plus films. He has reinvented himself successfully in an additional avatar of being a prolific speaker and a motivational inventionist. Now, when we talk of motivation, there are some days where we need to go out and look for motivation, but today is one of those evenings where motivation itself comes to you. With his igniting talks and bespoke motivational workshops, he has impacted the lives of working professionals from over 200 organizations across the globe. And he is also the co-founder of Ashish Vidyarthi and Associates. By now, you must have guessed that I am talking of none other than Ashish Vidyarthi, who's a special speaker this evening. And he's going to be in conversation with the very talented Suparna Saraswati Puriji, who's an independent writer whose first book on Adi Shankaracharya and Advaita is at the doorstep of getting published. And I'm sure she's going to have a lot of readers in us here at CLS. From conversations to culinary experimentations, she enjoys activities that include listening to radio music, reading, gardening, and traveling. And I'm sure this conversation is going to be as invigorating and enriching. Over to you, Suparna ma'am, to do the honors.
Namaskar, Ashish, and thank you, Niharika.
Thank you, Niharika. Good to see you, Suparna.
Likewise. अहोभाग्य हमारे और मंच के कि आप हमारे साथ हैं आज की शाम.
बहुत शुक्रिया.
And let me begin straight away with something that has always intrigued me. ये सवाल कौंधता रहा है और आपसे अब मुखातिब होने का ये फायदा है कि इस माध्यम के द्वारा थोड़े से पेचीदा सवाल किए जा सकते हैं. द बेनिफिट बीइंग कि आप मुंबई में अपने निवास स्थान में हैं और मैं चंडीगढ़ में. सो विदाउट फर्दर मच अडू, सबसे पहले आशीष बताइए, आप जैसे प्रतिष्ठित और पुरस्कृत अभिनेता के लिए चुनौती का क्या अर्थ है?
सबसे पहले सुवर्ण आपका स्वागत है लिटराटी फेस्टिवल में. जो सब हैं सबका स्वागत है. CLS के सब मेंबर्स का. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इज दैट ये प्रतिष्ठित और पुरस्कृत जो है वो मेरी हिस्ट्री का हिस्सा है, विच आई रियली वर्कड हार्ड फॉर इट एंड आई एंजॉय दैट. But other than that, when I step into world, when I step into each morning, I travel without it. It keeps it easy for me. Not just it's एक zindagi, people want to step out of anonymity and to become known, and then you become a celebrity, and or so people say that you are, and then you are left to carry the burden of that. तो ये पुरस्कार, उसके साथ साथ तिरस्कार या ये जो प्रतिष्ठित होना, all this is part of the huge weight, if you may understand that to be that you will need to carry if you want to hold that mantle. And then with all this, it's very difficult to experiment. It's very difficult to try something new. Lucky me, I mean, some people are not mature enough to understand what they have gotten. And I've been in that place for a few years now. 55 I am today. And yet, I would love to, I love to go out and create each morning, each afternoon, each evening, something very, very interesting. I personally feel that reinvention or doing something new is in the eyes of the beholder. All right, people who are. But as far as this person is concerned, how would it be if this person actually looks at each day as a new day, and you can step into it without the how should I say, without the fear of your reputation being impacted. If you can be truly in each sense of not be pressured into making sense. Not be pressured into the logic of how it should be. Erudite enough to explain in logic. I personally believe, Subarna, there is magic in life. And we've kind of the earliest, as a child, when you looked up, when you had that wonder in your eye, there was magic. Wow. It was like that. And then somebody who was your parent or somebody said, "Hey, why are you surprised? Haven't you seen it at home?" Because that surprise means that child has not seen that thing before. All right. So you say, "No, you've seen it before." And as we grow older, we feign not being surprised. And all that I do is that I allow myself to be surprised each day. I allow myself to be saying that, "Wow, okay, never thought of it this way. Can I try that?" And to have that glint which is sans the thing of, it's like saying that I don't know, and somebody will say, "You don't know?" And then you say, "Yeah, I don't know." And then you allow yourself to be touched by another person's view, and they're sharing as if it's the first time ever that you're hearing it, which in fact you are. And so for me, ये सब कुछ बहुत amazing है, क्योंकि उन पुरस्कारों की वजह से, उस प्रतिष्ठा की वजह से मुझे लोगों से बातचीत करने का मौका मिलता है. That's an access for me. You've invited me on account of that. But each morning, each day, each evening, like today, I'm going to be traveling without it, because that's how I love to travel. And,
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत खूबसूरत विचार है ये आशीष. और मुझे ये अब जाता है उस दिशा में जहाँ ज्यादातर अपनी पहचान लोगों के जहन में बनाई गई है उन महान निर्देशकों द्वारा, आपके सह अभिनेता colleagues के द्वारा, the body of work that you have churned out over decades. उस सब के चलते मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूंगी कि काम करने का सौभाग्य उन निर्देशकों और सह अभिनेताओं के साथ, एक होती है खिड़की खुलना, अवसर मिलना, एक होता है अनुभव करना। आपके लिए ये दोनों चीजें आपने किस तरीके से इसका संतुलन
तो
बनाया?
मेरे लिए सुपर्णा बहुत साफ है कि हर चीज एक अनुभव बाद में होता है, सबसे पहले एक मौका होता है। जैसे मैं यहाँ पर अब आप लोगों के सम्मुख हूँ, आप लोगों के साथ हूँ, वी आर इन अ कन्वर्सेशन, सो फर्स्ट इट्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर मी टू इंटरैक्ट विद यू, इंटरैक्ट विद द पीपल हु आर देयर, एंड देन आई विल हैव एन एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ इट, आई विल क्रिएट एन एक्सपीरियंस फॉर अदर्स, ऑलराइट? सो it again boils down to the privilege of being alive, the privilege that you and I are alive, still around, and which is this entire period has brought forth the frailty of our lives.
True, very true.
You know what we said that, yeah, you know, I'm still young, and you say, and suddenly realize that you can be young and you can pop. You can be at whatever age and you can pop. All your numbers on your medical thing are doing fine and you can pop. So what this period has done actually is it allows you to the privilege of being alive, the privilege that you and I have, each one of us has, to live another day, or jump, and as we as professionals or anything that we are doing, when we live each day, I'm very clear that they say I've been very lucky that I have worked with extraordinary directors, extraordinary actors, and extraordinary opportunities to work across cultures, Suparna. And देखिए, एक होता है कि मैं जब कहता हूँ कि 11 भाषाओं में मैंने काम किया है, पर आप देखिए, आप नॉर्थ में जब आप पले बड़े हुए हैं, जैसे मैं हुआ हूँ दिल्ली में, so South is an entirely different world. It's like, I mean, कुछ साल पहले तक भी लोग मुझे बंबई में बोलते थे, so Ashish, so you have shifted to the South. और मैं कहता था, अच्छा, what is that? I said, yeah, I've shifted to that city called South. एक city है South. So Ashish, you stay in South, right? Stay in South. Like, एक city है, इसका नाम है South. और but as you go deeper, as you work, you understand that there is a Tamil language, there is a Telugu language, there is a Kannada language, Malayalam language, and each of those languages, even though they may be not even geographically very far, but they are unique. Their gestures are unique. The culture is unique. How they speak is unique. And when you essay such characters, when you even essay such writings which are made by written by people there, so it's very interesting. It's not so. So for example, I'm kind of as you said, I churned out a lot of work. Yes, I have churned out a lot of work, and a whole lot of them are, within quotes, the villain roles. And inside of those villain roles, there are those inspector and the politician roles. Okay, and yet I'll tell you something very interesting. The politicians and the inspectors, if that's a very, very large number of roles, or the dons that I've played, when they were in Hindi, they had the flavor here. When in Hindi they wanted to put a flavor of South, it was a very Hindi-centric flavor of South. When I was doing films in Tamil and playing the characters there, the police inspector there in Dil is a very Tamil film, a character. So as you move across cultures, you go to Bengal, you're creating characters. I had the privilege of working in Bombay Bombay, which was a Feluda series by Mr. Ray's written book, and Sandeep Ray directed it. And now the point here is, what is fascinating is that as you travel across these places, can you mint yourself afresh? Even though a set of people, even though, say, a Suparna is saying, okay, so you're doing films down there, but for me, it is a new experience, and I really first take it as a privilege that I have the privilege of doing it, And then मैं भीगता हूँ. I really, I kind of enjoy the entire thing. For example, even this interview, this interaction that I'm having, I'm pretty excited. I remember you and I had a banter this morning when I was in Chennai. I completed a schedule. We shot whole night, and we completed a schedule, and I had some things. Now that's a different world. I'm shooting in Chennai. I land up here.
Correct.
Some friends are coming for dinner a little later. There's going to be another different experience. Same home, but different experience when people are there. But here we are. So as an actor, I'm really passionate about the fact that each of us human beings have an opportunity to take on different roles, meet different sets of people, meet different sorts of thoughts.
Right.
And for each one of those thoughts that one gets, one essay is something which is very personal to me. So I, as a product of a Bengali mother and a Malayali father, Bengali mother from Rajasthan and a Bengali father and a Malayali father. So and me, who's brought up in Delhi, I will interpret it in my way, with my education there, Hindu college history, National School of Drama, attending lectures, Tanchung, stuff like that. Now that is me. That excites me in life. I'm sure I'm making a lot of sense.
Of course, more than sense. As always, you connect instantaneously. I think ये खुदा की बख्शिश है कि आप का चेहरा, आपकी बुलंद आवाज और आपके अल्फाज जो हैं वो एक नक्शा बना देते हैं किसी भी दर्शक, किसी भी सुनने वाले के लिए. And my esteemed audience at CLS and the world around, I'm sure, agrees with me that we are very, very delighted that you have joined us. And
privilege, so अगर हम लोग बिल्कुल साथ कहेंगे, life itself is a privilege.
I agree.
जब हम उस privilege को fully जीते हैं, when we live it fully, then we experience something which we have never done before. And for me, I may have been to Chennai countless number of times. Imagine the number of evenings I would have spent in my own home. But imagine if I am ready to take away something new with each evening. So even this evening, if I can take away something new, that experience, and I value that experience. So therefore it goes beyond. So, I worked with that great director, and I had the privilege of working with that great actor and that great script. I got it. But can I also have something extraordinary available to me? When yesterday I was having breakfast with some people whom you don't know at a place called Murugan Idli, right opposite, the Besant Nagar beach. That experience is something which I really value and I celebrate.
Right. Staying a little longer on the same page, Ashish, ये जो zest for life है और जो magic की आप बात कर रहे हैं, आपने कहा कि हर मौका, हर पल आपको एक नया ख्वाब जीने की इजाजत देता है. मैं यहाँ चाहूंगी आपसे जानना कि एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत प्रोजेक्ट आपके हाथ आया था काफी अर्से पहले साहब के साथ, and you did a phenomenal docu-feature which I hope most of the people have had an opportunity to see, The Little Big Man. मामूली आदमी पर बहुत नामामूली. मैं और वो आशीष विद्यार्थी और आज भगवान की दया से सफेद बाल वाले आशीष विद्यार्थी,
सफेद बाल क्या कह रहे हो?
नजर आ रहे हैं. विजन. करेक्ट. तो आप मुझे बताइए कि
वर्ल्ड ऑफ डिफरेंस.
आओ थोड़ा सा उस पे गौर फरमाएं.
कुछ पता नहीं. मैं मतलब हम लोग कई बार कहते हैं, जैसे मैं एक बताता हूँ कि मुझे एक रंजिश जरूर है अपने आप से, पता नहीं किससे, कि मैं ना, my father, I really looked up to him and still do, Govind Vidyarthi. By the time I started understanding a whole lot of things, Baba was much older than me. Baba was born in 1912. I was born in 65. So I was a product of a late marriage. By the time I think I started understanding certain nuances about him, he stopped talking. He became very quiet. He was nearly as talkative as me. much more vaster. And so I have spent a whole lot of my life ruining the fact that क्या मैं थोड़ा और वक्त ऐसे टाइम पर बड़ा हो सकता था या समझदार हो सकता था कि मैं बाबा को कुछ और समझ सकूं. बट अमेजिंग चीज है कि उस वक्त का मैंने जो पाया है बाबा का, मुझे लगता है कि उनके न बोले हुए शब्द शायद कुछ असर कर रहे हैं मुझ पर. So each one of us is a product of the times that we have lived. And there are so when Mamuli Ram happened, I was at a different stage of my career. Remember, there are two journeys of an actor. One journey is that you see, while that actor is performing, all right, you see that, and then there is that internal journey of the actor, which is, I promise you, filled with angst, filled with want, filled with hunger, filled with fear, and no actor, no human being is bereft of that duality of our thing.
Oh yes.
So I do recall, in fact, afternoons, evenings, chatting with Shambabu about certain nuances of life. In fact, he shared with me what is a single malt whiskey, and he shared with me nuances of life. And for me, even as I was essaying that role of the great Mr. Korean,
that's right.
The experience of being there is something which I am left with. The film itself is there, out there, and that goes for each film. It could be, and I have a, my spectrum of roles are from absolute mainstream commercial films, doing all sorts of things, being slapped by the hero and stuff like that. At the other end are films like, like Teen Kahon, which is a film which, I would want some people to go and watch. It's a Bangla film called Teen Kahon. There's a film which has never been released, a film called Muka Binay. It was to be the first directorial venture of Mr. Shamanan Jalan. Amazing film. It's lying somewhere. It's ready. It's lying in some of the government something. So I'm each one of us, there are many stories that we have told which have been seen, and there have been a lot of those which have been told. That's why one is here. But there are a lot of untold stories which never got made. I still recall with the fondest memory of the period that I spent chatting and growing with Saeed Mirza. That's why I came down to Bombay for a film called Kutte Ki Maut. And Suparna, that film you have not seen. No one has seen because that film never got made. But even that unmade film
has impacted
allowed me to be around Saeed Mirza long enough for him to tell me one day, he asked me this question. He said, "Bombay kaisa lag raha hai?" How do you find Bombay? I said, "Acha." And he said, "Badbu aati hai." That's the smell. And I didn't know what to say, but I still said, "Yes." Ha. And he said, "Mehnat ke pasine ki badbu hai."
Wow.
So Kutte Ki Maut never happened, but Saeed Mirza happened to me.
True.
And his gentleness, his depth in his eyes, his vastness was there with me. And that film never happened. And there are countless such stories where there are subsets, as writers, you people know subtext. So in the subtext, we've got sub-lives which are happening. And as an actor, and my Baju Bhai from National School of Drama, Ram Gopal Bajaj ji, he used to say always one thing, have the third eye. So even as we are having this conversation, there's a third eye looking, okay, so what's it looking like? It's an out-of-body experience.
Absolutely.
So an actor's journey is one, and trust me, so when I was having an interaction many years back with a PRO, and the PROs had just started coming into existence, and I think it was the late 90s, and there was a gathering, and the journalist asked me a few questions, and he left, and this young PR girl, she said, "So I hope you don't mind if I tell you something." I didn't know what happened. I said, what happened? Tell me. And she said, sir, I didn't know you could speak English. Because the kind of commercial mainstream films that I had done. अरे भैया क्या है? अरे क्या इधर आओ? क्या कर रहे हो तुम? खड़ा हो जाओ यहाँ पर सामने. अरे इतना मारेंगे तुमको. I have done all those kind of roles, and probably with such belief that. So the point was not about English, but point is कि आपकी समझ को चुनौती दी जाती है. और I have an interesting tale about one of the literary meets that I attended a few years back, which was Bangalore.
Please.
And yeah, it was, I'd gone down for that, and it was the first time that I was attending a lit fest, and I was excited. So I was to speak later in the day, but I came in the morning, and I was moving around, and I just looked around, and then I said, may I sit in the writers' lounge? He said, of course, sir. You're doing an interview, and you're, of course. Then I sat there, and there were writers, and I really wanted to be near them because it's a different world. I wanted to hear their sounds. So there was a set sitting there. I was sitting at a distance having a coffee. And then I walked up to one of them in the set and said, if you don't mind, can I be a fly on the wall and just be sitting here? He said, yeah, sure. And I sat there, and it was very interesting. Writers discussing their next, the next event. They were not discussing the next book, but it was so listening. I was, showing that I'm having my coffee, but I was all ears. I was listening to them. And about 20-25 minutes later, they all get up. And I was very close to them. And one of them just looked at me and said, so, you're here to talk about social media? So I was like, actually, no. And then the other person wanted to make it better for me. He said that, I think the next Lit Fest, we should suggest they should do it for all villains. So it was wonderful. It was liberating, Subarna. And I said that, look, I really understand that that's the image that I have. And what is even more freeing to understand that even you have images. Even though you speak of breaking images, you have your own images. And that's what I've discovered in life. All of us, we box others.
True.
And we want to box others, and it was so lovely. And I said, you must come for one of my chats. In fact, this conversation is not about social media; it's about this actor can talk about something else too.
So good. अच्छे time पे. जी, sorry if I can interrupt because मैं लालची हूँ समय को लेके और हमें निर्धारित घड़ी पे नजर भी रखनी है. इसलिए मेरे पास एक और प्रश्न जो मैं चाह रही थी आपसे जानना कि आपने जिक्र किया इनिशियली के साल विचित्र रहा है और साल में बहुत से अनुभव और अवसर आए हैं. एंड टू टर्न द पेज इन योर लाइफ, आपने ये जो मोटिवेशनल इंटरवेंशन एंड लाइफ इनविगरेटर ये टर्म जो है ये आपके एविड माइनर वेबसाइट पे मैंने नजर मारी तो मुझे दिखी. तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगी कि ये ज्यादा जिंदगी में पन्ना कब पलटा?
तो सबसे पहले ये जो मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर जो है ये दिस इज अ वेरी एप्टली चोजन व्हाट इज इट क्या कहते हैं easily recalled on Google. SEO क्या SEO words. They're all part of the SEO words. I would love to be an igniter. I love to relate to myself as an igniter. I ignite conversations. I ignite myself each day. So a few years back, Subarna, in the middle of a lot of work down south, I'm shooting in Hyderabad or somewhere. I discovered I'm having a lot of work, a lot of people wanting to come and meet me, wanting to take my autographs. I'm not exactly very happy.
Right.
And there are a lot of people around me also who are more famous, equally famous, slightly less famous than me. And we are all doing well. And we are also slightly unhappy. And somewhere I said that what is the catch क्या है यार कि कुछ हो सकता है क्या कुछ और है क्या because मैं हमेशा बहुत restless रहा हूँ और उस restlessness के अंदर मैंने कहा कि I want more out of life. तब मैंने अपना ढूंढना शुरू किया कि कैसा रहेगा कि मैं मेरे पिताजी जिनके पास गाड़ी नहीं थी जिनको आप जानते नहीं है बहुत खुश थे यार, माँ बाबा बहुत खुश थे, अमेजिंग लोग थे, मैं कैसे बन सकता हूँ? तो इट स्टार्टेड ऑफ माई क्वेस्ट टू बी लाइक माई फादर and really kind of put it into action. And then as I was doing some programs, I discovered that I could become like my father, till I got that, did my father really want me to be a clone of him? And that was a liberating one, Suparna, when I got that I'll be an expression of myself. And that's what I do in my talks. So at Avid Minor, we engage in conversations with organizations, groups of people, we coach people, we allow people to look at how, how I see it. It's a bit like this. Consider, हम लोग कहते हैं ना, हम लोग सब बंद मुट्ठी हैं. जो बंद मुट्ठी है ना, there's a lot of stress which is there. Imagine हमारे अंदर ना कमाल की possibilities हैं जो निकलना चाहती हैं, जो हमारी passion है. And passion is something which brings a smile to your face. You think of something, say कोई अच्छी चीज सोचो ना यार, कुछ कमाल करना चाहते हो, बताओ ना क्या चीज वो कमाल है जो करना चाहते हो. And the moment you say that, there's a smile which will come to your face. Now that is what is your self-expression. And कैसा रहेगा हम लोग सब अपने इन तरीकों से, कि it can only happen this way, if we can be liberated, freed from that, and discover and find ways. And the interesting part here, Suparna, is that we are not alone. There are a whole lot of people in this world who want to be an expression of themselves, who want to be fully expressing themselves. All right. And if you can be an access for that, and then you realize that you need not travel this journey alone. There are others. You are fulfilling their dreams, they are fulfilling theirs, and therefore in this entire world. So when we work with organizations, I work with individuals. I say that I'm talking about that individual who's listening at this point, getting that I can. And if I can, and therefore I don't believe in the we. I really believe that extraordinary I's make phenomenal we. And that's what inspires me. Yeah.
I think some part of that I in you also is drawn from Ramana Maharishi's concept of I. और आपने duality की बात की, ये जो दुविधा अक्सर हम इंसानों को रहती है कि नाम और रूप के दायरे में गुम भी हो जाते हैं, इससे बाहर निकलने की चेष्टा भी करते हैं, जो आपने अपने कार्य में की है काफी सफलता के साथ. Ashish, last before I am able to put a question from our audience, साल में बहुत सा ऐसा भी वक्त आया जब बहुत निकटतम लोग चले गए. And in your fraternity, there have been very, very severe losses and dear talent, which we might not have the opportunity ever to experience again. Being an actor and getting up in the morning and hearing that news of someone that you knew perhaps intimately or closely, or even if not in the professional space, पहला धक्का क्या, और फिर संभल के अपने आप को ये बताना कि नहीं, मेरा पन्ना और मेरी क्रिया ये है.
तो एक चीज सबसे पहले ये आता है कि हम लोग जब कहीं पहुंच जाते हैं, हम थोड़े टोन डेफ हो जाते हैं. हम लोग सोचने लगते हैं कि आई एंड माई इल आर अ गिफ्ट टू ह्यूमैनिटी. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वन ऑफ द थिंग्स वेयर आई टर्न माय पेज समथिंग इज दैट व्हेन आई रियलाइज दैट जो मैं काम कर रहा हूँ, let me admit I'm doing it for myself. Okay, now that's an interesting one. Consider for a moment, आप हम लोग जो सब लोग सुन रहे हैं इसको, the stuff that you're doing in your life is for yourself. It could be even that big social service initiative that you're doing, or you want to earn money, or you want to run a huge organization, or you want to write a great book. You're doing it for yourself. First, once you are liberated with that thought that you're not doing it for others, then थोड़ा सा easy अपना को रहता है. क्योंकि अगर मैं इस वक्त चला भी जाऊं, इस काम के बगैर भी दुनिया चलती रहेगी, कोई और करेगा कुछ उसका वर्जन. दूसरी बात, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि लॉस ऑफ लाइफ का सबसे बड़ा जो इम्पैक्ट होता है वो इकोनॉमिक होता है. अगर कोई मरता है तो सबसे पहले पूछता हूँ फैमिली की फाइनेंशियल हालत कैसी है, क्योंकि हम इमोशनल कई चीजों के साथ थोड़ी देर बाद डील कर लेते हैं, लेकिन यार उस बेचारे को खाना ना मिले वो इशू है. नाउ दिस इज प्योरली माय मिडिल क्लास अपब्रिंगिंग. मेरा पहला कंसर्न होता है कि पैसा है कि नहीं उनके पास. दूसरी बात, अगर हम लोग ये कहें कि अगर हम ये मान के चलें, जिस बात से हमने आज शुरुआत की थी, द फ्रेलिटी ऑफ लाइफ, that which we are making, which we seem to be making a lot of, can go away any moment. Forget about the prestige, forget about the pedestal that we are at. It can just go away. The life itself can go away. Imagine it's not just a question of success and failure, it's a question of being alive. So once you get that, so but now the game is very clear. The game is, do you want to do something amazing in the day that you and I have?
Wonderful.
And that is a liberating thing for me, and that's what I share with people. How will it be if you're an engineer, you're a writer, you're a poet, you're a traveler, you are a technocrat? Do you want to do something amazing in your life, and you realize that your life is more than your profession? Your life is more than writing that book. Your life is more than those things that others will recognize you for. So really speaking truthfully to yourself that I am doing it for myself, and then going about really doing things for oneself. And I personally feel that when we, each one of us, when we are truly living a life which fulfills us, we are amazing with others. Like at an airport, in an aircraft, they ask you to wear the gas mask, the oxygen mask first yourself. They say, first take care of yourself. So let's admit it, that we want to take care of ourselves. So let's take care of ourselves. Let's rejuvenate ourselves. Let's nurture ourselves, doing things that we really wish to do. And then we're going to make a huge impact on anyone else in the world.
Fantastic. Ashish, you couldn't have summed it up and ended on such a beautiful note. इसके लिए तहे दिल से शुक्रिया. बहुत ही जी, बहुत अच्छा लगा.
सब लोग, मैं तो प्लग भी कर दूं. Please, you can visit my website avidminer.com and avidminer avidminer.com and my YouTube channel Ashish Vidyarthi official. बाकी LinkedIn पे लिखता रहता हूँ, interesting कुछ रहता है. So I love to engage with conversations with people. I would love to engage with new set of people. Most welcome.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
You guys have an amazing time. Congratulations. Have a phenomenal festival.
Thank you. Thank you very
Cheers.
much.
Zindabad.
Back to you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
ਸੋ ਉਹ ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ. ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਨਾਲ.
Good evening to everyone on behalf of Literati. I am Dyutima Sharma, and joining us today for the Young Authors segment is Daksh Pava, the author of Doors Aren't Always Open. So first of all, thank you so much for joining us, Daksh.
Thank you so much, Dyutima.
All right. To begin with, I would like to know what was that initial spark that, made you aware that you could write and you could express yourself through a string of words and phrases?
Basically, it was all, related to my parenting, how I have been being and brought up, and, raising in a family where you already have a poet and a poetess as well. So that really makes it a difference, and a quite amusing one, because they are all into Urdu and Hindi. Then suddenly I came out of nowhere in the English one. So it's more like the diversification all in a one family and all.
Right. So moving further, Daksh, I got to know that you're a wanderlust as well. You are into biking, traveling, and organizing trips and tours for different groups. So I want to know how much of your writing is inspired by where you go and what you experience. How do you
Basically,
filter out content, from the hustle and bustle around you?
right. Basically, the plot of my poetry, it only revolves around the people I meet, the emotions, the places I visit, and their reactions thereof, basically. So in the first 5 months or 6 months, maybe, I was into traveling, and I was into Himachal, then Uttarakhand, then I've been into Jammu and Kashmir, and every other place has its own eminence, and they just pushed me forward for this. And I have also written a few poetries on the, let's say, on the stars, the sun, the dim lights, and apart from that, on traveling and their benefits and everything else.
Right. So now that we know your source of writing, we would absolutely love to hear some of them.
For sure, for sure. Though this is my book. This is Doors Aren't Always Open.
Right.
And so I'll just go with the title first of all. The title
Okay.
itself. Okay. So it's about doors aren't always open. In spite of whatsoever she did, I cannot forget the fact. She gave me a new reason to kick in someone's door while I was shedding tears and oblivious where will I go. After my heartbreak, I knew the exit. I had to accept my fate, no matter how much it hurt in the end of the day. It was even more difficult to find another way back then. Not every door was open for me. For some, I was a spoiled kid. On the argument with my elder brother, I kicked the door and left the room. Few hours later, when I made up my mind to apologize and open up my stressful whereabouts, I found that the door was locked from the outside. And after I queried about him, all I got to know was he has left for his workplace. He traveled 239 kilometers far away just to celebrate my birthday. I disappointed him and the others, I thought. The whole night I stayed up with tears in my eye and with a regret that I failed to apologize. That day, his locked door taught me a lesson. Doors aren't always open. You have to wait for another appropriate moment, which might be unceasing sometimes.
Beautiful. Just shows that life is what happens to you when you're busy making other plans. So, on that note, anything else that you can maybe recite?
Yeah, for sure. This one poem which I have written, that is last one. I am the, let's say, the younger one in the family as well, and being the last one is kind of a thing. But I used to take it on a different note, which usually people feel like, no, that's a lowliness. Why last? I want to be the topper. Then why last? So on
Right.
that, I have written a poem, the last one. I have always hated being the last. I even felt that in this place I didn't belong. But eventually, it wasn't what I thought. I got a chance of learning better from my past. If not perfect, at least I didn't feel that way. It's a little loss and an infinite gain. You invested yourself and earned everything, which completed you in different ways. There has always been a privilege to be last. One, nothing is before, and the other, you have an oriented target to forge. In the absence of perfect thrive, last one doesn't bow. Rather, he's the one who takes everyone's gig and hastens barefoot. It happens only because I learned being the last isn't a lowliness.
Very well written. And I can sense from your poetry that it's mostly inspired by the people around you, which is your family. So this reminds me of something that I read in one of Khalil Gibran's books. And he says, and I quote, "Parents are like a bow and children like arrows. The more the bow bends and stretches, the further the arrow flies. I fly not because I'm special, but because they stretched for me." So I think after hearing your lovely poetry and these magical words by Khalil Gibran, this session has turned out to be a tribute to all the parents watching out there. And not only parents, but our siblings, grandparents, and relatives, all of them. So, you know how they every day stretch and bend for us in their own ways. And I think the least we can do is to appreciate them and to be, thankful for these small gestures. So,
Absolutely.
so on that beautiful note, before we wrap this segment up with you, I want to know, what does the mood board of Daksh Bawa say? Is there anything else? Is there anything new and exciting coming up?
For sure, but I want to keep it as a secret for now, and it will be up, and it will be up in the let's say in the grapevine soon.
All right. Looking forward to it, absolutely. And to end this segment, I wish you all the very best for all your future plans, and may you keep writing and rising beyond words and the glory of your dreams. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
As Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society Digital Edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalization of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.
Beautiful video of our country partner Ireland in association with HSIIDC, Hareda and HSMBC, and also our happiness partner Radio Mirchi 98.3 FM. And Dyutima and Daksh completely wonderful there with their reading and their analysis. So we know that the future of literature is in safe hands. Thank you so much, both of you, for that wonderful, wonderful reading session. I find this Literati 2020 has touched so many facets of life as a whole. Maybe the online version has been more so than in the previous years, when now one can participate from the quiet, undisturbed ambience of one's secluded nook wherever. अल्फाज मेरे नहीं थे, अल्फाज रॉय डिसिल्वा जी के थे, जो हमें बड़ी शांति से और बड़े ध्यान के साथ सुन रहे हैं. खुशबू से भरे लफ्जों का यही अंजाम होता है. दिल और रूह बेहद खुश हो जाते हैं उन्हें सुनकर, और इन लफ्जों की खुशबू हमारे साथ रह जाती है. हुण असी तय करांगे लफ्जां दा सफर जस गरेवाल और रावी पंधीर जी नाल. I am now going to invite them on the dais. So to give you a short introduction, Jas Garewal ji is a writer-director from District Patiala, Tehsil Nabha. He graduated from Khalsa College, Chandigarh, and did theatre thereafter in Mumbai for about 2 years. And after that, he became an assistant director and writer in the Punjabi film industry. And some of the famous movies that we must be very familiar with are Jat James Bond, Farar, Babukat, Rabda Radio, and many, many more. And to tell you a little about our moderator, Ravi ji, she is actively involved in serving the community on all fronts. She runs an evening school for underprivileged kids along with community kitchens for children since the past 9 years. And presently, she is working as a content writer in Public Relations and Information Department, Punjab. Over to you, Ravi ji, to take this session forward.
Thank you, Niharika. And we love your Punjabi. In last literati session, you're really encouraged by Chandigarh to know Punjabi and speak Punjabi. And we appreciate this thing. And welcome Just ji, and ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਾਰੀ ਲਿਟਰਾਟੀ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਨੋਟਿਸ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ, ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ ਲਿਟਰਾਟੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਟੀਮ ਲਿਟਰਾਟੀ ਦੇ 2020 ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਲਿਟਰਾਟੀ ਦੇ 2020 ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਆਗਾਜ਼ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਪੀਕਰਸ ਰਹੇ ਤੇ ਮੋਡਰੇਟਰਸ ਰਹੇ, ਤੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਨਿਹਾਰਿਕਾ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਬੜੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡਾ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਇਹ ਲਾਸਟ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਅਲਵਿਦਾ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਵੀ ਹੈਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਟੈਲੈਂਟਡ ਰਾਈਟਰ, ਸਕਰੀਨ ਪਲੇ ਰਾਈਟਰ, ਡਾਇਲੌਗ ਐਂਡ ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਟ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਜਸ ਗਰੇਵਾਲ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਰੂਬਰੂ ਕਰਾਉਣੀ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤ ਫਿਲਮਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ। ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦ ਬੈਸਟ ਮੂਵੀਜ਼ ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਗਿਵਨ ਟੂ ਅਸ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ, ਸਰਦਾਰ ਬਹਾਦਰ, ਦਾਣਾ ਪਾਣੀ, ਬਾਇਲਾਰਸ, ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ, ਇਹ ਫਿਲਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਹਨ। ਜਸ ਜੀ, ਗੁੱਡ ਈਵਨਿੰਗ, ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ, ਆਦਾਬ ਸਾਡੇ ਸ਼ੋਅ 'ਚ ਆਉਣ ਦਾ। I think there is a issue with the speaker, sir. There's a issue with the speaker. मेरे को तो सर नहीं सुन रहा। ऑनलाइन एडिशन वैसे बहुत खूबसूरत ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਪਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਡੇ ਕਦੇ ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਕਦੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਵੈਸੇ ਵੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਫਰਮ ਓਲਡ ਸਕੂਲ ਆਫ ਥਾਟ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਤੇ ਜੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਲਟਾ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਕਦੇ। ਪਰ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਅਗਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਤੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਐਕਸਪਰਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਾਂਗੇ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਯੂ ਐਗਰੀ ਵਿਦ ਮੀ ਜਸ ਜੀ? I still can't hear you, ji. Let's wait. Hanji sir, can you hear me? But I can't hear you. I can't hear sir. ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ? Hanji sir, I think you can hear me. I still can't hear you. हाँ जी सर, आ रही है आवाज? हेलो सर, आवाज आ रही है? ਸਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੁਣ ਆਪਾਂ ਨਾ ਅਗਲੀ ਮੂਵੀ ਸਾਈਨ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਤੇ ਬਣਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ। ਦੱਸੋ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਮੂਵੀ ਬਣਾਓਗੇ? And this will be my first experience. You can write a story on this. Yes. ਸਰ ਹੁਣ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ?
हाँ जी, ਹੁਣ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਜੀ?
ਸਰਦਾ ਕੁੜਕਾ ਪੂਰਾ, ਹਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਠੀਕ ਹੈ।
करिए जी शुरू।
हाँ सर,
आ रही आवाज?
आवाज आ रही।
चलो जी, लेट्स स्टार्ट।
थोड़ा जिहा टेक्नोलॉजी भी सीखनी पैनी है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जी।
And please make next movie on computer technology, internet, Instagram, Snapchat, everything.
मैम, दिस इज द मोस्ट फ्रीक्वेंट डायलॉग जो मुझे सुनने को मिलता है कि प्लीज मेक द नेक्स्ट मूवी ऑन दिस थिंग। ठीक है, कुछ हवा चल रही है, सारे मेरे कहते हैं जस अगली फिल्म ये देते हैं, जस अगली फिल्म ये देते। मैं कहा इन्नियां फिल्मां मैं थोड़ी बनाउणियां ने लाइफ च।
ਸਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਇਹ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੂਵੀਜ਼ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ, ਬਾਈਲਾਸ਼, ਸਾਬ ਬਹਾਦਰ, ਦਾਣਾ ਪਾਣੀ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੂਵੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਚੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ? ਬੜੇ ਬੜੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ। ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ, ਦੇਖੋ ਰੇਡੀਓ, ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਕਦੇ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਟੂ ਦਾ ਹਾਰਟ, ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ। ਸੋ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਚੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਟਾਈਟਲ?
ਮੈਮ ਜੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਦੇ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੀ, ਜਾਂ ਇਹ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੱਬ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ, ਉਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਬੋਲਦਾ, ਉਹਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਬੰਦੇ ਦਾ ਹਾਰਟ ਆ, ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਗਾਣਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਯੋਗਾਨੰਦ ਪਰਮਾਂਸ ਦੀ ਬੁੱਕ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਜੀ, ਦ ਸੈਂਚੁਰੀ ਆਫ ਸੋਲ, ਜਾਂ ਆਟੋਬਾਇਓਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਆਫ ਯੋਗੀ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਆਵਰ ਹਾਰਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਡਿਵਾਈਨ ਰੇਡੀਓ, ਮਤਲਬ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਆਵਰ ਹਾਰਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਡਿਵਾਈਨ ਰੇਡੀਓ। ਸੋ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਲਾਈਨ ਆ ਕਿ ਆਵਰ ਹਾਰਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਡਿਵਾਈਨ ਰੇਡੀਓ। ਸੋ ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਉਦੋਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਮਾਗ 'ਚ ਸੀਗਾ, ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਐ ਸੀ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਗਾਣਾ ਲਿਖਣਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਤੇ ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ 'ਤੇ, ਪਰ ਰੱਬ ਨੇ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿ ਫਿਲਮ ਹੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਪੂਰੀ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਆ। ਬਾਕੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਲੋਕ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ ਤੇਰੇ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਜੱਟ ਜੇਮਸ ਬੌਂਡ ਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਬਾਈ ਗਿੱਪੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਜਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸਰ ਨੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸੋਹਣੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਐਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਜੀ, ਕੋਈ ਕੁਛ ਖਾਸ ਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਇਹਦੀ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਸਰ, ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਹੈ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਫਰਾਰ, ਸਾਹਿਬ ਬਹਾਦਰ, ਬਾਈਲਾਰਸ, ਅਫਸਰ, ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ। ਸਰ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਧੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ।
ਹਾਂ, ਉਹ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਮੈਂ ਹੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਸੀਗਾ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ। ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਧੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੂਵੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਬਾਜਰੇ ਦਾ ਸਿੱਟਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਨੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਐਵਰੀ ਬ੍ਰਿਲੀਅੰਟ ਆਈਡੀਆ ਇਜ਼ ਔਨ ਦ ਐਜ ਆਫ ਸਟੂਪਿਡਿਟੀ। ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਧੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਖਾਸ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਈਆਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਯਾਰ ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣਾਉਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਸੰਗ ਕੇ ਸੁਣਾਉਣਾ, ਯਾਰ ਵੈਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਸੰਧੂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਲੱਗੂ। ਅਗਲਾ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਮੇਰੀ ਸ਼ਕਲ ਵੱਲ ਦੇਖਦਾ, ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਵਧੀਆ ਟਾਈਟਲ ਹੈ। ਯਾਰ ਵਧੀਆ, ਉਹ ਕਰਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਣ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਸੋ ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਆਈਡੀਆਜ਼ ਸਟੂਪਿਡਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਐਜ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ। ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਦੋ ਬੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਟੂਪਿਡ ਵੀ ਲਾ ਦੇਣਾ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਬੱਬੂ ਘਾਟ ਦੀ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਦੋਸਤ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਈ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਤੇਰਾ ਦਿਮਾਗ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਤੇਰੀ ਇੱਕ ਫਿਲਮ ਚੱਲੀ ਆ ਹੁਣ, ਤੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਫਲॉप ਹੀ ਦੇਣੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਜੰਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਚੋਰ ਭੱਜ ਗਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਬਕਵਾਸ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗੀ। ਸੋ ਉਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਟੂਪਿਡਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਐਜ ਤੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਬ੍ਰਿਲੀਅੰਟ ਆਈਡੀਆ।
हाँ, तुसी एक इंटरव्यू च भी सर क्या है कि जो आई थिंक यू वर रीडिंग समबडीज कोट दैट जो भी क्रिएटिविटी च ब्रिलियंट हुंदा है, ब्रिलियंस हुंदी है, वो एक्चुअली एज ते ही हुंदी है। एज इट्स बेसिकली स्टूपिड
एज तो उरा जो हुंदी आ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਮਨ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜੋ ਬ੍ਰਿਲੀਅੰਸ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਐਜ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ। ਉਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਖੁਦ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਇਹ ਸਟੂਪਿਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਦਿਲ 'ਚ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਧੀਆ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਬੰਦਾ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਉਹਦਾ ਦੋਸਤ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਸੋਚ ਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਧੀਆ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਵਧੀਆ। ਉਸ ਐਜ ਦੀ ਥਾਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਨਵਿਕਸ਼ਨ ਲਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਣ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਡੀਪ ਲਾਤੀ ਫਿਰ ਨਹੀਂ।
ਸਰ ਐਜ ਤੋਂ ਥਿਰਕਣ ਨਾਲ ਧੜਕਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੱਧਦੀ? ਥਿਰਕਣ ਦਾ ਡਰ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਐਜ ਤੋਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੀ ਹੈ ਸਰ, ਓਨਾ ਹੀ ਸਟੇਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ।
ਮੈਮ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਪਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਮੇਰਾ ਕੰਮ ਚੱਲੂਗਾ, ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਦਿਨ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਪਿਆ, ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਚੱਲ ਪਿਆ, ਚੱਲਣਾ ਹੀ, ਮਤਲਬ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਨੇ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਸੀ, ਚੱਲ ਪਿਆ, ਹੁਣ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਚਲਾਉਂਦਾ ਚਲਾਈ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਆਮ ਜਸਟ ਡਾਂਸਿੰਗ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ, ਆਮ ਜਸਟ ਸਿੰਗਿੰਗ। ਸੋ
ਡਾਂਸਿੰਗ ਦ ਟਿਊਨਸ ਆਫ ਦ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸ। ਸਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਦ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸ, the cosmos, the energy which plays like which gives you an idea and you then go with the flow?
मैम क्वेश्चन रिपीट करोगे प्लीज, थोड़ा डिस्टर्बेंस आई।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਾਸਮੋਸ એનર્ਜੀ ਤੇ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ then something guides you from the cosmos and then you go with the flow?
ਮੈਂ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕਰਦਾ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਕਾਸਮੋਸ એનર્ਜੀ ਤਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਸ ਕੋਈ ਸਾਇੰਸ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕਰਦਾ ਉਸ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਦੁਆ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ਮੈਮ ਇੱਕ ਨਾ ਫਰਕ ਆ, ਆਸਤਿਕ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਿਲੀਵਰਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਫਰਕ ਆ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ਕੁਝ ਬਿਲੀਵਰਸ ਸਿਰਫ ਇੱਕ ਮਹਿਜ਼ ਇੱਕ એનર્ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ એનર્ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਰਥਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ એનર્ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਦੁਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ, ਜੋਦੜੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਇੱਕ એનર્ਜੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ, ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਖਸੀਅਤ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਬੀਇੰਗ। ਯੋਗਾਨੰਦ ਵਰਮਾਂਸ ਨੇ ਅਗੇਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਗਰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਨਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ? We are not system, we are individual beings. So our creator is also not a system, he's a being. So God is a being to whom I can pray. God is not a dead energy. मतलब ਹੁਣ ਪੱਖੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ એનર્ਜੀ ਹੈ, એનર્ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਥੋੜੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ। ठीक है, मेरे पास पड़ा ये ग्लास इस लैपटॉप को नहीं देख सकता और ये लैपटॉप इस ग्लास को नहीं जान सकता, लेकिन मेरे अंदर आई एम इंडिविजुअल बीइंग, आई कैन सी बोथ ऑफ देम एंड आई कैन नो बोथ ऑफ देम। सामान को नहीं जान सकता, लेकिन इंडिविजुअल बीइंग जान सकता है। तो गॉड इज इंडिविजुअल बीइंग, ही इज नॉट अ सामान, ही इज नॉट एनर्जी और ग्लास और समथिंग, ही इज इंडिविजुअल बीइंग, ही इज अ अलाइव शख्सियत। सो ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਸੁਣ ਸਕਦਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹਾਂਜੀ,
ਕਿਰਦਾਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਰਦਾਰ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਸਿੰਚਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿਰਦਾਰ ਨੂੰ, ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਨਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ? ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਸਿੰਪਲਿਸਿਟੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਰਦਾਰ ਆ ਉਹ ਬੜਾ ਹੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਾਇਲੋਗ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬੜੇ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਬੜੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਬੜਾ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਮੈਮ, ਇਹ ਨਾ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ, ਇਹ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਨੇ जो शायद ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਖੁਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਐਸਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਕਿ ਐਸਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇੱਕ ਕਾਰਨ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਮੈਂ ਆਹਿਸਤਾ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਸਾਦਗੀ ਦਾ। ਠੀਕ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਉਹ ਸਾਦਗੀ ਦਾ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਵੱਧਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੀ ਮਤਲਬ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਕਿ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਸਾਦਾ, ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਸਾਦਾ ਪਸੰਦ ਆ, ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਸਾਦਗੀ ਹੋਵੇ। ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਐਡ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸਿੰਪਲਿਸਿਟੀ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਬਿਊਟੀ ਔਰ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਬੱਚਾ ਸੀ, ਕਪਿਲ ਦੇਵ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਐਡ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀ ਲਿਬਰਟੀ ਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਦੀ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵਰਡ ਬੜਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਉਹਦਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸਿੰਪਲਿਸਿਟੀ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਸਟਾਈਲ, ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਜਾਂ ਸਿੰਪਲਿਸਿਟੀ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਬੈਸਟ ਪੋਲਿਸੀ, ਜਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇਹ ਸੀ, ਹਨਾ। ਸੋ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੀਆਂ कुछ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ कि यार सिंपलिसिटी की है बॉस, ये इतनी ज़बरदस्त क्यों है। तो अब मुझे सादगी पसंद है, सादगी इतनी पसंद है कि मुझे राइटर भी सादा ही पसंद है, जैसे मुंशी प्रेमचंद मैंने बहुत पसंद है जी। तो हुण ਉਹ ਸਾਦਗੀ ਆ ਗਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਿਰਦਾਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਵੀ, ਮੇਰੀਆਂ ਕਹਾਣੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਵੀ। ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਦਾ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੀ ਨੈਕਸਟ ਫਿਲਮ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਸਾਦਾ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਦਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਨਿਭਾਊਂਗਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਫਿਲਮ ਬਾਜਰੇ ਦਾ ਸਿੱਟਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਦੋਸਤ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤ ਇਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਬੱਚਾ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਦੇਖ, ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਦਾ 5 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਖਿਡੌਣਾ ਟੁੱਟ ਜੇ, ਜਜ਼ਬਾਤ ਉਹੀ ਆ, ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਓਨਾ ਹੀ ਆ। तो मेरी कहानी छोटी छोटी प्रॉब्लम्स ने, तो छोटी छोटी प्रॉब्लम्स ने ते छोटे छोटे फायदे नुकसान ने, ते सिंपलिसिटी आ। ते सिंपलिसिटी सगों आम कहानी नूं मैं चंगा स्क्रीन प्ले दे के ज़्यादा निभा पाऊंगा।
सर ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਸੋਚਿਆ? ਇਹ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਲਾਈਕ ਯੂ نو ਦਬਾਈ ਇੱਕ ਜੁਗਾੜ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਇੱਕ ਕਬਾੜ ਚੋਂ, ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਆਈਡੀਆ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆਇਆ? कुछ तो दिमाग में मेरे दादा जी को मतलब दादी जी गल सुनाते होंगे सी कि माय दादा जी एंड माय दादा जी's brother again he is also my दादा जी, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਹਨਾ। ਉਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਆ। ਦਾਦੀ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਸੁਣਾਉਣੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੇਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਤੇਰੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਹੁਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਾਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਦਿਓਰ ਕੋਲ ਜਾਂ ਜੇਲ੍ਹ ਕੋਲ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਆ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਮਾਗ ਸੀ ਯਾਰ, ਉਸ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਅਗਰ ਫਿਲਮ ਬਣੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ, ਓਨੈਸਟਲੀ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਦੇ ਸੋਚਿਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਫਿਲਮ ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਜੀਵਨੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਬਾਇਓਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਜਿਵੇਂ ਊਧਮ ਸਿੰਘ, ਭਗਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਦੀ ਫਿਲਮ, ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਜੀਵਨੀ। ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ ਫਿਲਮ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਆਪ ਬਣਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਸਟੋਰੀ। ਸੋ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਯਾਰ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਬਣਾਉਣੀ ਨੂੰ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੋਈ, ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਦਾਦੀ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਯਾਦ ਆਈ, ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ। ਖੈਰ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਇਨੀਸ਼ੀਅਲੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਮਹਿਜ਼ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਲੜਕੀ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਆ ਜੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਸਬੈਂਡ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕਾਲੀ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ 'ਚ ਗੁਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੇ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਗੁਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਕੋਈ। ਤੇ ਇਹ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਣੀ ਲੜਕੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮੇਰੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਗੁਣ ਆ ਤੇ ਤੇਰੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਗੁਣ ਆ, ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਦਿਲੋਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਆ। ਉਹ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਡ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਜਦ ਐਡ ਹੋਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਆਇਆ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਦਾਦੀ ਜੀ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਉਸ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ 'ਚ ਮੋਟਰਸਾਈਕਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਐਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਵੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਇੰਨਾ ਯੂਨੀਕ ਸੀਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਐਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਛਾ ਗਿਆ। ਤੇ ਉਹ ਹਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੇ ਛਾ ਗਿਆ। ਤੇ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਨਾਮ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਸੀ, ਮੇਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਿਰ ਟੀਮ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਿਊਸਰ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਸੁਜੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਬਈ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਰੱਖ ਲਈਏ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਯਾਰ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਹੀ ਰੱਖੋ ਟਾਈਪਸ, ਐਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਤੇ ਜਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਸੁਜੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਰੱਖੋ, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਰੱਖ ਲਿਆ। ਮਤਲਬ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਸੀਗੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ ਦੀ, ਬੰਬੂ ਕਾਟ ਰੱਖਣਾ। ਨੋਰਮਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਬਣਾ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਨਾਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਨਾਮ ਮੈਂ ਇਹੀ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਨਾਮ ਆਤੇ ਆਤੇ ਆਏਗਾ, ਫਿਰ ਚਲਦੇ ਚਲਦੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਵੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਪਲੇ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਦੱਸੋ, ਕਿਹੜੀ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ, ਕਿਹੜਾ ਸਕੂਲ ਦਾ, ਕਿਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆਈ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਇੰਸਪੀਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਸਰ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ 50 ਵਾਰ ਖੋਸਲਾ ਕਾ ਘੋਸਲਾ ਦੇਖੀ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਪਲੇ ਰਾਈਟਿੰਗ ਸਿੱਖੀ?
ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਬੰਬੇ ਥੀਏਟਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਇੱਕ ਸਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਿਲਮ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਸੀਗੇ, ਸੀਨੀਅਰ ਸੀ, ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਸੀਗੇ, ਅਤੁਲ ਤਿਵਾਰੀ ਜੀ। ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਥੀਏਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਲੇ ਕਰਨ ਆਏ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਫਿਲਮ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਨੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਕਸ਼ਮੀਰ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਮੂਵੀਜ਼ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ ਸੀ। मैंने कहा सर मुझे फिल्म राइटिंग सीखनी। मैं पहला किया सर मुझे आपको असिस्ट करना है। उन्होंने वो मैंने टाल दिया। मैं कहा सर मैं फिल्म राइटर बनना चाहता हूँ। मैं कहा सर मुझे पता नहीं स्क्रीन प्ले क्या होता है, वो मुझे सिखा दो बस। उन्होंने मुझे एक ही गल कही, कहते बेटा जस्ट स्क्रीन प्ले, एक ही डायलॉग बोलूंगा तुम सीख जाओगे अगर सीख सकते हो तो। मैं की कहते स्क्रीन प्ले के बारे में एक ही चीज है कि ये कोई किसी को सिखा नहीं सकता। मैं कहा यार दैट्स ऑल, अगे नहीं तुम कुछ कहना। घरे आया मैं सोची गया, फिर मैंने समझ आया, मैं मूवीज देखनी शुरू की, फिर मैं मूवीज के नोट्स बनाने लगा कि इत्थों सीन कट हो गया, इत्थों अगला सीन आ गया, इत्थों शॉट कट हो गया। फिर ऑब्वियसली मैं फेवरेट मूवीज देखनियां सी। मैनू हौसला का हौसला बहुत वधिया मूवी लगी सी, मतलब मैनू ਉਹਦੀ राइटिंग बहुत जबरदस्त लगी सी। ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਨੇ ਜੈਦੀਪ ਸਾਨੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਮੂਵੀਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਓਏ ਲੱਕੀ ਲੱਕੀ ਹੋਈ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗੀ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੁਛ ਨਵਾਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਕੁਛ ਨਵਾਂ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦਾ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਅੱਡ ਸੀਗਾ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਮੂਵੀ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੰਨੀ ਵਾਰ ਦੇਖੀ, ਤੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਲੱਕੀਲੀ ਉਹ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਮੇਰੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਆ ਗਿਆ। ਜੈਦੀਪ ਸਾਨੀ ਜੀ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਾਣ, ਮੈਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਹਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਗਿਰਦ।
सर राइटिंग ची क्यों, मतलब फिल्म राइटिंग कहानी लिखन ची क्यों इतना इंटरेस्ट, कोई सॉन्ग या पोएट्री राइटिंग ची ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ?
ਐਕਟਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ
नहीं, पोएट्री या सॉन्ग्स?
मैं लिखे ने वैसे 2 गाने लिखे ने, एक कंधा कच्चियां ने दाना पानी सीगा, एक दिल मेरा रब दा रेडियो। मैं ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ, ਮੈਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਲਈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਲਿਖਦਾ ਆਪਦੀ ਡਾਇਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਸਿਰਫ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਹੀ ਹੋਆ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ। ਮੈਮ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਕਾਰਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਫਿਲਮ ਰਾਈਟਿੰਗ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਸੌਖੀ ਆ, ਸਹਿਜ ਆ ਪੋਇਟਰੀ ਲਿਖਣ ਨਾਲੋਂ। ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ मैम ये तो मेरा कारोबार है जो मैं करता हूँ, ठीक है। मैं राइटर नहीं हैगा, मैं थिंकर। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਾਸਤਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਆਪਦੀਆਂ ਥਾਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਜ਼ਾਹਿਰ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ, ਉਸ ਰਾਸਤੇ ਤੋਂ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ। ਰਾਈਟਰ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ
ਬਹੁਤ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਹੈ ਸਰ, ਕਿ ਜੋ ਜਿਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਥਾਟਸ ਤੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਰਨੀ ਬਣਾ ਲਿਆ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਜਰਨੀ ਬੜੀ ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਹਮਸਫਰ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਹਮਸਫਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਰਾਈਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ। ਸਰ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਆਪਾਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਫਿਲਮ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਬਣਨਾ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਫਿਲਮ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਬਣਨਾ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਬੜੀ ਰਿਵੋਲਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲਾ? ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਛ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਹਾਦਸਾ ਹੋਇਆ?
ਨਹੀਂ, ਇਸ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਮੇਰਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਬਚਪਨ 'ਚ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਨੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਨਲਾਇਕ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮੈਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਬਚਪਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਯਾਰ ਮੇਰੇ ਤੋਂ ਲੇਜ਼ੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਦੇ ਨੈਵਰ ਵਾਕਡ ਔਨ ਦਿਸ ਅਰਥ ਹੋਣਾ। ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਸੀ, ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਕੰਸਨਟਰੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ। ਮੇਰਾ ਦਿਮਾਗ, ਮੈਂ 3, 4, 5 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕੰਸਨਟਰੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ, ਦਿਮਾਗ ਉੱਡ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਡੇ ਡਰੀਮਿੰਗ ਐਕਸਟ੍ਰੀਮ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਸੀ, ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਈ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਵੀਕ ਸੀ। ਮੈਂ ਹਰ 2 ਸਾਲ ਬਾਅਦ ਫੇਲ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਮੇਰੇ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਤਾਂ ਸੀ, ਇਹਨੇ ਕੁਛ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਈਫ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਖੁਸ਼ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਚੱਲ ਕੁਛ ਤਾਂ ਕਰ ਗਿਆ, ਠੀਕ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਸੀ
ਸਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਾਣੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣਾ, ਕੋਈ ਦੋ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੁੰਗੁਣਾ ਕੇ ਸੁਣਾ ਦਿਓ।
ਮੈਂ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸੋਹਣਾ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਾਉਂਦਾ।
ਦੇਖੋ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ, ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਗਾਉਂਦੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ, ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ I was following your interview, so I saw you singing। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ 2 ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸੁਣਾ ਦਿਓ।
ਮੈਂ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਰਫੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਫੈਨ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ। ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਬਚਪਨ ਸਿੰਗਰ ਬਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ उदित नारायण के गाने सुने तो मैंने समझ आया, मैं यार इससे बेहतर मैं क्या गाऊंगा, तो फिर मैंने गाने का प्लान कैंसिल कर दिया। सो रफ़ी साहब का मैं फ़ैन हाँ, मैं रफ़ी साहब तक ही कोई गाना सुना अपने रुख पर निगाह करने दो, खूबसूरत गुनाह करने दो, रुख से पर्दा हटाओ जाने मन, आज दिल को तबाह करने दो।
ਨਹੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਸੁਣਾਇਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਲਈ। ਸਰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਯੂ ਆਰ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਿੰਗ ਮੂਵੀਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ, ਸੋ ਵਾਟ ਨੈਕਸਟ? ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਓ ਆਈ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਟਰੈਵਲ, ਆਈ ਟੇਕ ਅ ਬਾਈਕ ਐਂਡ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਜੂਗਾ ਸਿਮਲਾ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਦੀ, then I'll stay peacefully there and I want my creativity to shine and sharpen more.
ਮੈਮ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਰਾਈਟਰ ਸੀ ਫਿਰ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਵੀ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਮੈਂ ਹੋਰ ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂ?
ਹਾਂ
ਹਨਾ,
ਹਾਂਜੀ
ਯਾਰ ਇੱਕ ਮੇਰੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋਰ ਜੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਆ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਸੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਆ, ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਲੇਟਲੀ ਮੈਂ ਰਿਅਲਾਈਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਆ ਆਰਕੀਓਲੋਜੀ।
ਓਕੇ, ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ।
ਮੇਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੈ, ਮਤਲਬ ਮੈਂ YouTube ਤੇ ਆਰਕੀਓਲੋਜੀ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਦੁਖਣ ਲਾ ਲੈਣਾ। ਹਿਸਟਰੀ, ਸਰਚਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ, ਐਕਸਪਲੋਰਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ, ਸਰਚਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਓਲਡ ਮੋਨੂਮੈਂਟਸ ਤੇ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਮੰਦਿਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਮਹਿਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਨਾ, ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਜ਼ਮੀਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪੁਰਾਣੀਆਂ ਸਭਿਅਤਾਵਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਹਜ਼ਰਤ ਇਬਰਾਹਿਮ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਭਗਵਾਨ ਰਾਮ ਹੋਣ ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਮਤਲਬ ਥਾਊਜ਼ੈਂਡ ਆਫ ਈਅਰਸ ਓਲਡ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਸ਼੍ਰੀਲੰਕਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਐਡਮ ਬ੍ਰਿਜ ਹੋਵੇ, ਚਾਹੇ ਰਾਮ ਸੇਤੂ ਹੋਵੇ। ਹੁਣ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਬਾਈਬਲ ਅਤੇ ਕੁਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਐਡਮ ਨੂੰ, ਬਾਬਾ ਆਦਮ ਨੂੰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸ਼੍ਰੀਲੰਕਾ 'ਚ ਉਤਾਰਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਖੁਦਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਹੈ ਨਾ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸੱਚੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ, ਪਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ ਤਹਿ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਉਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੀ ਸੋਚ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਣਾ, ਇਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਤੇ ਅਯੋਧਿਆ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਆ, ਰਾਵਣ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਦਾ ਸੀ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ, ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਹੜੱਪਨ ਸਿਵਲਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਆ, ਮੈਸੋਪੋਟਾਮੀਆ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਆ, ਇਜਿਪਟ ਦੇ ਪਿਰਾਮਿਡਸ ਤਾਂ ਮਤਲਬ ਮੈਂ ਇਜਿਪਟ ਤਾਂ ਮੇਰਾ ਖ਼ਾਬ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਆਉਣਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਮੇਰੇ 'ਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਾਗ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਨੇ।
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਥਿੰਕਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਸੀਕਰ ਵੀ, ਯੂ
seeker, yeah, I'm seeker. I want to stop thinking and I want to end seeking.
Okay, that is nice. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. ਤੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਲਿਟਰੇਟੀ ਟੀਮ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ। And the best part of this interview and you being such a noble human being, humble human being, that is very, sir, I am telling you on record, that's very rare. I have met people from Punjabi cinema in my last few years, but a very humble personality, like I've met few writers, but thank you so much, like, you know, you didn't even say once no to me and you came on your own. I am very humbled, and thank you so much from my entire Literati.
ਮੋਸਟ ਵੈਲਕਮ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਹੋਈ ਉਰੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਤੇ ਥੈਂक्स फॉर दोस कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स। और शायद वो आपने जो कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स दिए वो किसी तक नहीं पहुंचे क्योंकि मैं कोई हूँ ही नहीं, बात सिर्फ इतनी है।
पर सर एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट देना ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ आई थिंक एक हुनर है, होना चाहिए, क्योंकि टाइम वी हैव अ हैप्पी सराउंडिंग्स एंड हैप्पी एवरीथिंग, बिकॉज़ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਚੰਗੀ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ one should acknowledge।
ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਹੁਣੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਦਿਮਾਗ 'ਚ ਆਈ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੰਬਲ ਹੋ। ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹਾ ਕੀ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਹੰਬਲ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਹੁਣੀ ਸੋਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੈਂ ਨੋ ਵਨ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ, ਇਸ ਲਈ ਮੈਂ ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ, ਮੈਂ ਚੀਨੀ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਪਾਣੀ 'ਚ ਘੁਲ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ, ਐਸੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਬਸ ਇਹ ਚੀਨੀ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਪਾਣੀ 'ਚ ਘੁਲ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਪਾਣੀ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਣਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ। ਇਹ
ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ ਹੈ, ਇਟਸ ਅ ਰੇਅਰ ਕੁਆਲਿਟੀ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ 'ਚ ਸਰ ਕਾਫੀ ਰੇਅਰ ਹੈ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਫਿਲਮਾਂ 'ਚ ਭਾਈਚਾਰਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਭਾਈਚਾਰਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਕੁੜਮਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਸਭ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਉਦੋਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਇਹ ਕਾਮਨ ਸੀਗਾ, ਲੋਕ ਬੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਿਆਰ ਮੁਹੱਬਤ ਨਾਲ। ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ ਥੋੜਾ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਿਲ ਹੈ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, ਸੱਚ ਹੈ।
हाँ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਮਤਲਬ ਜੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਐਕਸਪੀਰੀਅੰਸ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਯੂਜੂਅਲੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲਦਾ ਕਾਫੀ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊਸ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਜ ਸੱਚ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ
हाँ जी एक्चुअली यही है प्यार दुनिया च घटदा जांदा nobody loves nobody and nobody loves even their own self that is the main problem
हाँ सर इश्क बड़ा कॉमन है आजकल मोहब्बत बड़ी रेयर है
हाँ जी इश्क का मोहब्बत तो बहुत रेयर है मोहब्बत बहुत ही घट है मोहब्बत ईगो मोहब्बत ਨੂੰ ਢੱਕ ਲੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ ईगो ढक
Thank you so much, sir, and thanks for this lovely evening with you. And I appreciate for your concern coming here with us. And and I'm really thank for you being here and telling me even in a 1 second कि I'm coming. Because otherwise मैंने बहुत तरले मैंने करने पैंदे हैं. And this was the first time मैंने कोई बहुत तरले
this is honor for me कि ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਲਿਟਰੇਟੀ ਹਾਊਸ ਤੇ ਬੁਲਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ honor ਹੈ I love ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ I love everything which happens in ਚੰਡੀਗੜ੍ਹ ਤੋ ਦੂਜੀ ਗੱਲ ਇਹ ਕਿ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਮੇਰੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਮਜ਼ਾ ਆਇਆ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਕਰਕੇ
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay ਜੀ
Thank you.
ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕਮੈਂਟਸ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਸੋਚ ਰਹੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਰਾਵੀ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਜਸ ਗਰੇਵਾਲ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੰਗਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਬਹੁਤ-ਬਹੁਤ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਰਾਵੀ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਜਸ ਜੀ And now for the most awaited plenary session, ladies and gentlemen, that we've been waiting for. I'll be honest, I'm personally slipping into fangirl mode now because she is one of my favorite authors to whom I owe most of my knowledge about the Mahabharata when I read Palace of Illusions way back. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be in conversation with Chitra Divakurni, who is an award-winning and best-selling author, poet, activist, and teacher of writing. Her work has been published widely in magazines and anthologies, and her books have been translated into 29 languages. Several of her works have been made into films and plays, and her last novel, a bestseller, called The Forest of Enchantments, was a retelling of Ramayana in Sita's voice. She lives in Houston with her husband and has two sons, Anand and Abhay. And in conversation with her is our moderator, Dr. Sumita Mishra, an IAS officer of the Haryana cadre. Presently, she is working as Joint Secretary in the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Niti Aayog, and she has a strong inclination towards literature. And she is the founder, chairperson of the Chandigarh Literary Society and the festival director of this wonderful literati that we've all been witness to. Over to you, Sumita ma'am, for the plenary with Chitra ma'am.
Am I audible? Thank you, Niharika. It's a pleasure to be here as always. And I extend a very warm welcome to Chitra Banerjee Divakarni, the renowned American Indian American author, poet, and activist. And this literally is the grand finale of Literati 2020. And Niharika has stolen one of my lines because I have been so looking forward to this session. And not just me, all my friends, that my daughters have been teasing me that, Mom, you're really fangirling, which is a term I have learned is something from the younger generation. So a very warm welcome to you, Chitraji, and a very good morning. It's morning there in the US, in Houston, where you are, although it's late evening for us now. And as Niharika mentioned, you've written 15 books, you've featured in over 50 anthologies, 29 languages, translations, numerous awards, and 2 of your books have been made into movies. So and currently you are the professor of creative writing at the University of Houston in the US. And for me personally, I mean, I might be biased. For me, your most beloved work, the love affair started with the Palace of Illusions. And since then, it's just continued. And The Palace of Illusions also happens to be one of the books which is recommended as a must read among 12 books by Indian authors by India Times. So I'm going to just jump right in because we want to know more not only of the author whom we love, but of the person behind behind the author. So thank you for being with us, and any preliminary thoughts?
Well, thank you so much. I really thank Literati for inviting me to this wonderful festival in Chandigarh. And I am so happy to be talking to readers. That is one of my favorite things to do because, we writers, we are always writing alone in our studies. And then we don't know. We put so much effort into books, we don't know if they will even reach one person, if they will make something happen in one reader's heart. So it's always very, very wonderful for me to be there with readers and to share the story behind the story, as you said. So I'm excited to be there, and I'm happy to answer questions and especially to be in conversation with you, Sumita ji. So thank you so much for this lovely introduction.
Thank you for those very warm words. And you can never doubt the impact you have on both your women readers and the men readers. And I mentioned both specifically because your books speak, to both, and they speak with such gentle wisdom that I think there's much more that can be achieved with that gentle directness rather than stridency. And I think your books bring that out. I mean, just a thought. You went to the US as a fresh out of college from Kolkata. And then you went on to do a master's and then a PhD from UC Berkeley, and now you're a professor yourself. So it's been over 4 decades in the US, give or take. So how would you describe your journey over the years? And especially, were there some interesting or comical moments in the earlier years?
Yes, a great questions. Well, first of all, I want to go back to your statement about men readers and women readers, because of course I love all my women readers, but I really appreciate all the men readers too, because, I want them to read. I want men, all men readers, but especially out of my culture, because that matters most to me, to read these stories of strong and complex women, because I think that one of my hopes is that as people read, reading is a very, what shall I say, opening up of the heart activity, right? So at other times we're defensive when we talk to people or maybe when we're in public situations. But when we are alone at the book, that is the time to open up our hearts. So I really do want men to open up their hearts to the idea of strong and complex women. I think that will create a much better society when men also begin to admire strong women who have been through a lot and who handle their challenges gracefully. Of course, my hope is that women will definitely relate and resonate with that, but it's, I think, very important for men also. So thank you for mentioning the male readers. I want to send, a special kind of thank you to my women readers and a different special kind of thank you to my men readers. And I want to encourage all my readers, if you are a woman and there's a man in your life, please share the books with them, share these stories of strong women with them. I think you will be happy with the result. Going back to my time in the US,
yes,
Sorry?
I just said I've done just that. I've actually, gifted your book to some of my closest men friends and relatives, family members, just to achieve that insight which you mentioned.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So going back to my many years in the US, yes, when I arrived in the US, it was a very different time. I was a very different person. Remember, this is long before the internet. So I had very little practical idea of the US, only what I read in books, only what I read in newspapers and things like that. And because of, family circumstance, my brother was living in Ohio, in Dayton, which was a relatively small town. So, people had not seen very many Indians at this time. This was in the 1970s. And I used to wear my Indian sari. And I got a job in the mall because at that time, I had no money. I was saving up to go to college. So I got a job in the mall, and I would wear my sari and walk to the mall from our house because I had no other transportation. And literally, cars would come to a standstill. People would stop just to look at this person walking down the street in a sari. So it made me feel very strange. It made me feel like I was some kind of alien specimen. But it was a very, in retrospect, all of the difficult and challenging early immigration experiences that I had were very good because it made me see myself in a way I had never thought of seeing myself. In Kolkata, I was just one of many. Nobody spared me a second glance. It was all very natural. We never thought about our cultural ideas or our cultural identity or our national identity. It was just taken for granted. And being halfway across the world made me examine all those things. I think for the first time, it really made me, it made me examine and appreciate what it meant for me to be an Indian woman, what it meant for me to come out of the culture, who were the people who I really admired, who were now, either physically or even mentally really halfway across the world from me. So I think it really made me grow up, and it made me, that is why I became a writer. And not for other people, because when I started, I never thought I was going to be a writer. I had no idea. I had no sense of whether I had any talent or not. But it was important for me to write these things down, to analyze them for myself. And that's how I started writing my first set of stories, immigrant stories, which became the book Arranged Marriage, which went on to win an American Book Award.
So wonderful to hear this, and so insightful, and how you made the processing of your new experiences into something that so many others could relate to or could identify with. But most of your major works have been and continue to be set broadly in the US and in India. And you've been there for so many decades. So it's a thought that I wonder often, that how do you achieve this, this sort of alchemy spanning continents and cultures and races and histories between the US and India in your writing?
Yeah, well, one of the things...
Person now from the one who reached there.
Yes, I think, and I think we are all works in progress. We're all changing all the time. So I'm aware of that. India itself is changing in so many, amazing ways. So it's very important for me to keep in touch with India, which I do, first of all, through the internet. Things have become so much easier. And with wonderful programs such as WhatsApp, and now I can talk to friends for a long time. I remember you were talking about the early experiences. When I first went to India, I could not even talk to my relatives. I mean, when I went to the US, I could not even talk to my relatives. It was so expensive to make phone calls. As a student, only on special days, maybe somebody's birthday or Diwali, would I even try to call people. But now communication has become so easy. So through the internet, through WhatsApp, and through visits to India, I really try to stay connected and understand what's going on. I like talking to many people. I will sometimes put up a question on my Facebook page, and fans are very generous. They will give me their sense of it. They will direct me to news sources. And so it's very important, I think, for me to understand the changing climate in both countries, because otherwise I would not be able to write about them. So that's very, yeah. And I like to write things that span time, so that my newest book of immigrant culture, which came out before Forest of Enchantments, is Before We Visit the Goddess. And that is the story of 3 generations of women. The grandmother never leaves India. The daughter is the one who immigrates, and her granddaughter is the one who has become the most American of them and has never gone back to India. And yet she feels a strong connection to her grandmother. And I think that is one of the wonderful things in our culture, this intergenerational connection, this passing down of, I don't know, culture, values. I think that is something very, very special and can add to a lot of strength in someone's character.
You know, you've already answered my next question. So I have another one, which also was as something that has come from what you were saying. You're as a parent, and you know your children have been born and grown up in the US. So how have you, you know, transmitted what you just shared with us about Before the God We Visit the Goddess to your own children, and do you feel satisfied with that? I mean, uh, I know parenting is mostly dissatisfying in the sense you feel there are always things you could have done better, but broadly.
Yes, no, you are so right. You know, as parents looking back, we think, oh goodness, if I had only been this wise, right, back then, I would have done things differently. But hopefully, we have done whatever we have done with the right purpose and with love. And even if the decisions were not that correct, the love comes through. It's been very important for me to to share my Indian culture with my children. They will be who they will be, whether they grow up in India or they grow up in the US. Ultimately, children come with their own destinies and their own personalities. They will be who they will be. My job, I have felt, is just to expose them. And of course, being a reader and a writer, I have exposed them to books out of our culture and the great stories out of our culture, just like my grandfather did. He told me the stories of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and they resonated within me. And many years later, they came out as Palace of Illusions and Forest of Enchantments. So similarly, you know, I have wanted to really share these stories with my children. So when they were little, I would just verbally tell them these stories. Our favorite time was night, just before sleeping. So they had a big bed, and both the boys would lie down with me in the big bed, and we'd turn off the light, and in the dark, I would tell them all these stories. So I do think these stories have become their great favorites, and because every once in a while they'll refer to them. When one day I remember that I told the little one, what is your big brother doing? And he shouted down to me, Mom, he is sleeping like Kumbhakarna. And I thought, yes, I've done something good.
Yes. Oh, it's so wonderful to hear this, and I think there is a huge tip to all parents, even current parents, whether they're in India or anywhere in the world, that it is through talk, through stories, through narratives that we share, that we transmit our journey, and we transmit centuries of wisdom, you know, and centuries of our culture. And how important it is to do that with our own children. I think you brought out in there जो कहते हैं कि बहुत ही सहज भाव से, very easily and simply. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
You've also written a lot about the immigrant experience, especially about the female Indian diaspora's cultural and social experience, you know, sort of uprooted from their moorings, familiar moorings in India, to a completely new environment in the US or in North America. So, would you tell us a little more about that?
Sure. I think what is wonderful about this experience and exploring this experience is it is so different for people, and it is so different for the generations. And that's why this generational book that I was talking about is special to me, because it shows that the daughter who grows up in the US, her name is Tara, her experience of the US is very different. She's still Indian, right? Because when other people look at her, they will not think like people outside of the Indian community look at her. They will not, the first thought in their heads will not be that she's American. The first thought in their heads is that she's from India, even though she's been in America always. So I think that dichotomy, I have become more and more interested in examining that, because that's, that's a little different. Our experience as immigrants going to the US is very different from our children's experience. But theirs is the experience of the future. So I'm more and more interested in trying to examine it. And I often talk to my children's friends who are of Indian origin or South Asian origin and get ideas from them. Although, it has gotten increasingly difficult because they're very suspicious. They're like, oh, auntie's going to put this in a book. So now they're more cautious. So I have to just kind of hang around when they come to the house and they're all chatting and I'm in the kitchen fixing khana for them. But I'm actually really listening and stealing ideas.
So now you have to be super surreptitious and smart. I'm sure you're doing well with that. And yes, I agree. It's always a revelation and a learning listening to one's own children, and I think it also helps you stay a little young in your mind, a little up to speed with things in the world as they are today and how people are thinking.
Yes, and I just wanted to add something. You just said something so important, and that is very true for me as a writer as well. When I write on a subject, whether it's Draupadi or Sita or, my latest Queen Jindan, I have to come to that with an open mind. I can't come to the subject thinking, oh, I already know what this is about, because then I have a closed mind. There's no discovery, there's no growth, neither for me nor for, the character in the book, because I've already put them into some categories, a little box, right? So it's very important for me to come to a project thinking, okay, these are my initial thoughts, but I might be wrong. Let me have an open mind. And, that is, I've learned over the years that the habits that make a person into a good writer can also help to make a person into a mature human being in the world. So if I approach an issue already thinking that I know everything about this issue, you know what I'm saying. I'm just going to be so close-minded about it.
Yeah. And as they say, that real knowledge lies in knowing how little we know, and therefore all the more reason to have an open mind about things. And I think that would help the world in general nowadays, given that social media has made us all so opinionated. Okay, coming back, you began your writing career as a poet, which is, I write poetry only, so that's very special to me. Then you wrote Arranged Marriage, and which became a play and was so well received. And then you moved into full-fledged writing of novels. So how and why did this transition happen? And do you still have a favorite among these three genres?
Great question. So yes, I started as a poet, and that's what I wanted to write at that point, and that was very important to me and to my growth, because it made me focus on the word, on the image, and on the feeling of the moment. So emotion was very important. That dramatic moment in which the poem is being written was very important to me. I still love poetry. I read a lot of poetry. I put up poems on my Facebook page, the poems that I love, because I want to share the writings of writers that I admire with all of my fans and readers. And so I continue doing that. And I think it has really helped me as a writer of fiction, of novels, because it's made me aware of the image. So the image is very important to me, to be able to convey that maybe visually or just through the other sense images. People are eating something. How does that feel? So even though I have a big picture in mind, a life, as with these three women, Sita, Draupadi, Jindan, it's like the entire course of their lives that I'm talking about. but specific moments come alive because of images. Because I think as readers can really connect to them through their bodies, as it were. When Jindan is eating something, for the first time, she goes out, she goes on an outing with Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and he gives her a peach, and she's never eaten a peach. How does that feel in the mouth? That is what brings a book alive for me, right? So the poetry has always continued to be important to me in this way.
And it resonates, it shines through in all your writing. I mean, whether it was Palace of Illusions in 2008 or The Forest of Enchantment in 2019, it shines through brilliantly. But what prompted you to take on these two huge, I mean, they're gigantic literary challenges? You are literally retelling the two greatest Indian epics, Mahabharata and Ramayana, and you're doing that from the female protagonist viewpoint. Not only the protagonist, all the women characters, I think, have been treated with a rare sensitivity and understanding. What made you do this?
Well, first of all, thank you for the kind words. You don't know how scared I was when I started these projects.
Yes, it's terrifying. I mean, I think it's undoable.
Not only was I scared, my entire family was scared. My husband was like, "Why do you want to do this? You will only create trouble."
Exactly my question.
I guess there was a need in me. There was like this, I don't know, this burning need in me for years and years. And I had written a number of books before I attempted to write Palace of Enchantments, Palace of Illusions. And then it took me 10 years to get up the courage to write Sita's story. Because these stories are so important. I didn't want to get them wrong. So I knew, first of all, that I would have to do a lot of research, but also it was very important to me. I felt that these Sita and Draupadi are two different kinds of icons of Indian womanhood. They matter so much. There's so many references made to them throughout our culture. Like when I was growing up, people would say to me, the elders, they would give blessing, may you be like Sita. But there was an underlying, I don't know, advice in there that may you be meek and mild, because that is how in their minds Sita was. May you put up with all your problems and never create any trouble for anyone else. And that did not seem right to me. I felt that just even from my understanding as a reader, that is not who Sita was. And Draupadi, of course, the people were always kind of snickering, oh yeah, 5 husbands. I'm like, I don't think you understand what it would have meant to her to have 5 husbands. So I wanted to re-explore these stories because these women are icons. People know about them. I wanted to make their lives a little more open, more complex, really make people see who they were, what they were going through, and the particular strength with which they approached life's problems. Because I felt there was a lot for women and men of today to learn from these timeless characters. And my hope certainly is that people, after reading Forest of Enchantments, will say, yes, I want to be like Sita, but not for those traditional reasons, because she's strong. She has so much determination, and yet she's so elegant about the way in which she faces challenges. She never lowers herself, right? She is able to do, she does exactly what she thinks is right, but she doesn't have to, I don't know, she doesn't have to be strident, as you said, about it. So I really wanted to bring that out. And with Draupadi, I wanted to bring out the kind of courage, surrounded by men all her life. She has no women in her life to turn to until much later in Palace of Illusions, when she finally begins to understand Kunti. But all on her own, she refuses to give up. And I think the moment of Panchali's life that really resonated with me is the very famous scene of Vastraharan, when her clothes are being pulled off of her in court. And, in the traditional story, the most important part of that is, she calls on Lord Krishna and he gives her infinite clothing, and she's not humiliated in court. But in Palace of Illusions, as I was writing that scene, this thought came to me. And that's the wonderful thing about writing. I'm sure you know this as a writer yourself. Moments of inspiration come that I did not think about consciously. And this moment came to me. And I kind of heard Krishna saying to her, no one can humiliate you unless you agree to be humiliated. Outside people can do things to you, but inside you control that. And that was such a powerful moment of discovery. And I thought, yes, that is what Panchali would have learned from that. And that is what she will do the rest of her life. She will not allow outside events to define who she is inside. And I think that's such an important human lesson, not just for women, for everybody, but particularly because I think women often find themselves in those positions of being powerless or being acted upon. It's very important to develop that inner sense of ourselves. So these are just some of the ways or reasons why these stories resonate with me.
It was so wonderful hearing this, and you explained it as I've often heard. It's like a feministic retelling of the epics, whereas it's much more. What you have written, and as you have explained so beautifully, is much more. It is the voice of those women who were at the center of those stories, and they were women of entitlement, of education, of power even, and yet they faced so many challenges, and they did them with courage and poise. And I think that is what has what comes through, that there is a lot that each one of us can understand and take away, even for our relatively modern, mundane, prosaic lives, because there are challenges in everyone's lives. Thank you for
Absolutely. Absolutely. I just wanted to add to that, and the challenges they face are timeless. Look at Sita. She has to bring up 2 children on her own. I think all single mothers today will resonate with that. This challenge, bringing up 2 sons, trying to give them the proper education, not becoming bitter about what has happened to her, so that that bitterness will not seep into her children. Sita is like a model for that, how to deal with hardship without becoming bitter, how to focus on what's important, and also how to bring up children on your own. I think this will resonate with many women all over the world.
That's a unique take, I think, on Sita Ji's story, which even I had not thought of. But apart from writing and teaching writing, which you do so well, you also have diverse interests. You're on the board of Maitri and Daya, which are 2 social support organizations which focus on South Asian immigrant women or South Asian American women who face domestic abuse. And also Pratham, which is an NGO focused on children in India. So I know you might not want to tell us more about that, but okay, just what impelled you to start this, these initiatives which focus on South Asian women and abuse and support systems for them?
Yeah, well, even when I was doing my PhD at the University of California at Berkeley, I was volunteering in the Women's Center, where a lot of women who are in trouble of various kinds come to find support. And I, even from my early days as an immigrant, I realized how important it is for everybody, but especially for women, to find support. And in those early days when I didn't have much support, it made a big difference if somebody showed me kindness, if somebody listened when I was going through difficulty. So I remembered that. And then, so I was volunteering while I was in the university. And then I started volunteering with an organization called Support Network, which helped women in situations of distress, but especially women who have suffered violence at home. And so I was working for them, but I realized that our women from our communities did not feel comfortable going to an organization like that. They felt that people did not understand them. they felt that, how can I tell the story of my family shame to some foreigner, right? So that's what, and there were some incidents. There was an incident in our community where a woman in such a situation tried to commit suicide. And, I went to see her afterwards. And that is what she said to me. She said, I was so alone. I was so alone. I thought death was the only way out. And I thought nobody should have to feel like that. Nobody should, at least as far as if I can do anything to stop a woman from feeling like that, I want to do it. And then I got together with some very wonderful friends. We founded Maitri. I'm still, I'm still attached to them. I'm still involved with them. And here in Houston, I'm on a similar board, Daya. We do the same kind of thing. So just so that women who are in very difficult situations have something. They don't have the family support here that they might have had back in their home towns or their home country. So we try to be that extended family for them. That's really, really important. And, therefore, every once in a while in my stories, I will have characters who are going through difficulties. Of course, I will never use a woman's story that is confidential, but I will create a story that's similar, just so people understand. A lot of times we just don't give thought to experiences that are very different from our own. That's just human nature. But sometimes when we read about them, we will. So that's my hope.
That again is so inspirational because there's so much each one of us can do in wherever we are. I mean, in whichever location we are, there are women, there are people whom we can reach out to be a small beacon of support and understanding.
So important in India just as much as here, right? Because these women, they often are made to feel shame for a thing that is not their fault. If they're being abused, why should they feel shame? That goes back to Draupadi's question, right? I am being abused. Why should I be made to feel shame about it? But they do. So they need someone to tell them that, no, come on, move. Let's move forward with your life. You don't need to dwell in shame.
Yes, I think that's a very important message, which really needs to be reinforced from the youngest age because, girls, even young girls, have experiences which they feel ashamed to talk about. That's a very, very big area of conversation, which I think we can happily spend, not happily, but we can spend an hour on. I had one personal question. I mean, not personal, but everyone in India, we learn writing in the colonial way. We learn all the big, serious sounding words. We love sounding pompous in our language. And okay, I'm in the government. Oh my God, we are the last bastions of all that is fussy and pompous in writing. Whereas current American writing it really focuses on being pared down, on imagery also that is, not florid, but sort of pointed and exquisite, and you teach creative writing. How did you make the journey from, typical Indian English writing to writing differently yourself and then, teaching a whole new style?
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's very insightful of you. Although I'm afraid, Sumita ji, you might have made some enemies in the government writing realm.
No, I laugh about it all the time. A formation, this, that. I mean, we are masters of it, and we love doing it.
Yes.
And we have long sentences. One paragraph is easily one sentence.
And if the reader,
college students, school students, everyone.
And if the reader doesn't understand at least 5 and 6 of those words, then it is really good writing.
Exactly, it's successful writing.
So, yes, I'm very aware of what you're talking about. I had to make a real effort, a conscious effort to move away from that kind of language. I remember some of my early stuff was exactly like you were saying, and I would give them to friends here to read. I was very fortunately, as part of a writers group that had people from many different cultures, and they would look at it and they would look at me and say, they would say, what exactly do you mean by this? So I realized that one has to be able to communicate with one's reader and communicate from the heart, that otherwise whatever we are writing is not going to come alive. So my big saving was reading. I read a lot of contemporary authors. I read a lot of contemporary American authors, European authors. I read a lot of contemporary multicultural American voices. So, and that really taught me so much because they were writing about similar things. Especially women writers, people like Toni Morrison and Christina Garcia. And, there were just so many wonderful women writing at that time, Sandra Cisneros. So they were writing out of different cultures, which is exactly what I wanted to do, to bring my culture alive, bring my characters alive. But they were doing it in a way that I, coming from a whole other place, could really relate, because they were talking about the human experience in very, not simplistic terms, but simple terms. And I realized the value of simpleness as a writer. And I think that really changed me. And even now, when I teach, let me get some water.
Yes.
Even now when I teach, I'm always checking my students to see if they're being, extra complicated just to appear smart. Then I say to them, look, this is not how a story works. You have to really bring the character alive in a way that the reader can appreciate it. And you're not writing for some reader who has huge vocabulary. You are writing for people. You want your works to reach people. Otherwise, what is it for? Why am I even writing? I should just write in a diary and put it away. So simplicity has been a big hallmark, something for me to always reach for. And again, simplicity doesn't mean there won't be art. It will just be art that is in the service of the story. And the story is not in service of the art. It's not in service of the language. The story is not to show people how clever I am. The story, a well-written story, should be such that when people are reading it, they'll forget all about the author. It's all about the character instead, and their relationship, their very private, one-on-one, intimate relationship with the character. Everything else should disappear from the story.
How beautifully said. And I think there could not be better advice for young writers or writers, aspiring writers, which was also one of the things I wanted to ask you, but you've already explained that so beautifully. And actually, you're right. Simplicity is the most difficult art to achieve, because it's easy to do the complicated and the elaborate, but to pare it down and reduce and retain the beauty and the message, and as you said, to keep it in service of the story, that needs true skill. So that's great advice for all our young writers who are tuned in with us right now. My final question to you has to be the one that everyone has been wanting me to ask you. Just a few days ago, HarperCollins has announced your next book, The Last Queen. And this is the very inspirational story of Rani Jindan Kaur, the last queen of the Punjab. So how did you zero in upon, later medieval Indian history, that to Punjab, and then Rani Jindan Kaur? And tell us a bit more about this book, because all your fans are terribly excited as it is. It's coming out
Yes. I'm also very excited about this. And she's such a wonderful person. I think it was a dual thing. She's so amazing and complex, and not enough people know about her, right? I did not know about her. I did not know. They know about her husband. They know about her son, but she's forgotten, just like Sita and Draupadi, pushed to the side. The men become, important. Not that they were not great. I think the Sarkar Ranjit Singh was an amazing man, but still, she was also, and everyone's kind of forgotten about her. So I wanted to bring her story alive. I myself only came across her story because I was reading about the Kohinoor, the diamond, and how it was taken from her son, Dalip Singh, how it was taken to England, given to Victoria. She cut it up into whatever shape she wanted. And it was so symbolic of what the British had done to India, the way they took the Kohinoor, appropriated it. Anyway, as I am reading about the Kohinoor, I come across the story of Jindan, and I come across the moment when, after a long period of being separated because the British had taken Dalip Singh away, and of course they had imprisoned Queen Jindan, although she got away, amazingly, she escaped from the prison. They're reunited, right? So I'm reading about that moment when Jindan is finally, after years and years of being separated from this little boy who was taken away from her, she's reunited. And I'm like, oh my God, there is a story right there. There is a story of a mother's love and determination, her determination to fight against a huge power, right? By this time, she's no longer queen, but she is determined to fight against the British. And she recognizes that the British, the harm that they have done is on many levels. On one level, yes, it's financial. On one level, it is the taking away of kingdoms and territories. But there's also a cultural appropriation that they have done, where her son has lost his culture. He's lost his sense of who he is. He's lost his religion. And she is determined that I'm going to do something about it. And I was like, this is a story I want to tell. And then I started researching. And then I found out, oh my goodness, she comes from, she's a kennel keeper's daughter. Her father took care of Ranjit Singh's dogs. How did she rise from that to become his queen? That was most unusual in that time. I think it's most unusual probably in any time, but it was most unusual. So there was something about her. So then, research. And then last queen. I had to do a lot of research. I had to learn as best as I could about the Punjabi culture, about the Punjabi culture of that time. It was a lot of work, but I'm very excited and I'm very happy. And I'm also hugely excited because it's already been optioned for a movie. So that's been very exciting.
That is truly exciting. And I don't remember when I have enjoyed a conversation as much, when I have smiled as much, when I have felt as much positivity and knowledge together as much. And I cannot thank you enough, Chitra Ji. I told you fangirl moment from the start. But we all at Literati, at Chandigarh Literary Society, and I'm sure all our viewers, wish your next book to be the grandest success. There are a lot of questions, but we are kind of running out of time. It is now 9:20 p.m. in India, and I think we've been keeping some people away at least from their dinner. Thank you again, Chitra Ji. We hope to be, continue to be associated in your literary journey. And thank you for being with us today. And thank you for this lovely, knowledgeable and wise chat that we've had with you. Thank you.
I really enjoyed. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation, Smita Ji. I thought you came up with excellent questions and you had many important things to say, which helped me think about more things. Yes, I hope we will at least virtually all be together when The Last Queen is published in January. We are thinking right around January 20th, which is Guru Gobind Singh's Jayanti. So to honor him, because Jindan was a very devout Sikh. So to honor him and to honor her, we are trying to make that the time when the book will be released. So I invite you and all our listeners today. I know there will be events at that time, and please join us in making Jindan's story known to the world, to see her as, again, the very complex and human heroine that she is.
Yes, we would love to be that. Chandigarh Literary Society has strong roots in Punjab, and I think it would be only befitting that we would love to be part of the success and the unfolding of Rani Jind Kaur's story. Thank you again, Chitra.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And yes, a very good night to all of you and to all the readers, and lots of good reading as we go forward in the world. Many things change. Many things change in the world, but reading, I think, continues to be of great importance. Thank you, Sumita ji.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, there couldn't have been a more befitting conversation and a more knowledgeable session as the finale of Literati 2020. And speaking of that, memberships for Chandigarh Literary Society are open. So why don't you sign up with us? All you need to do is go to our Facebook page and you will find all the details here. I think this is your glittering chance to be a part of all the glittering conversations that are going to happen down the road. Thank you so much for being a part of Literati 2020. And you've been at a great literature festival when you turn the last page and you feel as if you've lost a little friend. Saying goodbye is the hardest part, पर जब तक हम जाएंगे नहीं तब तक वापस कैसे आएंगे? ये वक्त हो गया है आपसे विदा लेने का, लेकिन उससे पहले let me invite on the dais Mr. Vivek Atre to say a few words. Over to you, sir.
Hello, Niharika. I thought we could all be on screen together, but maybe later when ma'am is there, after that you can. Thank you very much, and fantastic to hear everybody's sessions. In fact, this last one was befitting as a finale. I think it was absolutely the icing on the cake. I was glad to be able to sit through it and be so inspired. And what she said in the end, everything changes, but reading doesn't change. We must keep reading. And that is fantastic. Sumita ma'am, great conversation. And I think I must say CLS is very dynamically led and very inspiringly led by Sumita ma'am. Over the years, we've done some great things together. And I must say, of all the organizations that I've worked with, this is the most fun organization. Really good work we do, and books and literature and chatting and conversations. Nothing could be better. So thanks a lot to you and all the team. In fact, the team is here. So I'll just name them one by one, I guess. Charanjit ji, as always, on the ball, and despite the pressing deadlines, very well done. And Hardeep ji, please come in as well if you're here. He's our Sachiv ji, Sakattar ji, or Secretary ji. And also there is Dyutima, Malika, Anshuman, Ritu, Niharika. Who else is there? Anyway, keep popping up, and then you can bring in Sumita ma'am probably to give the closing remarks. I just want to say on my behalf a big thank you to all of you. It's really nice how you can achieve so much with such a small team. I know it's online and all that, but very few people and such amazing results. Really, really astounding, and the kinds of comments we got are fabulous. Somebody's got two mics on, so they can switch off one of them. And over to you, Niharika. Just want to say a big thank you to all of you and to the whole team.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, for any festival, it is the team which actually leads us to success. So what you see on the front is perhaps just the tip of the iceberg, but there is so much work that goes on behind. And all the people that you see on the screen here, without their efforts, I don't think we would have had such a fantastic Literati 2020. I think now I must hand it over to Malika to share with us some behind the scenes moments and, apprise us with what has been going on these past few months.
Thanks a lot, Niharika, and thank you, Vivek sir, for your kind words. This was the first time we went digital, even though we've had a couple of online sessions in the past 7 to 8 months since the pandemic. But the best thing about this was that we got people from overseas, like Chitra ma'am, Jerome Armstrong. We had some authors from the Irish Embassy as well, which would have not been possible if had this been a physical event. So I think getting a whole repertoire of authors from around the world has been a great experience. We've explored a whole new world from the comfort of our homes and our bedrooms and our studies. So that is something that we really, really enjoyed. And I think we become way more tech savvy, Anshuman and I. We were not so much, but I think we've contributed a little in all of your lives as well and made you guys a little more tech savvy as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Malika. That was indeed wonderful. And I think I would like to hear it from CJ sir and Hardeep sir as well. Before we finally move on to Sumita ma'am for the final closing. So, sir, if you could just give us a few remarks.
CJ sir, after you.
Come on, CJ.
We can't hear you, CJ ji. You have to unmute. Your speakers, I think your speakers need to be
spoken to.
Need to be maybe Hardeep till then.
Hi everyone, it's great to see you all. Hello Sumita ma'am, Vivek sir, everybody else. Great to see you all. Wonderful event as always. Maybe a shade better this time. On the digital platform, we all rocked. Great work, team behind the show, the tech guys. Well done.
Here.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I think it's our collective effort. And now for the final closing, Sumita ma'am, let's hear it from you.
Well, firstly, a huge thank you to all our viewers who've tuned in the last 3 days. We have had an incredible response for this first online edition, and we've had people tuning in from all over the world, and the numbers on YouTube, on our Facebook page have been really astounding. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for making us part of your life over the last 3 years, for taking out the time, and I hope our sessions have resonated with you in some way or the other. As I said at the beginning, we are looking to make things more positive. We don't enjoy being profitable because that's the kind of people we are. It's not, the organization is about the people. And I said at the beginning, we like to be positive. We like to do things that we believe in. So I hope you enjoyed our sessions. They were curated with that in mind. As for the team, I don't think I can say enough. This is the 8th edition of Literati, and every year we make some new friends, get some new team players, some people who go above and beyond. And this year again, it's been an incredible group of people who have brought Literati to you. And I thank each one of them. Only a few are present on the screen. There are many more who are part of our WhatsApp group which is actually like the headquarters of Literati. Thank you to each one of you, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Big thanks to Malika and Anshuman, because online festival, and a lot of us are technologically challenged. I mean, we are not like 20, 25, no, others are older people also. So I can imagine what they had to deal with, mails and messages and, how to log in, what to do. They handled it all seamlessly. Everything has gone up beautifully and so slickly. So big pat on the back for you too. Again, thank you to our media friends. Thank you to CJ for handling that so beautifully. To Hardeep for the Literati Digest. To Vivek for being, the general guiding spirit in Chandigarh. Because I'm not in Chandigarh, so I'm like a little removed guiding spirit. So big amount of credit goes to Vivek as well, and to each one of you. Thank you, viewers. We're going to be back with Literati 2021 in an even bigger version. And before that, we're going to be back in December with CLS conversations, which are going to continue online for each of you to enjoy from your homes. Thank you and good night. Namaste.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you so much.
I think both the location is absolutely great to talk about books and literature. It's a pleasant Sunday morning. I enjoyed my day here.
had a wonderful time at Literati. Thank you so much for having me over. A beautiful venue and a wonderful audience. It was great interacting with you all. Thank you, Chandigarh, for having me over.
This is one of the nicest, most pleasant Lit Fest I have been attending this season. It's well organized. It has a large variety of the kind of authors, and of course it's done in this very, very beautiful venue of the Lake Club.
Absolutely fascinating. I loved being on the stage. You have a beautiful, wonderful, interactive audience, very alive, very aware, and I'm very grateful to have been involved.
Without getting into that complexity, essentially when an Indian uses the word dharma, it means trying to do the right thing.
The name of the game is not to seek that autograph and then keep it forever, but it is to respect that loving father, the mother, the brother, the colleague, the person that we are walking with, that friend who's around us.
I consider it my duty to help those people who are below the poverty line without thinking of any award, reward, recognition. No, because I have enough. Even though it is not there, it is ultimately the people actually.
So, ਪੈਗਾਮ ਦਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਿੱਠੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਾਮ ਮੇਰਾ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਖੂਬਸੂਰਤੀ ਜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਚੌ ਜੇ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਏ WhatsApp ਦੇ ਜ਼ਮਾਨੇ ਨਾਲ
As Ambassador of Ireland to India, I'm delighted that Ireland is the country partner for Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition of Literati 2020.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute honor and a great pleasure to welcome Embassy of Ireland as country partner to Chandigarh Literary Society's digital edition, Literati 2020.
We hope that you enjoy learning more about the connections between our two great national poets, Yeats and Tagore, and Kauvari Madhavan's fictionalisation of the Irish Rebellion, which took place in Punjab a century ago.